Chapter 1363. 2-in-1 chapter, oh. Marquis, if you have any orders, I will do my best to cooperate with you. Yunshan Residence. Hearing that Li Zishuan wanted to start a tea business and needed everyone's help, Zheng Yinhong's expression changed. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "We are also willing to lend Marquis a helping hand." Qiao Wendong and the others also cupped their hands and said. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Good. With everyone's help, this Marquis has even more confidence in doing this tea business. First, we have to solve the problem of the source of the tea. The weather in the north is dry and not suitable for tea trees to grow, so the tea leaves must be picked from the south." Speaking of this, Li Zishuan looked at Zheng Yinhong and said, "I sent the tea leaves to the palace yesterday. After His Majesty tasted it, he liked it very much and decided to list the immortal tea as a tribute tea. So, in the future, the tea leaves that the palace needs will be collected in the Jiangnan area." Tribute tea? Everyone was shocked and their hearts were in turmoil. However, Zheng Yinhong's expression changed and he said, "Marquis, the immortal tea being listed as a tribute tea shows that its quality is unparalleled in the world. But once it is listed as a tribute tea, it should not be sold casually among the people." Hearing this, everyone came to their senses. Qiao Wendong nodded and said, "Marquis, what manner head Zheng said is reasonable. Once the immortal tea is listed as a tribute tea, how can the people enjoy it casually?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "You can't say that. His Majesty loves the people like his children and likes to enjoy with them. Besides, we can make a batch of top-grade immortal tea and supply it to the palace. As for the lower-grade ones, we can sell them to the people. When the time comes, the immortal tea will borrow the reputation of the tribute tea and sell it to the people." In the Tang dynasty, there were no strict restrictions on the tributes to the palace. Every place only needed to deliver the tributes to the court on time. It did not mean that once something was listed as a tribute, it could not be sold among the people. For example, cucumbers had always been a tribute before the Tang dynasty and during the Tang dynasty, but could the people not eat it? Obviously not. As long as you have the money, you can definitely buy it. As for the imperial tribute tea, there had never been a precedent before. Zheng Yinhong and the others were only worried because they wanted to be absolutely sure. Marquis' move is brilliant. However, can this immortal tea also be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades? Feng Zhihua stroked his beard and asked doubtfully. The tea leaves they used to drink were all crushed tea leaves mixed with seasonings. How could there be any concept of grading tea leaves? Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course, tea leaves can be divided into different grades. Generally speaking, for fresh tea leaves, the shorter the buds and leaves, the more tender they are, and the smaller the angle between the buds and leaves, the better the quality of the tea leaves. Therefore, top-grade fresh tea leaves must have a bud and a leaf that have just bloomed. The angle of the bud and leaf should be small, the bud should be longer than the leaf, the bud and leaf should be uniform and fat, and the bud and leaf should not be more than an inch long. In addition, the stir-frying method should also be particular. In my opinion, after stir-frying, the tea leaves should be flat and smooth, delicate and sharp, tender and green, uniform and heavy, and the bud peak should be visible. In this way, the top-grade fresh tea leaves, coupled with the top-grade stir-frying method, will naturally become the top-grade immortal tea. Using this top-grade immortal tea as a tribute and selling the slightly inferior ones will not only save the emperor's face, but also let the world taste the delicious immortal tea. It can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Hearing this, everyone nodded and thought that this plan was very appropriate. Zheng Yinhong was even more convinced. He cupped his hands and said, "Marquis' research and attainments in the way of tea can be said to be a master of a generation. I used to think that I had done a lot of research in the way of tea, but after listening to Marquis' words today, I realized that I was just a frog at the bottom of a well." Heights Lord Zheng, you don't have to say that. In fact, I learned these things from my master. They are not my own skills. Li Zishuan smiled and then said, "Heights Lord Zheng, I want to build a tea garden in the Jiangnan area, but I have been in Cheng and for many years and have no time to manage the tea garden, so, as long as Marquis trusts me, I am willing to manage the tea garden for Marquis. As soon as Li Zishuan finished his words, Zheng Yinhong immediately said. Qiao Wendong and the others were silent at this moment. Although they had business dealings with the south, they were not southerners after all. They were not like Zheng Yinhong, who had a large foundation and a wide network in the south. They wanted to help Li Zishuan build a tea garden in the south, but they did not have the ability to do so. Li Zishuan smiled and said, I appreciate Heights Lord Zheng's kindness. It's not that I don't trust you, but I will feel sorry for troubling Heights Lord Zheng. Therefore, I want to open a tea garden with Heights Lord Zheng, specializing in picking and frying immortal tea. I am also willing to share the frying method of the immortal tea. Together, we can build the largest, most famous, and best tea garden. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. No one expected that Li Zishuan would be willing to share the frying method of the immortal tea. It should be known that with the reputation of the tribute tea and the excellent taste of the immortal tea, as long as Li Zishuan solved the problem of the source of the tea leaves, he could rely on the tea leaves to make endless wealth. After all, in the whole Tang Empire, no tea merchant could produce tea leaves that could compete with the immortal tea. Naturally, there was no way to compete with Li Zishuan. Zheng Yinhong was well known in the Jiangnan market. He was not a person who had not seen the world. But at this moment, he could not help but be moved. He quickly bowed and said, How can I open a tea garden with you, Marquis? If Marquis needs anything, I am willing to help Marquis with all my strength. I dare not covet Marquis's frying method. Zheng Yinhong was indeed a person who had seen a big scene. In the face of huge benefits, he still kept his heart at the critical moment. He was not stupid. Although he was a powerful businessman in Jiangnan, Li Zishuan was a noble marquis. If he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. After all, the social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, businessmen was not a joke. Therefore, he thought quickly and seriously considered it, but still rejected this tempting proposal. Li Zishuan couldn't help but nod in his heart when he saw this. After that, he looked at Zheng Yinhong with a spurious smile and said, Manor Lord Zheng, you're a businessman. We're talking about business right now. Fairness is the most important thing in business. Helping me build a tea garden for free isn't the way to do business. You should know that I am not short of money, and I don't like to use my power to oppress others. So, if you are willing to help, I will give you 40% of the shares. In the future, you will get 40% of the profits of the tea garden. If you are not willing to help, it doesn't matter. I will find someone else. In the face of Li Zishuan's generous offer, everyone present felt a rush of excitement. Qiao Wendong and the others all looked at Zheng Yinhong enviously. Zheng Yinhong frowned and did not speak. From his frown and serious expression, one could see that he was struggling fiercely in his heart. After a long silence, Zheng Yinhong finally opened his mouth. He bowed to Li Zishuan and said, Marquis is upright and righteous, benevolent and kind. This Zheng admires you greatly. Since Marquis treats me with sincerity, I, Zheng Yinhong, swear here today that I will do my best to manage the tea garden for Marquis for generations to come. If there is any betrayal, I am willing to let the men of my Zheng family be slaves and the women be prostitutes for generations. He understood that after obtaining Li Zishuan's secret method of frying tea, he had to be loyal to Li Zishuan and make Li Zishuan completely believe in him. Therefore, he made such a heavy oath. Everyone was moved. Li Zishuan's expression also couldn't help but change slightly. It should be known that the ancient people attached great importance to oaths. No one dared to casually swear, and no one would be like Zheng Yinhong, directly swearing on their descendants. Li Zishuan hurriedly helped Zheng Yinhong up and said, Master Zheng, you don't have to do this. The Zheng family has been doing business in Jiangnan for generations and is very trustworthy. Who doesn't know Master Zheng's trustworthiness? Who doesn't believe you? To be honest, there were two main reasons why he shared the secret method of frying tea so easily. First, his method of frying tea was actually not difficult to learn. Once the immortal tea was launched, all the tea merchants in the world would definitely be able to figure out his method of frying tea within a year. Instead of keeping the secret method of frying tea a secret, it was better to monopolize all the high-quality tea gardens in Jiangnan while the tea market was still blank. In this way, Zheng Yinhong, the local snake, would definitely be inseparable. Second, Li Zishuan actually didn't plan to do the tea business at first. At most, he wanted to make a small batch of tea for himself and for the people around him to drink. Moreover, he was now devoted to promoting the basic technology of the Tang Empire and didn't want to spend time making money from the tea business. He didn't lack money. However, Li Er listed the immortal tea as a tribute tea and let him be responsible for the tea supply of the palace. Since he decided yesterday to be a bootlicker, he could only bootlicker to the end. Since he didn't have time, he could only delegate to Zheng Yinhong and the others. Anyway, he was confident that with his current status, Zheng Yinhong wouldn't dare to betray him. He believed that Zheng Yinhong was a smart person. Now that Zheng Yinhong had made such a solemn vow, he was even more certain that his judgment was correct. Qiao Wendong, who was at the side, also nodded at this moment and said, "The Zheng family is famous in Jiangnan. They are the most trustworthy in the business world. This is indeed known by everyone." Zheng Yinhong looked at Qiao Wendong gratefully, then clasped his hands at Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis is so sincere, but I can't refuse. I can only take 30% of the shares of the immortal tea garden. If Marquis is unwilling, then I can only accept it. However, I have a presumptuous request, and I hope that Marquis can agree to it." "Oh. Owner Zheng, please speak." Li Zishuan's expression changed slightly, and he was a little curious. Zheng Yinhong said in a low voice, "I know that Marquis has established the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, and I have always been fascinated. I wonder if Marquis can let me join the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden in exchange for a membership in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce." In the long run, he was still losing out. After all, the future potential of the Immortal Tea Garden was limitless. However, the reason why he made this suggestion was mainly because he felt that 40% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden was too hot. Giving out 10% in exchange for a membership in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce would not only protect himself, but also open up a path for the Zheng family. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "I have no objections, but I have an idea. I will give you 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden. Boss Chow, Boss Lin, Boss Feng, you all can discuss and give 10% of the original shares of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to owner Zheng. As a reward, this 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden will be divided equally according to the corresponding ratio. How about it?" Back then, the first batch of members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce was determined through an auction. The shares that each person held were determined according to the ratio of the money that they paid. And the amount of goods that they received from the workshop in the future was directly related to the shares that they held in the Chamber of Commerce. To put it simply, Li Zishuan was now using the 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden that Zheng Yinhong gave up to exchange for 10% of the shares of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce with Qiao Wendong and the rest. In any case, he would definitely not lose out in this exchange. He still held 60% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden. Qiao Wendong and the rest looked at each other and nodded. They all said, "We are willing to follow Marquis' arrangements." They were not stupid. The goods that Zheng Yinhong received from the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop were to be shipped to Jiangnan to be sold. It did not clash with their business at all. On the contrary, with 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden, they would be able to get involved in the tea business. And originally, they would not have been able to get the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden, because with their connections, they would not be able to help Li Zishuan set up the Immortal Tea Garden. But now that Li Zishuan had given them the opportunity, how could they not seize it? Li Zishuan nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "In this way, everyone is happy. In a while, I will mark a few of the best locations for the Immortal Tea Garden on the map. When the time comes, Manor Head Zheng can help to set up the Immortal Tea Garden in these places. As for the cost of setting up the Immortal Tea Garden, we will share it." Zheng Yinhong clasped his hands and said, "Yes. Marquis. Li Zixuan smiled, then raised his teacup and said, "Come, everyone, let's use tea as wine to celebrate the addition of a new member to our flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce today." After settling the matters of the immortal tea garden, Jing Yinhong took the map that Li Zixuan had given him and set off for Jiangnan in the afternoon. In Chang'an City, he left Jing Qianjun to look after the team. On the map that Li Zixuan had given him, the best locations for the immortal tea garden were marked. These locations were almost all places that produced Longjing tea in his previous life, such as Lion Peak Mountain, Longjing Mountain, Chessboard Mountain, Shangtianzhu, Wingjie Mountain, Waxberry Ridge, Manjulong, White Crane Peak, and dozens of other mountain peaks. Li Zixuan wanted to use the memory of his previous life to quickly monopolize the production areas of these high-quality tea leaves. Even if someone later found a way to make high-quality tea, the quality of the tea leaves would be far inferior to the immortal tea. Of course, other than the task of setting up the immortal tea garden, Jing Yinhong's top priority in returning to Jiangnan this time was to go to the existing tea mountains and send people to pick a batch of fresh tea leaves as soon as possible to make tribute tea. As for the immortal tea garden, it was estimated that they would have to wait until next year to produce tea. After all, they still had to transplant the tea trees. Chapter 1364. The reason why Jing Yinhong was willing to fully assist Li Zixuan in opening up the tea plantation, other than being driven by profit, was because he felt Li Zixuan's sincerity. He had interacted with many officials in Jiangnan and Chang'an, but Li Zixuan was the first official to talk business with him as an equal. This moved Jing Yinhong and gave him a good impression of Li Zixuan. Looking at Chao Wendong and the others' attitude towards Li Zixuan, it wasn't hard to understand why Jing Yinhong swore loyalty to Li Zixuan and would never betray Li Zixuan. "If the ruler treats me like a country knight, I will repay him like a country knight." The scholar officials were willing to die for those who knew them well. Jing Yinhong, who had always kept his promises, was also willing to pledge his loyalty to Li Zixuan, who treated him like a national scholar. It was true that businessmen valued profit, but the businessmen of this era also yearned for recognition. Li Zixuan's sincerity and Li Zixuan's equal treatment were the most important factors that moved Jing Yinhong. To be loyal to such a superior, Jing Yinhong felt that as long as Li Zixuan didn't fall, the Jing family would prosper forever. At the same time, the news that Li Zixuan had a magical tea leaf and a magical tea brewing method silently spread. After all, there was no such thing as a wall that didn't have a crack. Some of the civil and military officials close to Li Zixuan took a break from their busy lives and went to Yunshan to find Li Zixuan to drink tea. Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Qin Xiong, Qing Yao Jin, Li Jing, Li Ji, Yuqi Jingda, and the others were basically in groups of 3 to 5. They said they were visiting Yanhuan College, but their real purpose was to drink tea. In the end, when Mr. Li Gang saw that his tea leaves were getting less and less, he couldn't help but reprimand this group of shameless old men. Only then did the wave of civil and military officials visit Yunshan was slightly reduced. However, Li Zixuan was bleeding profusely. After those old fellows tasted the deliciousness of the celestial tea, they all asked him for tea leaves. However, he didn't have much in stock. But these old officials treated him well, so he couldn't refuse. In the end, he could only send a small box of tea leaves from door to door. Yes, it was a small box. Li Zixuan custom-made a small wooden box. One box could be drunk about 10 times. Although it was a little stingy, it was the limit of what he could do. If he had to blame something, he could only blame the taste of the immortal tea. Think about it. Even old drunkards like Wang Ji and Qing Yao Jin liked to drink tea. How could the taste be bad? It was a pity that Wei Zhang was far away in Hunan province. Otherwise, this old troll would definitely come to ask for tea leaves. Li Zixuan, who didn't have much in stock, only hoped that Jing Yinhong could quickly send a batch of stir-fried immortal tea to Chang'an. Yes, he also taught Jing Yinhong how to stir-fry the immortal tea. Jiangnan province was nearly 1,000 miles away from Chang'an. If fresh tea leaves were to be transported to Chang'an and then processed, the transportation cost would be too high. Therefore, Li Zixuan asked Jing Yinhong to pick, stir-fry, and process the tea leaves on the spot. When the time came, the finished product would be directly sent to Chang'an. Early in the morning, Li Zishuan had just finished his sword practice and was about to go to Yanhuang College. However, at the gate of the college, he met someone he didn't expect to see. San Bao. Li Zishuan looked at the disheveled, dirty, and ragged beggar in front of him. Seeing that the beggar's face was very familiar, Li Zishuan thought seriously for a moment before he suddenly cried out in surprise. Young master! San Bao is back! San Bao is finally back! Woo woo! San Bao looked at Li Zishuan in a daze. Seeing that Li Zishuan recognized him, he immediately knelt on the ground and hugged Li Zishuan's thigh, crying and wailing. The few soldiers behind him also quickly knelt down. These people were sent by Li Zishuan to follow San Bao to search for ores. Get up! Get up quickly! What happened to you? Didn't I send you to Sichuan to search for ores? Why are you in such a sorry state? San Bao's miserable cries alarmed the people in the courtyard. Han Yushi and Lan came out one after another. The guards outside the courtyard, Pang Feiji, Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and the other guards also looked over. Li Zishuan quickly pulled San Bao up from the ground and asked. It would have been better if he didn't ask. The moment he asked, San Bao cried even harder. With snot and tears, he said, Young master, San Bao is back. San Bao almost couldn't make it back, but San Bao found a vanadium mine for you. Li Zishuan could feel the sadness from San Bao's words, so he quickly asked, Why did you almost not make it back? Did someone in Sichuan make things difficult for you? At this point, Li Zishuan's tone became very unfriendly. Someone actually dared to bully the people he sent out. Wasn't this a slap to his face? San Bao slightly controlled his emotions and replied, Young master, we found the vanadium mine on a mountain in Feng province, but we were caught by a group of people from the Chang tribe. They said that we offended their sacred mountain and wanted to kill us. Later, we revealed our identities and met the leader of the Chang tribe. He asked us why we were digging for ores on the sacred mountain. I told him the truth and said that I was helping you find the vanadium mine, but he didn't believe me. He said that he had never heard of a vanadium mine on the mountain and wanted to kill us. Later, the local county magistrate came with people in time and saved our lives. However, the Chang tribe didn't allow us to take the ore away from the mountain. Later, we took advantage of the darkness to steal a few pieces of ore, but we were discovered by the Chang tribe. They sent people to chase us all the way until we left Yayang County. At that time, we completely got rid of them, but at that time, we lost all our travel expenses and fishing talismans. We could only beg along the way and relied on the help of a few kind-hearted people to finally make it back. Li Zishuan was silent for a while after hearing this. He had expected that there might be some twists and turns in this trip. Although the Sichuan region had long been included in the political system of the Central Plains dynasty, due to the geographical isolation and distance from the political center, and the fact that there were many Di, Chang, Man, Liao, and other ethnic groups in the Sichuan region and around the basin, the land of Sichuan had become the border of the dynasty. There were many noble clans and tribes, and the various forces were also tangled and complicated. Therefore, he had previously told San Bao to try his best not to have any conflicts with the local forces. However, he didn't expect San Bao to be in such a miserable state, almost starving to death on the way. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan patted San Bao's shoulder and said, San Bao, you've suffered. Don't worry, I'll help you get back at the Chang tribe for all the grievances you've suffered. Yes, yes. San Bao nodded vigorously, then he scratched his head and said, Young master, is there anything to eat? San Bao is hungry. The few soldiers behind him also rubbed their stomachs and looked at Li Zishuan with an embarrassed expression. Li Zishuan hurriedly ordered, Shao He, quick! Go get some food and drinks for San Bao and the others. Yes. Young master. Shao He hurriedly ran into the house. Li Zishuan said to San Bao, and the rest of you, come in and sit down to eat and drink slowly. You've all worked hard along the way. Yes. Young master. Yes. Marquis. After a while, Xiao He and Xiao Shi brought in a bowl of freshly cooked noodles and a large bowl of chopped green onion and egg soup. This was commonly known as minced meat noodles. Each of them had a bowl of noodles and some minced meat on top. San Bao and the rest sat on the stone table in the courtyard and wolfed down the noodles. Ah! San Bao, eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Don't choke. It was Lan Er's first time seeing someone wolfing down food like that. She was shocked and hurriedly tried to persuade him, which was rare of her. Oh! Thank you for your concern, San Bao won't choke. San Bao replied to Lan Er as he ate. In his heart, he was thinking that it was better to choke to death than starve to death. He hadn't eaten such delicious noodles in a long time. Lan Er, don't disturb them. Li Zishuan patted Lan Er's head and said softly. Although he had many questions to ask San Bao, he knew that now was not the time to ask. It was more important to let San Bao and the rest eat their fill first. Oh! Lan nodded and stood for a while before going out to play. This little girl wasn't the type to stay idle. After more than 15 minutes, San Bao and the rest finally put down their bowls and chopsticks. The few of them had actually finished the bowl of noodles and minced meat. They were like reincarnated hungry ghosts. Burp. San Bao and the rest burped and stood up from the stone bench. They bowed to Li Zishuan and said, "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, Marquis." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, all of you can go back. Wash up and have a good rest. I will reward you later." San Bao, stay. The few soldiers quickly bowed and said, "Yes, Marquis." With that, they left. Li Zishuan looked at San Bao and asked, "San Bao, you said that the local Chang people see the mine as a sacred mountain. Why is that?" San Bao thought for a while and replied, "Young master, I think I heard a farmer mention this before. That mountain is called the Lan family volcano. It is said that this mountain can attract soldiers from all over the world. As long as someone passes by it with a sword, he or she will feel that the sword is being pulled by some kind of force. Later on, people think that this mountain has the power of the gods and won't let anyone go up it." Lan family volcano? Li Zishuan frowned. He suddenly felt that this name was somewhat familiar. He quickly searched for relevant information in his mind. A moment later, his eyes widened as he said in disbelief, "You're saying that the mountain is called the Lan clan's volcano? Is there a mountain called the Sharp Mountain next to it?" San Bao was stunned and looked at Li Zishuan as if he was looking at a god. She said, "Young master, how did you know that there is a sharp mountain next to it? You are really amazing." There is indeed a sharp mountain next to the Lan family volcano, but San Bao hasn't gone up there yet. Li Zishuan's face was filled with excitement. He said, "That's great. That's great." He could basically conclude that the place that San Bao and the rest went to was the modern-day Sichuan Panzihua. The Lan family volcano and the Sharp Mountain were the largest natural vanadium titanium magnetite mine in the modern day. In the 21st century, other than the United States, which extracted vanadium from potassium, vanadium, and uranium ore, the other major vanadium-producing countries extracted vanadium from vanadium titanium magnetite. San Bao and the rest had really found a treasure this time. The local Chang people mistook this mountain for a divine mountain. Li Zishuan thought that this was ridiculous because the magnetite in vanadium titanium magnetite was very strong. It was normal for it to attract iron swords. It had nothing to do with divine force at all. "Oh, right. Young master, these are the ores that we stole from there. We dropped a lot of them when we were running for our lives. There are only 2 left." San Bao took out 2 fist-sized dark gray stones from his clothes and handed them to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took the stones. From their appearance, they looked like iron ores. However, upon closer inspection, the color of the stones was slightly lighter than iron ores. They were also slightly lighter than iron ores. After observing for a while, Li Zishuan looked at San Bao and said, "If I let you lead the way, can you still remember the way?" San Bao nodded and said, "Yes." Yes. Young master, don't worry. Sanbao definitely knows the way. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Then you can go and rest first. You did a good job this time. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Sanbao revealed his bootlicker nature and said, Hee. It is Sanbao's honor to be able to help young master. Sanbao doesn't dare to ask for a reward. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Oh. If that's the case, then I will fulfill your wish and not reward you. Huh. The smile on Sanbao's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a sad face. He said pitifully, Young master. Sanbao just, haha. All right. You should go back and rest. As for the reward you deserve, this young master will definitely not give you a single copper coin less. Li Zishuan laughed and said. Han Yushi and the rest also smiled. Sanbao scratched his head and realized that Li Zishuan was just teasing him. He was not angry. Instead, he smiled and bowed. Sanbao thanks young master. Li Zishuan nodded and said something to his wife before leaving with the vanadium titanium magnetite. Mr. Wang, please come with me for a while. After arriving at the academy, Li Zishuan went to the chemistry department's office and found Wang Ji. Oh. Yamacho. I'll be right there. Wang Ji was memorizing the Yanhuang College's confidentiality regulations. When he heard Wang Ji, he quickly put down the booklet and followed Li Zishuan out of the office. Speaking of which, whether it was the students or the teachers in the academy, they would take out the academy's confidentiality regulations and madly memorize them whenever they were free. After all, this week's confidentiality examination was of great importance to everyone, and no one would not take it lightly. Yamacho, why are you looking for me? Wang Ji followed Li Zishuan into the meeting room and asked eagerly. He was in a hurry. Li Zishuan took out the vanadium titanium magnetite and smiled. Mr. Wang, the people I sent out have found the vanadium titanium magnetite. The most important thing now is to verify if there is vanadium in it. What? Found the vanadium titanium magnetite? Then what are we waiting for, Yamacho? Let's go straight to the workshop. Wang Ji was pleasantly surprised. Li Zishuan had told him that vanadium pentoxide was an important catalyst in the process of producing sulfuric acid. Now that they had the vanadium titanium ore, it meant that the workshop could finally produce sulfuric acid on a large scale. Chapter 1365. Yanhuang College. In the meeting room of Guanghua Building, Wang Ji's face was full of excitement. He pulled Li Zishuan to the workshop, completely forgetting that he wanted to deal with Li Zishuan as soon as possible so that he could go back and memorize the confidentiality regulations. As the leader of the chemistry department, Wang Ji had the most thorough understanding of the chemistry textbooks compiled by Li Zishuan. No one understood the important role of sulfuric acid better than him. It could be said that in the chemistry textbooks written by Li Zishuan, a considerable number of chemical reactions were directly or indirectly related to sulfuric acid. As early as last year, Wang Ji had experimented by himself and used green alum to produce dilute sulfuric acid. However, that method could produce dilute sulfuric acid in small amounts, but it was obviously impossible to produce sulfuric acid or concentrated sulfuric acid in large amounts. Later, Li Zishuan introduced him to the method of using sulfur dioxide and vanadium pentoxide as a catalyst, heating it in the air to produce sulfur trioxide, and then producing concentrated sulfuric acid. He had been looking forward to Li Zishuan quickly finding the legendary vanadium mine, but he didn't expect to wait for 4 months. Now that the vanadium mine had finally arrived, how could he not be excited? Under Wang Ji's urging, the two quickly arrived at the ironworks of the workshop. But at this time, Wang Ji was a little confused, because he didn't know how to extract vanadium from vanadium titanomagnetite. Wang Ji looked at Li Zishuan and asked, Yamacho, how do we refine this or to extract the vanadium from it? In fact, Li Zishuan had been thinking about this problem on the way here. Hearing this, he replied in a deep voice. When he heard this, he replied, the vanadium titanomagnetite mainly contains metal oxides such as iron, vanadium, titanium, chromium, cobalt, and other metals. We can put it in the blast furnace and mix it with soda ash for roasting. Under the action of high temperature and sodium salt as an additive, the silicon oxide tetrahedron and silicon oxide tetrahedron containing vanadium in the vanadium titanomagnetite will be destroyed, exposing the vanadium and transforming it into pentavalent vanadium. After that, the sodium ions in the soda ash would react with it. The resulting sodium vanadate salt would be soluble in water, but the residues of the other impurities would not be soluble in water. Therefore, we can use the method of soaking in water to hydrolyze the crude vanadium, then filter out the impurities, and precipitate the refined vanadium salt from the solution. After the refined vanadium salt is precipitated and calcined, we can obtain the catalyst we need, vanadium pentoxide. The method Lisa Schwann was talking about was called the process of extracting vanadium by roasting with salt. It was a relatively primitive method of extracting vanadium. The sodium salt could be used as the choice of soda ash, sodium carbonate, sodium sulfate, or table salt, sodium chloride. Comparatively speaking, the roasting effect of sodium chloride was the best, but sodium chloride would undergo a redox reaction at high temperatures to produce chlorine gas, which would seriously pollute the atmosphere. Therefore, Lisa Schwann did not choose this method. In addition, the main advantage of adding sodium carbonate for roasting was that the equipment needed was simple, and the raw materials needed were readily available. For example, soda ash. Although no one in ancient times could synthesize it artificially, there was a lot of soda ash in nature. However, the drawback of this method was also obvious, and that was waste. Because the main product of this method was vanadium pentoxide, the other metal components such as iron, titanium, chromium, cobalt, and so on were directly filtered out as residues, especially iron. It should be known that the iron content of vanadium titanomagnetite was as high as 20% to 30%, but the vanadium content was less than 2%. Therefore, this method of extracting vanadium was a great waste for iron. However, Lisa Schwann did not care about this now. What he needed was vanadium, not iron. Wang Ji now had a good foundation in chemistry, but after listening to Lisa Schwann's theory of the vanadium extraction process, he still could not quite catch up. He stood there for a long time before he finally reacted. Then, he nodded and said, "Since Yamacho has a method, then I will do it. However, I still need Yamacho's guidance from the side." An old man in his 40s or 50s asking for guidance from a young man in his teens. This scene was strange no matter how one looked at it. However, when Wang Ji said this, his tone was natural and there was no awkwardness at all. He admitted that he was far inferior to Lisa Schwann in chemistry. Good. Then let's begin. Lisa Schwann nodded and said. While Lisa Schwann was immersed in scientific research, in Chang'an City, in the palace, old Li, who had just finished the morning court, was enjoying tea with his family in the garden of the West Court. He was now completely in love with the taste of the immortal tea. If someone were to bring him a cup of the same tea as before, he would definitely ask someone to pour it away. Because compared to this immortal tea, the old tea was simply rubbish. In addition, old Li clearly remembered that when Lisa Schwann delivered the divine tea to him that day, he also gave him a note. On the note, it was clearly written, "Drinking it can refresh one's spirit, reduce fatigue, aid digestion, and slow down aging." Yes, that was what he valued the most about the slow down aging part. Last year, when Li Er asked Lisa Schwann if there was a way to live forever in the world, Lisa Schwann mercilessly refuted him. Therefore, he could not ask Lisa Schwann if the immortal tea could really slow down aging. However, he believed that Lisa Schwann would definitely not say such things, so he chose to believe him. What's more, the immortal tea itself tasted so good. What reason did he have not to like drinking it? In fact, drinking tea could slow down aging. This Lisa Schwann really did not lie to Li Er. This was because the tea polyphenol in the tea had an inhibitory effect on various oxidative enzymes and could efficiently eliminate free radicals. It was the fastest antioxidant pathway. At the same time, it could inhibit the production of free radicals and activate the body's antioxidant enzyme system. Research showed that the antioxidant effect of tea polyphenol was significantly better than vitamin E, and the anti-aging effect was 18 times stronger than vitamin E, and it had a synergistic effect with vitamin C and E. However, if he wanted to rely on tea to live forever, then Li Zishuan could only say to old Li, "You think too much." If the tea was really so amazing, then wouldn't the people who sold tea in the modern era all become rich? Haha. Guanyin maid, you say Li Zishuan really has a big mouth. He actually named this tea as the immortal tea. Li Er took a sip of tea and said contentedly. Empress Zhongsun smiled and said, "The tea brewed from the tea leaves has a clear color and a smooth taste. When drunk, the tea fragrance is endless. Moreover, drinking this tea can reduce fatigue and slow down aging. Just based on these, I think it is not an exaggeration to call it the immortal tea." Li Er smiled and did not deny it. However, the eyes of Consort Yin, who was sitting opposite him, lit up. She hurriedly asked Empress Zhongsun, "Sister, can this immortal tea really slow down aging?" Women loved beauty, especially the women in the imperial harem. Who didn't want to be able to stay young forever? Empress Zhongsun smiled faintly and said, "This is only what I heard from the Marquis of Yong'an. Whether or not younger sister believes it is up to you." Consort Yin smiled and said, "The Marquis of Yong'an is so young, yet he is proficient in both the pen and the sword. Since he said so, it must be true. I just don't know when he can supply large amounts of this immortal tea to the imperial harem." Changle, who was at the side, smiled and said, "After brother Xiao Xian supplies the immortal tea to the imperial harem, Changle will definitely drink tea every day." Li Qingxian was speechless and said, "Changle, how old are you? You're already thinking of slowing down aging?" Li Er also looked at his daughter with a face full of amusement and adoration. Changle smiled sweetly and said, "Changle doesn't want to grow up. This way, I can always accompany imperial father, imperial mother, and imperial brother crown prince." As soon as these words were said, it immediately caused laughter everywhere. For a moment, the garden was very warm. After a while, Zhao Song walked over and whispered a few words into Li Er's ear. Li Er's eyes flashed, and then he stood up and said, "I have some matters to deal with. Changle, Qingxian, accompany your mother to drink tea." "Yes. Imperial father." Changle and Li Qingxian hurriedly stood up and acknowledged. Li Er nodded and led Zhao Song out of the West Court. Li Zishuan's servants came back from the land of Sichuan, right? You said they looked very miserable. After exiting the West Court, Li Er asked as he walked. Zhao Song bowed slightly and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." At the beginning of the year, the Marquis of Yong'an sent his servants to Sichuan to search for ores. Many people knew about this matter. This morning, his servants returned to Lantian with a few soldiers. Their clothes were tattered and they looked very miserable. Li Er frowned and said, "Did they encounter bandits on the way? Or did they encounter an accident in Sichuan? But they have Li Zishuan's fish talismans. What kind of accident could they encounter in Sichuan? Could it be that the situation in Sichuan has changed?" Thinking of this, Li Er's expression became incomparably grim. After all, the Tang Empire had just experienced a rebellion. He had to be cautious. Zhao Song's face darkened, and he did not dare to reply. Li Er continued to ask, "Where is Li Zishuan now? His subordinates have suffered such grievances. How can he sit still?" Zhao Song replied, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong'an is currently in the workshop. He must be refining the ores that his servants brought back." Oh. Li Er could not help but heave a sigh of relief. This was because if there was really a situation in Sichuan, Li Zishuan should have come to the palace to report to him immediately and not go to the workshop to refine ores. Li Zishuan was a person who knew his priorities. "All right. You can leave. That kid will definitely enter the palace to look for me." Li Er waved his hand and smiled. On the other side. After nearly 6 hours of painstaking refining, Li Zishuan finally obtained a grayish-black flake of vanadium pentoxide. "Yamacho, is this the catalyst that we need, the vanadium pentoxide?" At this time, Li Zishuan and Wang Ji had already put on their masks. Wang Ji pointed at the grayish-black flake and asked. Li Zishuan grabbed Wang Ji's hand and said, "Don't touch it with your hands. This thing is not only harmful to the respiratory tract, it is also harmful to the skin. Go put on a pair of rubber gloves and put it into a bottle. This thing is basically confirmed to be the vanadium pentoxide that we need. The rest of the experiments can be done later. I have to go to the palace now." Chapter 1366. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience. In the afternoon, in the Sweet Dew Hall, a servant came in and bowed. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan didn't even have time to eat lunch after leaving the workshop and came to the palace to look for Li Er. He was quite hard-working. "Let him in." Li Er smiled faintly and said. After a while, Li Zishuan walked in from outside and bowed to Li Er. "Your subject greets your Majesty." Rise." Li Er nodded and said, "You have been holed up in the Cloud Mountain all day. How come you have the time to come to the palace to see me today?" This was asking the obvious. However, he had to ask the obvious. If he directly said the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit, Li Zishuan would definitely think that he was being monitored, and there would be hostility between the ruler and his subject. Old Li wasn't that stupid. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, your subject is here today to ask for the mining rights of an or vein. Your Majesty, please grant me." A while ago, when Guan City was breached and the Chui family's rebel army was annihilated, Li Er not only promoted Li Zishuan to an official position, but also rewarded Li Zishuan with the mining rights of 3 mineral veins. However, at that time, Li Zishuan did not specify which 3 mineral veins they were. It was basically equivalent to Old Li giving him a blank check that he could fill in at will. Today, Li Zishuan wanted to write the name of the Lan family's volcano mineral vein on this check. When Li Er heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Yo! Are you here to collect a debt from me? Tell me, what or vein do you want? Gold mine, silver mine, or copper mine?" Li Zishuan bowed and said, "Your Majesty, your subject doesn't want gold, silver, or copper mines. Your subject only wants a vanadium titanium magnetite or vein in Jiannan province. Your Majesty, please grant me this." After the Qin dynasty destroyed Ba and Shu, they implemented the county system in Sichuan and established Ba County and Shu County in the former Ba and Shu regions. In the first year of Zhongguan, Li Er abolished the state and county system and changed Yi province to Jiannan province. Jiannan Dao was one of the 10 Daos under the heavens. It mainly referred to the 30-plus prefectures and hundreds of counties in the Sichuan region. Li Er was puzzled. Vanadium titanium magnetite? What kind of mine is this? What was its use? Why have I never heard of it? Although he had heard from Zhao Song that Li Zishuan had sent people to Sichuan to look for ores, he did not know what kind of ores Li Zishuan was looking for, let alone what vanadium titanomagnetite was. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, your humble servant's workshop needs a catalyst called vanadium pentoxide. With it, your humble servant's workshop can mass-produce sulfuric acid." As one of the 3 acids and 2 bases in engineering, sulfuric acid has a wide range of uses. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the cornerstone of Great Tang's industrial industry. And the catalyst can be extracted from vanadium titanium magnetite. Although Li Er had not done any in-depth research on chemistry, this was the first time he had seen Li Zishuan introduce something to him so seriously. Thus, he could not help but pay more attention to this vanadium titanomagnetite. "Your Majesty does not know much about engineering. Can you tell me what the sulfuric acid is used for? And that vanadium mine, other than producing sulfuric acid, what else can it be used for?" Asking questions when he did not understand was what made Li Er different from other monarchs. In terms of magnanimity, there were very few monarchs who could compare to him. Furthermore, in the Sichuan region, there were many noble clans and tribes. The various powers were tangled and complicated. Old Li had to get a clear understanding of the matter so that he could weigh whether the vanadium mine in Sichuan was worth mining or not. Li Zishuan thought for a while and picked out some things that Li Er could understand. He answered, "Your Majesty, sulfuric acid has a wide range of uses. In the future, it can be used to make more powerful gunpowder, extract stone paint, and make fertilizer that can increase the yield of crops. In the future, sulfuric acid can be used to refine copper and increase the purity of copper. In the future, the generators in the Bar River hydropower station will require refined copper. Furthermore, with sulfuric acid, your humble servant can also make batteries. As for the stone paint, it was petroleum. Before Shinqua's Dream Creek writings, there were records of petroleum in the Book of the Former Han. Hearing this, Li Er's face was filled with shock. He muttered, "More powerful gunpowder? There is more powerful gunpowder in this world? Fertilizer that can increase the yield of crops? Also, what are the batteries that you mentioned just now?" The things that Li Zishuan said were all inconceivable to Li Er. He couldn't help but be shocked. Li Zishuan smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, the gunpowder that your humble servant offered earlier was the most primitive, simplest, and of course, the weakest type of gunpowder. The gunpowder that your humble servant mentioned just now is more than 10 times more powerful. Just 100 caddies is enough to destroy half a city. As for the fertilizer that can increase the yield of crops, it can increase the yield of crops by 30 to 40%. However, sulfuric acid alone is unable to produce powerful gunpowder and fertilizer. The industrial foundation of the workshop is still needed. As for the batteries, once we have sulfuric acid, we can immediately start making them. Your Majesty should know that your humble servant made a battery for the telegraph machine. Compared to the previous battery, this battery has more power. When marching to war, with the battery, it can ensure that the telegraph machine can maintain communication with the rear for a long time." When Li Er heard this, he couldn't help but be moved. Whether it was powerful gunpowder or batteries, he wanted them both. Thus, he smiled and said, "Good. Good. Good. This battery must be made as soon as possible. As for the powerful gunpowder you mentioned, there's no need to rush. Another type of gunpowder is enough. Besides, I'm still very confident in the combat power of the Tang army." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Your humble servant also believes that with your Majesty's wisdom and martial prowess, the Tang army will be able to sweep the 4 directions and dominate the 4 seas. In addition, other than making sulfuric acid, the vanadium ore can also be used to forge divine weapons." Divine weapons? What divine weapons? Li Er was immediately puzzled. Li Zishuan replied, "Your Majesty, currently the workshop can already mass-produce high-quality steel. If steel is a tiger, then vanadium is a wing. Adding vanadium in steel is like adding wings to a tiger. Adding a few % of vanadium in steel can greatly increase the elasticity and strength of the steel. It also has better resistance to wear and tear, and can resist both high temperature and extreme cold. If this vanadium steel is used to forge swords, although it can't be said to be able to cut through iron like mud, it's not far from it." Good. What a divine weapon. Li Er was immediately fascinated by the vanadium ore. He said excitedly, "I have previously promised you the mining rights of the 3 ore veins. Since this vanadium ore is so important to you, there's no harm in giving it to you. Furthermore, I see that you have a card up your sleeve today. Could it be that you have found the vanadium ore you want in Fengzhou of Jiannan Circuit?" Upon hearing this, Li Zishuan was overjoyed and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, at the beginning of this year, your humble servant sent a servant to the Shu lands to search for vanadium ore. Fortunately, your humble servant did not fail his mission and found a large amount of vanadium titanium magnetite ore on a mountain in Fengzhou. With this ore, the Tang Empire will definitely need it for hundreds of years." However, Li Er smiled in his heart. He thought that they had finally come to the main topic. He smiled faintly and said, "However what?" Li Zishuan bowed and said, "Your Majesty, according to your humble servant, this mountain was mistaken by the local Chang people as a divine mountain. They do not allow outsiders to invade the divine mountain, let alone mine from it. Therefore..." Li Er frowned and said, "Divine mountain? Is there a reason behind this?" "In reply to your Majesty, this is nothing but nonsense. The local Chang people found that the mountain was very attractive to the soldiers and thought that there was a divine force behind it. However, it was just the strong magnetic force of the vanadium titanium magnetite ore in the mountain. However, the Shu lands are isolated and most of the locals believe in the power of ghosts and gods. Therefore, it would not be easy to explain to them clearly. For this reason, your humble servant and general were almost killed by the local Chang people. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for your humble servant. Li Zishuan bowed and said in a deep voice. The Chang people. Li Er's face gradually darkened. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, back then, when the heroes were fighting for supremacy in the Central Plains, the noble families and other local powers in Shu lands colluded with the officials of the counties to protect themselves and watch the situation change. After my imperial father took control of Shu lands, he sent letters to the various counties. From Shanglua in the east to Shu lands in the south, the county officials, bandit commanders, and the chiefs of the Di Chang tribes fought for their descendants to submit. There were hundreds of replies every day. In the face of strong military pressure, the noble families of Shu lands all submitted to the Great Tang. Towards these local tyrants who surrendered, the imperial court mainly adopted a policy of using both kindness and coercion. On one hand, it was to prevent them from becoming too powerful in the future, and on the other hand, it was to prevent them from rebelling out of anger. A few hundred years ago, Liu Bang rose to power in Shu lands. During the Chu and Han Wars, Shu lands not only provided the Han army with an endless supply of soldiers, it also provided a strong logistical support for the war. Wherever the Han army was, there would be military supplies provided by Shu lands. 5 years later, during the Battle of Gaixia, Xiang Yu committed suicide in the Wu River and Liu Bang ascended to the throne. This started the 400 years of history of the two Han dynasties. Bashu contributed all of its energy to Liu Bang's empire, supporting the war for many years with its own strength. It made an indelible contribution to the founding of the great Han dynasty. Hence, Bashu could be said to be the place where the Han dynasty rose. Thus, after Liu Bang ascended to the throne, he placed a lot of importance on Shu lands. He treated Chuanzhong as the territory of the imperial court, and the great Han dynasty would rule it directly. He would never give the vassals in the Shu lands. In fact, Imperial Father and I have always paid great attention to the governance of Sichuan. In order to balance out the various powers in Sichuan and to maintain the stability of Sichuan, I have recruited the children of the leaders of Sichuan and given them to them. I have also sent them to the outside to promote them. On the other hand, I have sent the Empress's uncle to Sichuan to serve as the chief clerk of Yi Province's Governor-General's office. I have asked him to help me govern Sichuan and let the people of Sichuan return to Great Tang as soon as possible. In addition, I plan to give Ku the title of King of Shu and give him the title of Governor of Yi Province. He will be in charge of Yi Province, Mian Province, Jian Province, Jia Province, Ling Province, Yi Province, Mei Province, Meng Province, Jian Province, and Chang Province. He will also be in charge of Jiao Province, Nanning Province, and Hui Province, a total of 36 provinces. When he is a few years older, I will send him to Shu lands to show the importance I place on Shu lands. Now that there is such an important mine in the Shu lands, I will issue a decree for the governor of Yi Province to personally negotiate with the Chang people on your behalf. Once the negotiations are completed, you can send people there to mine the mine. The uncle of Empress Zhangsun and the governor of Yi Province that Li Er mentioned was Gao Shilian, who later became the prime minister of the Great Tang. After listening to old Li Zishuan talk for so long, Li Zishuan had a rough understanding of the current situation in Shu lands. Of course, he did not expect Li Er to change Li Ke's title from King of Han to King of Shu under such circumstances. However, according to the official history, even if he did not appear, Li Er would have made Li Ke the King of Shu this year. Sometimes, history was shockingly similar. At this moment, Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, when negotiating with the Chang people, it is better to be soft than hard. If Governor Gao is blocked in the negotiation, this subject can give him some advice. Li Er could not help but laugh. Oh. What kind of good plan do you have? Li Zishuan bowed and said, The Chang people mistake the mine as a sacred mountain. This subject will send people to explain it to them when the time comes. Once this mine is mined, it will bring endless benefits to the local Chang people. The most obvious benefit is that they will earn more money every year. Although the Chang people live in tribes, I believe that they all like money and the exquisite products of the Central Plains, right? Li Er finally understood. Li Zishuan was planning to use a mine to feed the surrounding people. It was indeed a good idea. Haha. This is also good. We will send an order to the Empress uncle in a moment and have him deal with this matter at his discretion. When necessary, we will ask you for advice. Li Er nodded and smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan clasped his hands in satisfaction. After leaving the palace, Li Zishuan went straight back to Yunshan. When he passed by Yanhuang College, he thought for a moment, then turned around and walked in. He called Li Zishuan out of the classroom and brought him to his office. Li Zishuan sat on the sofa and smiled. Little Ku, you should have learned most of the financial management knowledge that I taught you, right? Li Ku clasped his hands and said, I have not learned much of Yamacho's knowledge. How can I say that I have learned most of it? Li Zishuan could not help but laugh. Haha. You brat, you are still being modest. Alright, I called you here today because I have something important to discuss with you. Yamacho, please speak. Li Ku sat up straight and looked at Li Zishuan. He was all ears. Li Zishuan nodded and said in a deep voice, I went to the palace today. According to His Majesty, he intends to change your title to Prince of Shu and give you the position of Governor of Yi Province. You will be in charge of the affairs of Shu Province's 36 provinces. You need to be mentally prepared. Li Ku was shocked when he heard this. He panicked and said, Yamacho, does this mean that His Majesty is going to send me to Shu Province? He was now learning from Li Zishuan at Yanhuang College. He had never heard of financial management knowledge before. He was very happy and fulfilled. He did not want to leave so soon. Chapter 1367. Haha. Little Ku, you don't have to panic. Based on His Majesty's intentions, he will let you go to Shu lands after a few years when you are older. In the next few years, you will still be in Chang and as the Viceroy of Izhou. Therefore, before you go to your fief, you should study hard and enrich yourself so that you can become a virtuous king and guard a region for His Majesty. In the Yamacho's office in Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan looked at Li Ku and earnestly instructed. Li Zishuan was very satisfied with Li Ku as his student. Li Ku was very talented and could learn everything with just one lesson. He was proficient in both the pen and the sword and had the demeanor of a gentleman. Li Zishuan had high hopes for Li Ku. In the future, Li Ku would definitely be one of the students who would bring Yanhuang College to greater heights. Li Ku stood up and bowed respectfully to Li Zishuan. I will follow Yamacho's teachings and never forget them. Li Zishuan nodded and asked, Little Ku, do you not want to go to Shu lands? Li Ku was stunned when he heard this. After a moment, he shook his head and said softly, So what if I want to go? So what if I don't want to go? As a prince of Great Tang, there will be a day when I have to leave the capital, leave my father, mother, teachers, and classmates, and go to a faraway fief to guard a region for Great Tang. This is my mission. Everyone could hear the helplessness and sadness in his words. Li Zishuan stood up and patted Li Ku's shoulder. Then, he walked to the bedside with his hands behind his back and looked out the window at the Cloud Mountain and the village at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. He sighed and said, Little Ku, as a member of the imperial family, there will be many helplessness. However, how many people can truly do as they wish and be unrestrained in this world? Every single one of us is born with our own mission. While you are lamenting the helplessness of fate, you don't know how many people in the world are envious of you. They are envious that you are a member of the royal family. Once you reach adulthood, you will be able to rush to your fief and become a free and unfettered prince. Life is like a city surrounded by many cities. The people outside the city want to come in, but the people inside the city want to come out. Therefore, in my opinion, instead of running around, it is better to accept reality, accept one's identity, and complete one's mission to prove one's value in the world. The land of Sichuan was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and there were many rich families and tribes there. If the management was not careful, it would cause internal strife. The lives of the people in Shu are relatively closed and poor. In the future, you will bring what you have learned from Yanhuang College and His Majesty's decree to Shu to take charge of the noble families and tribes there. You will make the people in Shu as rich as the people in Chang'an. His Majesty and Her Majesty will definitely be very pleased, and I will also be very pleased. This was an inheritance of hope that wasn't limited by space or region. Moreover, don't you think that this kind of life is more meaningful? At this point, Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Li Ku with a burning gaze. In fact, he understood Li Ku's feelings very well. Anyone who was chased out of their hometown by their parents at a young age to a strange place would feel helpless. Li Ku was a member of the royal family. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel sad when he knew that he would have to go to Sichuan in a few years. Li Ku's eyes gradually became clear. He bowed deeply and said, "Thank you Yamacho for your guidance. Ku will definitely bring the knowledge from Yamacho to the people of Shu. Ku, I won't blame the heavens or accuse others anymore." When he was at a loss, Li Zishuan helped him see the fog and pointed out the direction. He was really grateful to Li Zishuan. Hearing this, Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Haha. That's good. Then from today onwards, you can take some time to practice at Yanhuang Bank. The things I taught you are only limited to theory. Little Ku, you have to combine theory and practice. In the future, if you use these economic methods in Shu, you will definitely reap miraculous results." "Yes. Yamacho." Li Ku nodded. Suddenly, he asked curiously, "May I know why Yamacho came to the palace to see my father?" "Oh, your master is here to ask His Majesty for a mine in Sichuan." "It's like this." Hearing Li Ku's question, Li Zishuan briefly explained the matter of the vanadium titanium magnetite mine in Feng province. Hearing this, Li Ku cupped his hands and said, "Mountain Elder, don't worry. When I go to Shu lands to take up my post, I will definitely take care of the people there so that Mountain Elder can mine in Shu lands without worries." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Haha. Then your master will thank your Highness King of Shu first." Haha. Sure enough, in the afternoon, a group of soldiers brought Li Er's imperial edict out of Chang'an City and headed toward Sichuan. In the evening, a few eunuchs came to Yunshan and invited Li Ku back to Chang'an from Yanhuang College. They said that Li Ku had to attend the morning assembly tomorrow. Li Zishuan guessed that tomorrow morning, old Li would definitely announce that Li Ku was going to be the king of Shu. At night, in the palace. In the Gamla Palace, Li Er looked at the map of Sichuan on the dragon table and was in a daze. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in from outside and stood beside Li Er. He whispered, "Your Majesty, the spy sent to Jiangnan Yuezhou a few days ago has returned." Hearing this, Li Er could not help but be shocked. He quickly recovered and asked, "How was it? Did you find Li Yu's biological father and mother?" Zhao Song bowed slightly and answered, "Your Majesty, according to the spy's report, Miss Li Yu's father is called Fu Lingyan and her mother is called Lu Yixue. It is said that Fu Lingyan was originally a rich family in Taiyuan. In the third year of the Sui dynasty's day, the world was in chaos and Taiyuan was also affected. In order to avoid the war, Fu Lingyan brought his wife and daughter and fled to Chuyun village in Yuezhou. They stayed there for more than 10 years. However, Fu Lingyan and Lu Yixue passed away last year. Miss Li Yu came to Chang'an from Yuezhou alone. By chance, she met Meng Wenhao. After that, she became friends with the Marquis of Yong and became a reporter in Datong Daily's editorial department. 3 years of day. Li Er frowned and seemed to have thought of something. Then, he asked doubtfully, "She is just a young girl. After losing her parents, why would she come all the way to Chang'an?" Zhao Song bowed and said, "I heard from an old woman in Chuyun village that Li Yu is not Fu Lingyan and Lu Yixue's biological daughter. She is an adopted daughter. Li Yu must have come all the way to Chang'an to find her biological father and mother. However, the other villagers in Chuyun village do not know about this. Only the old woman said so." No one knows if it is true or not. Not biological. She is definitely not biological. Li Er stood up and began to pace back and forth with his hands behind his back. After a while, Li Er waved his hand and said, "All right. I know everything. You may leave first." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song bowed and left. In the hall, only Li Er's soft sigh was left. Liu, are you related to him or not?" On Yunshan Mountain, Li Zishuan was thinking about making light bulbs. Previously, when Mo Lingwei had made the microscope, Li Zishuan had said that he wanted to make a light source that was more convenient and stable than the sun. He was talking about light bulbs. Otherwise, relying solely on the reflected sunlight to provide illumination for the microscope would greatly limit the application of the microscope. Therefore, Li Zishuan planned to start making light bulbs. It just so happened that the hydropower station would be completed in a few months. At that time, the first electrical appliance would definitely be light bulbs. After all, it was easier to make these things. Li Zishuan quickly fell asleep as he pondered over the method to make light bulbs in his heart. The next day, early morning, Li Zishuan woke up from his sleep and found that Han Yushi had woken up earlier than him. Wife? What are you planting in this flower pot?" Han Yushi was using a small shovel to loosen the soil for the flower pot. Li Zishuan was curious and quickly went forward to ask. "Ah. Husband, you're up." When Han Yushi heard the sound, she quickly turned around and replied with a smile, "Husband, I'm planting Baidizi. In our yard, there are orchids, peonies, and azaleas, but only Baidizi is missing. I asked someone to buy this flower seed from a merchant in Shi City. It's already April now, so it's just right to plant this." "Baidizi? What flower is this?" When Li Zishuan heard this, he was puzzled and couldn't help but walk forward. "Husband, don't you know about Baidizi? The Baidizi flower is snow white and looks like a silkworm cocoon. The silk in the cocoon is as fine as silk. It's especially beautiful when it blooms." Han Yushi looked up at Li Zishuan and said with a smile. "It's snow white and looks like a silkworm cocoon? Wife, let your husband take a look at this Baidizi seed." Li Zishuan still didn't understand what Baidizi flower was. He went forward and asked Han Yushi for some Baidizi flower seeds. He put them in his hand and examined them carefully. He saw that the seed coat of the seeds was black and there was a layer of white hair on the seed coat. When he peeled off the seed coat, there was a layer of milky white membrane-like endosperm attached to the seed coat. Seeing this, Li Zishuan suddenly exclaimed, "Cotton? Baidizi is actually cotton?" In his previous life, he wasn't a spoiled rich second generation who lived in seclusion. He was a village boy through and through. Of course, he had seen cotton seeds before, which was why he was able to recognize it at a glance. In addition, he had long known that cotton was an ornamental flower in the Tang dynasty, but he didn't know that the white dye Z was actually cotton. "Husband, what is cotton? What does Baidizi have to do with cotton?" Han Yushi asked curiously. Li Zishuan shook his head and said excitedly, "Wife, you just said that Baidizi flower seeds were bought from the Western barbarian merchants. Is it true? How many seeds do they have?" It was no wonder that he was excited. Cotton was too important for people in this era. Before cotton was planted on a large scale in ancient China, people could only rely on white clothes and coarse cloth to keep warm in winter. If it weren't for the honeycomb coal and coal stove made by Li Zishuan last winter, many people near Chang and city would have frozen to death like in previous years. Han Yushi replied with a smile, "Husband, Baidizi flower seeds were indeed bought from the Western barbarian merchants. They should have a lot of seeds. Husband, how many do you need? I'll ask someone to buy some for you." "Of course, I want as many as you have." "Wife, to tell you the truth, this Baidizi flower seed can be used to make cotton-padded clothes. It has an excellent cold resistance effect. As long as we can plant Baidizi on a large scale in the future, people won't have to suffer in winter anymore," Li Zishuan said with a smile. Han Yushi was shocked and said, Husband, you want to use Baidizi to make clothes? Isn't that too extravagant? Even if it's made, I'm afraid ordinary people can't afford it. Li Zishuan asked curiously, why? Is this Baidizi flour very expensive? Han Yushi nodded and said, of course it's expensive, husband. This Baidizi flour costs at least a few dozen copper coins. If it's used to make clothes, how many Baidizi flours would it cost? There were such clothes among the commoners, but they were only worn by wealthy merchants who were worth a lot of money. I heard from mother and father that we used to have clothes made of Baidizi in our residence, but we didn't take them out last winter because we had heating in our house. It was generally believed that cotton spread to the Central Plains from the north and south. The South Road was the earliest Asian cotton from India. It spread to Hainan Island and Guangdong and Guangxi through Southeast Asia. According to historical records, it spread to Fujian, Guangdong, Sichuan, and other regions at least during the Qin and Han dynasties. The second route was from India to Yunnan through Myanmar. It was around the Qin and Han dynasties. The third route was from Africa to Xinjiang and Heshi corridor through West Asia. It was around the northern and southern dynasties. The North Road was the Western region, in ancient books. During the Song and Yuan dynasties, cotton spread to the Yangtze River and Yellow River valleys. By the 13th century, cotton from the North Road had spread to the Wei River valleys in Shaanxi. In fact, as early as the Warring States period, according to Shangshu, some tribes in the South China Sea region began to offer cotton as tribute to the Central Plains. During the Emperor Wu's era, the Yu tribe in Hainan Island had skilled cotton weaving techniques. In China during the Tang dynasty, cotton cultivation began to be popularized, but at that time, it was still regarded as a precious flower. The Baidizi clothes made of cotton were exclusive to officials and nobles. It was still far from being able to wear clothes to keep out the cold for ordinary people. Therefore, although cotton had already spread to China before the Ming dynasty, it only entered millions of households in the later part of the Ming dynasty. Before that, the terrifying "no cotton in winter" thing was the real suffering of the ancient people in China. So expensive? Li Zishuan heard and frowned. According to Han Yushi, cotton in this era was as precious as orchids and peonies. It was no wonder that no one used it to make clothes. No matter how expensive it is, we have to buy it. Wife, how many Baidizi seeds can we buy from the merchants in the western region? Li Zishuan gritted his teeth and said. The reason why cotton was expensive now was that it had not been widely planted. Once it was planted on a large scale and then bred, he would definitely have a lot of cotton in 2 to 3 years. The price of cotton would also be quickly suppressed by him. Chapter 1368. Husband, you want to plant a large number of white dye seeds? In the Yunshan residence, Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan and asked with a smile. Li Zishuan smiled and said, yes. Wife, you're right. I want Lantian County to be filled with white dye seeds. Ah. So many? I'm afraid the Hu merchants don't have enough seeds, right? However, other than the Hu merchants, the Nanyang Sea merchants will also have seeds. As the right commissioner of the Department of Shipping, you can ask someone. Han Yushi was shocked when she heard that. She frowned and said. Nanyang Sea merchants. That's right. Wife, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought of it. You're really my lucky star. Haha. Li Zishuan scratched Han Yushi's nose and laughed. After breakfast, Li Zishuan immediately sent someone to invite Feng Zhihua. At 5 in the morning, Feng Zhihua arrived at Yunshan. Marquis, you summoned me here today. Do you have something important to instruct me? Feng Zhihua cupped his hands respectfully and said. Although he was originally a wealthy merchant in Chang and City, and his family was rich and did not have to worry about food and drink, it was precisely because of Li Zishuan that his wealth had risen to another level. Not only did he have money now, but he also had a status, the title of righteous merchant of the world given by the imperial court. Even if he met the local officials, he did not have to be as humble as before. Feng Zhihua knew in his heart who had given him all this, so he had always been grateful and respectful to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Boss Feng, please take a seat first. Xiao He, quickly serve Boss Feng tea. Yes. Young master. Xiao He received the order and left. Feng Zhihua was instantly flattered and said, Hey. Marquis, you don't have to do this. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile, Boss Feng, you don't have to be so courteous. You're a guest from afar. Besides, this Marquis called you here because I have something to ask of you. Feng Zhihua said seriously, this Feng's glory, splendor, and wealth were all bestowed upon me by Marquis. If Marquis has any orders, this Feng will definitely do his best. Haha. Mr. Feng is so righteous. Come on. Come on. Have some tea first. Li Zishuan nodded to himself. At this moment, Xiao He brought 2 cups of immortal tea, so he greeted her with a smile. Thank you, Marquis. After you, Marquis. Feng Zhihua extended his hand and said politely. Haha. There's no need to be so particular about that. Please, let's go together. Speaking of immortal tea, only Li Zishuan or officials close to Li Zishuan in the vicinity of Cheng and city had some. It was not easy to get a cup. Although Feng Zhihua held shares in the immortal tea garden, he had already finished the stock. Now that he came to Cloud Mountain to discuss matters with Li Zishuan, he could freeload a cup of immortal tea to drink. The two of them drank a few sips of tea. Li Zishuan went straight to the point and said, Boss Feng, this time I'm looking for you to ask if you can get a batch of white stack flower seeds from the Nanyang Sea merchants as soon as possible. Feng Zhihua looked puzzled and asked, Marquis, if you want white stack flower seeds, the barbarian merchants in Cheng and City West have them. Why do you have to buy them from the Nanyang Sea merchants? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Of course I know that the barbarian merchants have them. But the amount of white stack flower seeds I need is too large. The barbarian merchants can't satisfy me, so I want to buy more from the small Nanyang Sea countries. Currently, the Department of Shipping is in charge of the trade between the small Nanyang Sea countries and the Tang Empire. Coincidentally, I also have the position of Secretary of the Department of Shipping. I believe it will be more convenient. Feng Zhihua asked carefully, May I ask Marquis, how many white stack flower seeds do you need? Li Zishuan calculated in his heart and said, Naturally, the more the better. I don't think it's too much even if it's a few thousand or 10,000 caddies. Lantian County had a few 100,000 mu of fertile land. Moreover, there were many mountain ranges in Lantian County. The people could be encouraged to cultivate the barren mountains. Cotton did not need too much water to grow. It could survive in the barren mountains. According to Li Zishuan's experience in his previous life, 1 mu of land required about 1 to 2 kilograms of cotton seeds. Even if Feng Zhihua bought 10,000 caddies of seeds, it could only be planted in a few thousand mu of land. There was no need for fertile land at all. A few thousand to 10,000 caddies? Feng Zhihua was so shocked that his wrist trembled and he almost threw the teacup away. He could not help but exclaim, Marquis, this is the first time I've heard of flower seeds being bought by caddies. Forgive me for asking, but Marquis, why are you buying so many white stack flower seeds? You must know that this thing is not cheap. In the Western market, 1 tael of white stack flower seeds is sold for 400 copper coins. This 1,000 caddies is 8,000 strings of cash. 10,000 caddies is 80,000 strings of cash. 1 caddy in the Tang dynasty was equal to 16 taels of silver, 80,000 strings of cash. Li Zishuan calculated in his heart. Although 80,000 strings of cash was not a small sum, it was still within the range that he could afford. Therefore, he smiled and said, Boss Feng, I'm buying these flower seeds to grow flowers. I want Lantian County to be filled with white stack flowers. Spending 80,000 strings of cash just to grow flowers? At this moment, Feng Zhihua's heart was crumbling. He was speechless. With such a rich and willful boss, what else could he say? If it was someone else, he would probably have scolded him. Seeing Feng Jihua's speechless expression, Li Zixuan did not intend to continue beating around the bush with him. Therefore, he smiled and said, "Hee hee. To be honest, I intend to introduce a large number of white stack flowers into Lantian County. After a few generations of cultivation and planting, Tang Dynasty's white stack flowers will no longer need to be bought from the Hu merchants or Nanyang Sea merchants. The harvested white stack flowers can be used to make cotton-padded clothes. This way, the people of Lantian County will no longer suffer from the cold during winter." When Feng Jihua heard this, his heart trembled. He never expected that Li Zixuan's purpose of buying white stack flower seeds was so that the people could wear clothes made of white stack flowers in winter. This was crazy. Marquis's benevolence, I am deeply impressed. For the people of Lantian County to be able to become Marquis's people, it is a blessing that they have cultivated for several lifetimes. I envy them from the bottom of my heart. If it weren't for the mundane affairs in Chang and City, I would also want to move to Lantian County. When the time comes, under Marquis's leadership, my family will also be able to wear clothes made of white stack flowers. Feng Jihua stood up, bowed, and said in a heartfelt manner. As for the last two sentences, they were both a joke and also the truth. If he was asked to come to Lantian County before he had made a name for himself, he would definitely be more than willing. Hee hee. Boss Feng, stop joking. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Then about the Nanyang Sea merchants, can Boss Feng help me to contact them as soon as possible? I can give you a warrant and inform Commandery Prince Hejian to make things convenient for you." Feng Jihua clasped his hands and said, "I am willing to do anything for Marquis. Last year when I went out to sea, I did not die and got to know many sea merchants. Today, I will go back to my residence to make some arrangements. Tomorrow, I will lead the fleet down south to the Guangdong port to buy white stack flower seeds from the sea merchants." Li Zixuan stood up and said, "In that case, thank you very much, Boss Feng. If Boss Feng can send back a batch of white stack flower seeds as soon as possible, I will definitely reward you handsomely. I don't dare to accept your reward. It is my honor to be able to serve Marquis." Feng Jihua's eyes suddenly flashed and said, "Marquis, the amount of white stack flower seeds you need this time is too large. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient to carry copper coins for the transaction. In my opinion, why don't you bring a batch of porcelain, colored glass, and divine mirror and other valuable items for the transaction? These items are very popular with the merchants from the small Nanyang countries. The price they offer is usually several times more expensive than what we sell in Tang Dynasty. This way, Marquis, you can also save a lot of money." Li Zixuan's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands and said, "That's right. Why didn't I think of this? How about this? I will let the workshop take out a batch of colored glass cups, and divine mirror worth 80,000 strings of coins and give them to Boss Feng to exchange for 10,000 caddies of white stack flower seeds. If it is not enough, I will make up for it. If there is any extra, it will be Boss Feng's hard work fee. Of course, no matter what, I will remember this favor from you." These glass products were worthless to Li Zixuan, but to the aristocrats of the small Nanyang countries, they were priceless treasures. This time, they could be used to exchange for cotton seeds. Li Zixuan felt that this business was really worth it. Feng Jihua wanted to reject, but Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Boss Feng, you don't have to reject. You have spent a lot of money on this trip to Guangdong. How can a businessman suffer a loss?" Although Feng Jihua took the waterway this time, the cost of the journey was not small. The maintenance of the boat and the hiring of craftsmen, laborers, and sailors all cost money. Since Li Zixuan had said so, Feng Jihua could only helplessly cup his hands and say, "All right, I will try my best to bring back more white stack flower seeds for Marquis." Chang and City, Imperial Palace. In the morning court, Li Er announced a major event. He appointed Li Ku as the king of Shu and appointed him as the governor of Yi province. He would be in charge of the affairs of the 36 provinces in Jiannan province. 4 years later, he would be appointed to the Shu lands. The protectorate of Yi province, which had been empty for a long time, finally had a highest-ranking officer today. Moreover, it was a prince that Li Er doted on quite a lot. After eliminating the rebel army of Jiannan province, Li Er made this decision again. It could be said that there was a hidden meaning behind it. This was an official announcement to the world that he, Li Er, was starting to manage the land of Shu. The new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion, which was near Plum Village in Lantian County, also started to move. Carriage after carriage of precious colored glass cups, colored glass lamps, and divine mirrors were pulled out of the workshop and headed to the pier downstream of the Bar River. The Feng family's fleet was already waiting at the pier. These shiny treasures blinded the titanium eyes of many passers-by along the way. People were naturally amazed by Li Zishuan's generosity, but Li Zishuan did not care at all. This was because these shiny things were made of sand. Using sand to exchange for cotton seeds, no matter how you looked at it, was a profit. Besides, since the workshop launched all kinds of colored glass devices last year, the high-end colored glass market in Tang Dynasty had begun to reach saturation. This saturation did not mean that every household had bought a colored glass device, but that those who could afford it had already bought it. The price of colored glass was likely to be adjusted slightly in the future, so that more people who wanted to buy colored glass could afford it. Therefore, by selling such a large batch of colored glass products to a small country in Nanyang, they could still earn a large premium. At the same time, all the white fold flower seeds in the hands of the Hu merchants in Shi City were all bought by a group of people around noon. This caused the rich ladies in Chang and City who loved white fold flower seeds but did not have the time to buy them to curse in their hearts. They did not know which bastard had bought all the white fold flower seeds. That bastard was naturally Li Zishuan. However, Li Zishuan, who had swept away all of the white fold cotton seeds, was not satisfied at all. This was because all of the cotton seeds he had sent people to Shi City to buy added up to only a little over 200 caddies. Marquis, these are all white fold flower seeds. In the afternoon, Lantian County's county magistrate he was summoned by Li Zishuan to Yunshan. When he saw 4 sacks of white fold flower seeds in the front yard, county magistrate he was stunned. County magistrate he has good taste. That's right, these are all white fold flower seeds. Li Zishuan said with a smile. He had originally planned to go to the workshop to make light bulbs today. However, when it came to cotton, he could only postpone the matter of making light bulbs. He called county magistrate he over for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted county magistrate he to encourage the people to cultivate wastelands and prepare to plant cotton. Secondly, he wanted to listen to county magistrate he's recent work report. Good taste. County magistrate he wanted to curse. He thought to himself, do I need you to praise me for having good taste? What I want to hear is why you want to get so many white fold flower seeds, okay? Gulp. County magistrate he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and laughed dryly. Is the Marquis planning to plant the entire Cloud Mountain with white stack flowers? Hee. I didn't know that Marquis had such a refined interest. Hee. Let's talk inside. Li Zishuan did not deny it. He led county magistrate he into the main hall and asked for 2 cups of immortal tea. County magistrate he naturally had to praise this peerless immortal tea. After 15 minutes, Li Zishuan began to talk about the main topic. County magistrate I invited you here today because I have something to discuss with you. County magistrate he quickly recovered from the delicious immortal tea. He said, oh. Marquis, please speak. Li Zishuan nodded his head and said, this Marquis wishes to promote the planting of hoary leaf flowers in Lantian County. Soon, there will be over 10,000 caddies of hoary leaf flowers being transported over from Guangdong. Therefore, the most important thing now is for county magistrate he to call upon the citizens of the county to open up wasteland and prepare to plant hoary leaf flowers. The people who are willing to plant them should report to the county government as soon as possible. If the wastelands can be cultivated before the seeds arrive, every household can receive 1 pound of white fold flower seeds for free. Tens of thousands of pounds of white fold flower seeds. All for free? County magistrate he's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. He was not someone who did not know the market price. 1 pound of white fold flower seeds was at least 7 or 8 strings of cash. Tens of thousands of pounds of white fold flower seeds would be 70 or 80,000 strings of cash. He even suspected that Li Zixuan's brain was short-circuited. When Li Zixuan heard this, he almost laughed because this sentence sounded like an advertising slogan in his previous life. When you go online, you will be given a VIP. Ingots and diamonds will all be given for free. Ahem. Li Zixuan cleared his throat and said seriously, it is indeed free. It is indeed free of charge. Otherwise, the commoners would not be able to afford the seeds. However, the farmers who receive the seeds must sign an agreement with the county government. After the white stack seeds are fully grown, the flowers will belong to the farmers themselves. The commoners can keep them to make cotton-padded clothes or sell them. This marquis will not interfere. However, all the flower seeds in the flowers must be picked and handed over to the county government. If anyone does not hand them over, they will be fined 10 strings of cash. Chapter 1369. Every farmer would be given a caddy of white fold flower seeds for free. Once they matured, the flowers would belong to them. They just needed to hand the seeds and the flowers to the yamen. County magistrate he was certain that once this news spread out, the entire Lantian County's citizens would go crazy. That was because this was a business that was guaranteed to be profitable without any losses. It was an extremely profitable business. Think about it, with a caddy of white fold flower seeds, how many white fold flowers could they grow? Even if they didn't mature well, they would still be able to receive 20 to 30 caddies of flowers, right? When they were sold, they would be able to sell for at least a few hundred strings of cash, right? Without any cost, just one moo of white fold flower seeds could earn a few hundred strings of cash. To be honest, even county magistrate he wanted to roll up his sleeves and do it. After all, his annual salary might not even be as high as this. Gulp. After swallowing 2 mouthfuls of saliva, county magistrate he calmed himself down and asked with difficulty, Marquis, are you sure you want to do this? That's 70 to 80,000 strings of cash. Although the money wasn't his, he still felt the pinch for Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan nodded and said, money is just a worldly possession. To be able to let the citizens have enough to eat, and where is the responsibility of this marquis and you? Besides, it's not like this marquis didn't gain anything. Today, this marquis gave them 10,000 caddies of white fold flower seeds. In a few months, this marquis will be able to get back a few 100,000 caddies. This marquis didn't make a loss. In a single flower, the weight of the cotton wool was about 40% of the entire flower's weight, while the cotton seeds were more than 60% of the weight. That meant that if the last moo of land could harvest 20 to 30 caddies of cotton wool, then correspondingly, they could harvest 30 to 40 caddies of cotton seeds. Furthermore, this yield was estimated based on the lowest yield. Therefore, in this transaction, Li Zixuan didn't make a loss. After a year of breeding, he could let every household in Lantian County plant a few moo of cotton. When that time came, no one in Lantian County would be able to suffer from the cold during winter. Yes. Marquis is right. County magistrate he wiped the sweat off his forehead and cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan. Since that's the case, when this official returns, I will immediately send out a notice to all the villages in the county, encouraging the people to go ahead and reclaim the wasteland. It just so happens that the spring plowing and spring planting have just passed. The commoners have plenty of time. Yes. That would be the best. Li Zixuan nodded. County magistrate he was about to get up and leave when he suddenly remembered that he had another matter to attend to. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, that's right. Marquis. Your mansion in Lantian County has basically been completed. If you have time in the near future, you can go over and see if there's any place that isn't to your liking. This official will get the craftsman to make some changes. If this was in his previous life, if someone told Li Zixuan that his house was completed in the center of the county, with its own courtyard and mountains, Li Zixuan would definitely be overjoyed. But now, Li Zixuan only raised his eyebrows, his heart didn't waver at all. He lightly said, yes. This marquis will go over and take a look when I have time. County Magistrate he, how's the situation in the county recently? Is everything alright? Although the mansion in Lantian County was the true marquee residence of Yong, and Li Zishuan didn't plan to completely move there for the time being because of Yanhuang College. At most, his father and mother would go over to oversee the mansion. Thus, Li Zishuan didn't care much about the mansion. What he cared about was the development of his fief. Hearing Li Zishuan ask about his job, County Magistrate he's face immediately turned serious. He cupped his hands and said, Marquis, everything in Lantian County is fine. Because of the football field in the county, there have been more and more pedestrians and merchants coming to Lantian County recently. Also, because of the Drunken Immortal House, Strange Interest Pavilion, and Treasure House, these famous shops and big shops have moved in. It has indirectly increased the business of the other shops. Now, our Lantian County has become the most prosperous county within a radius of 100 miles, excluding Cheng and City. If the people and gentry of the other counties in the east want to buy something, they wouldn't go to Cheng and City. More and more merchants want to open a shop in Lantian County. Therefore, the prices of the shops in the county have been increasing. I predict that the business tax collected by the county government this year will be at least 3 times more than the previous years. Yes. That's good. Li Zishuan nodded, feeling very satisfied in his heart. After all, the development of the people in Lantian County was what he cared about the most. This was his headquarters. After sending off County Magistrate Li Zishuan went to the side courtyard to look for his father and mother, informing them of the news that the Marquis Yong and Manor in Lantian County had been completed. Upon hearing the news, Madame Li's interest was immediately piqued. She excitedly dragged Old Man Li to take a look at the new manor. After all, this was the foundation that her son would pass down to his descendants. Since Li Zishuan couldn't leave because of the academy's affairs, they, as elders, had to prepare the new mansion in advance anyway. For example, furniture, decorations, potted plants and so on, they had to buy what needed to be bought and sent people to buy what needed to be bought. They couldn't leave the new mansion empty all the time, which was inauspicious. Therefore, Old Man Li, Madam Li, Yi Guochong, and Old Lady Yi hurriedly brought a group of servants down the Cloud Mountain and rushed to Lantian County that afternoon. Li Zishuan didn't stop them. Of course, he appreciated the elders' good intentions. After sending his parents off, Li Zishuan went directly to the academy. At the door of his office, he saw Kushirqing. Obviously, this child had been waiting here for a while. Yamacho, do you have time now? I have something to talk to you about. Seeing Li Zishuan, Kushirqing's face lit up and he quickly cupped his hands. Li Zishuan was bewildered. He didn't know why Kushirqing didn't even go to class and came to find him. But he still nodded and said, yes. Come in. Li Zishuan didn't rashly blame Kushirqing for skipping class. He planned to wait until Kushirqing finished talking about what he wanted to say before making a decision. The two of them entered the office. Li Zishuan poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to Kushirqing. Kushirqing was flattered. Recently, when the teachers of the academy taught, they would usually bring a cup of tea into the classroom in advance. The fragrance of the tea made all the students in the classroom drool. He heard from Li Tai, Qing Chimo, and the other nobles that this tea was called immortal tea. It was created by Li Zishuan and was currently not sold outside. Kushirqing didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so generous and directly give him a cup of immortal tea. How could he not be flattered? Thank you, Yamacho. Kushirqing took the tea and cupped his hands in thanks. Hee. Now you can tell me why you're looking for me. Li Zishuan's expression didn't change. He had always been very generous to his students. What was a cup of tea to him? Kushirqing quickly put down the teacup and said with a serious face, Yamacho, I heard from Mr. Wang that you found a vanadium mine on the Lan family's volcano in Pengzhou. However, the local Cheng people stopped you from mining it. Is this true? Li Zishuan was stunned and said with some doubt, it is true. But Shirqing, why are you asking this? Kushirqing cupped his hands and said, Yamacho, I'm from Bashu. My parents left their hometown to bring me to Beijing to study. My family is also from Chang. Li Zishuan heard this and was shocked. He said with some disbelief, Shiqing, you're saying that you're from Chang? Shiqing nodded and said, that's right. I grew up in the Chang tribe. The Chang people live in poverty and rely on the mountains to survive. Due to geographical reasons, the Chang tribe has been isolated from the outside world for generations. Although everyone's life is poor, there is no oppression and no corrupt officials. The people are happy and content. However, the Chang people only pursue food and clothing for generations. No one knows how to read or study. My father is not from Chang. He was a scholar in Kaifeng. Because he was in love with my mother, he lived with her in the Chang tribe. My father taught me to read and write since I was young. He wanted me to be a scholar in the future. When I was 12 years old, I was recognized by a scholar in Bashu. He recommended me to the Imperial College. I didn't disappoint him. I passed the Imperial College's examination and entered the School of Mathematics. Later on, I met Yamacho. My parents were worried about leaving me alone in Chang, so they followed me. I know the Chang tribe that Yamacho's servant met in Bashu. Their leader is called Xiao Feng. This tribe is the largest Chang tribe in Bashu. If Yamacho wants to mine there, I can go to Shu and persuade their leader. Xiao Feng. When Li Zishuan heard the name of the Chang tribe in Bashu, he almost jumped up. He wanted to ask Shiqing if Xiao Feng knew the 18 dragon subduing palms. That's right. His name is Xiao Feng. Does Yamacho know this Chang leader? Shiqing asked curiously when he saw Li Zishuan's big reaction. Ahem. Li Zishuan shook his head to get rid of the nonsensical thoughts in his head and asked, I don't know him. I don't know him. Shiqing, which Xiao and Feng is this Xiao Feng? Shiqing poured 2 drops of tea on the table and wrote, Xiao Feng, on it. Yamacho. It's this Xiao Feng. Li Zishuan looked at it and realized that he had misunderstood. He straightened his face and said, Ahem. Shiqing, I'm very touched that you volunteered to go to Bashu to help me persuade the Chang people. But how is your relationship with the Chang tribe in Bashu? Will they make things difficult for you? Will they listen to you? Shiqing's volunteering made Li Zishuan feel relieved. Before this, he had been thinking about who to send to persuade the Chang people in Bashu. Even so, he had to make sure that Shiqing wouldn't be in danger. After all, San Bao and the others had almost died in the hands of the Chang people in Bashu. Chapter 1370. Yamacho, don't worry. We, the Chang people, won't hurt the Chang people. Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. After hearing Li Zishuan's worries, Shiqing quickly explained. A few years ago, I was admitted to the Imperial College. This caused quite a stir in the Chang tribe in Sichuan. Ever since the Imperial Court started the Imperial examinations and established the Imperial College, no one in the Chang tribe has ever been admitted to the Imperial College. Therefore, if I can persuade them and explain to Chief Xiao Feng why the Lan family's volcano can attract soldiers, they will not stop you from sending people to mine. Li Zishuan couldn't help but smile. So, Shiqing, you have been the pride of your tribe since you were young. Not bad, not bad. Since you took the initiative to volunteer today, I, as the Yamacho, have no reason to refuse. However, this is an important matter. I still need to get your parents' approval. Otherwise, you still can't go to Sichuan. Shiqing cupped his hands and said, of course. Yamacho, don't worry. I will definitely be able to persuade my parents. Li Zishuan nodded and said, in the morning assembly today, His Majesty has already changed the King of Han to the King of Shu and appointed him as the governor of Izhou. I believe you can also see His Majesty's determination to govern Shu. If you can mediate and let the Chang people and the imperial court turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk, it will be a good thing. However, just yesterday, His Majesty has already ordered the governor of Izhou to mediate with the Chang people. If you want to go to Sichuan, you have to leave as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will send a letter to the governor of Izhou to inform him. Kushirching's eyes lit up and said, Yamacho, are you talking about Governor Gao? Li Zishuan nodded and said, yes. It is Governor Gao. Shirching, do you know him? Kushirching nodded excitedly and said, although I have never met him, Shirching has heard of Governor Gao's name. In the past few years, I have been studying in Chang'an and have not returned to Shu County. However, I have been paying attention to the news there. The people of Shu County were frivolous. They were afraid of ghosts and hated the sick. Most of them did not personally serve their sick parents. Instead, they used sticks to pick up food and passed it to them from afar. It was said that after Chief Gao took office, due to his influence, the customs were changed. Furthermore, Elder Gao had also dug a new canal outside of the Wen River that Li Bing had dredged during the Qin dynasty, allowing the people of the Shu lands to benefit greatly. In addition, he also used his free time to organize poetry and prose meetings. He also let the Confucian scholars discuss the classics of Confucianism and encouraged the young students. As a result, the study style in Sichuan gradually became stronger. Today, Elder Gao is widely respected by the people in the Shu lands. This time, with him stepping forward to mediate, I'm sure leader Qiao Feng won't not give him face. So, it seems like there's no need to go to the Shu lands before studying. At the end, Kushirching scratched his head a little embarrassedly. After all, he had skipped class to come to Li Zishuan and volunteered. But now, he realized that there was no need for him to go. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little suspicious of fishing in troubled waters. Li Zishuan smiled and did not blame him. After a moment of silence, he asked in a deep voice, Shirching, if you were to pass the imperial examinations in the future, what would you like to do the most? Would you like to live high in the imperial court and accompany the emperor, or would you like to be an official and benefit the people? Kushirching frowned and thought seriously for a long time before replying, Yamacho. If I could pass the imperial examinations, would like to return to Shu County and become an official. Shu County is the place where I grew up. It's a beautiful place, but the people there live a poor life. Most of them have never left the Shu lands in their lives, so naturally, they don't know how wonderful the world outside the Shu lands is. I want to bring the people of the Shu lands to live a good life. I want the Shu lands to be no longer isolated. I hope that the good things in Chang'an City can also be found in the Shu lands, such as the carriages, bicycles, and the Celestial Mirror of Wonders Pavilion. Although these things have been sold to all the states and counties in the world, I believe that these things are rare in the Shu lands now. As the people of the Tang Empire, I think that the people of the Shu lands are no different from the people of Chang'an. They should also live a good life and use the advanced engineering products created by Yamacho. If there's a chance, I will definitely benefit the people of my hometown in the future. Li Zishuan stood up and patted Kushirching's shoulder. He laughed and said, haha. Good. The most important thing is to not forget your roots. Shirching, I'm very pleased that you have such thoughts. The Shu lands have been isolated for many years. This is true. This time, I'm mining the vanadium mine in Feng province. I've thought of using the mine to help the people in the surrounding areas become rich. When the time comes, I'll pay for them to build roads and bridges. If they're willing to help, they'll be able to get a good salary. So, if your parents agree, I still hope that you can make a trip to Shu lands. As a local, you should know the customs of the people there the best. If you can get the tribal power there to be understood, I can even let the people of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce open a shop there and bring all the fine goods from Chang'an City over. This way, the communication between the Shu lands and the Central Plains will become more frequent, and the lives of the people will become better. What? Yamacho, are you serious? Kushirching was pleasantly surprised. If that was the case, then more than half of his dreams had been realized by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and said, a gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold. What I said, of course, is true. That's great. That's great. Thank you, Yamacho. I'll go back and discuss with my parents. Tomorrow, I'll leave for the Shu lands. When the time comes, I'll definitely pass on Yamacho's goodwill to Chief Chiao Feng. I'm sure he won't refuse. Kushirchin was extremely excited as he cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his face darkened. He said, I don't seem to be able to leave for Shu lands recently. Previously, the headmaster said that for the next 4 weeks, there will be a secret exam every Friday. Those who fail 4 times will be expelled from the academy. No matter what, the students have to wait until the exam ends this Friday before they can leave. Li Zishuan heard this and secretly praised this child's meticulousness. He thought for a while and asked, Shirqing, how's your memorization of the secret exam from the school? If I let you take the exam now, are you confident? Kushirqing frowned and thought for a moment. He gritted his teeth and cupped his hands. Return to Yamacho, I'm confident. Li Zishuan smiled and said, that's good. There's still some time before school ends. You can start the exam now. I'll grade your exam tonight. If you pass, you can go home tomorrow and persuade your parents. If you don't pass, then you don't have to go to Shu lands this time. Although he wanted Kushirqin to go back and discuss with his parents tonight, he had emphasized the importance of confidentiality in front of all the teachers and students of the school last week. As the one who set the rules, how could he open the back door for Kushirqin at this time? Kushirqin nodded heavily and said, yes. Yamacho. Li Zishuan turned around and took out a sealed document from the drawer. After opening it, he took out a test paper. Then, he took a pencil from the pen holder on the table and handed it to Kushirqin. He said, find a place in this office and start the exam. The exam will last for an hour. He had already prepared the exam papers for the Academy's confidentiality exam. He even prepared 4 sets. It just so happened that there was 1 set per week. Kushirqin should be the first person other than him to see the exam papers. Kushirqin took the test paper and nodded. Okay, Yamacho. Husband, aren't you going to sleep yet? After dinner, Li Zishuan went straight to the study. Han Yushi glanced into the study when she passed by and asked. Wife, you go to sleep first. I'll go to sleep after I finish grading this exam. Li Zishuan looked up and said softly. This exam paper was naturally the confidential exam paper that Kushirqin had just finished in the afternoon. Then husband, don't stay up too late. Han Yushi nodded and went upstairs to sleep. Li Zishuan's gaze returned to the exam paper. He gently stroked the red pen on every part of the exam paper. Fill in the blanks, multiple choice questions, decision questions, short answer questions. He read 10 lines at a glance and finished grading in about 10 minutes. Hee. 99 points. Not bad, not bad. This Kushirqing's foundation is really good. No wonder before I went to the Imperial College, he was the best in the school of mathematics. He is a good seedling. Looking at the bright red 99 points on the exam paper, Li Zishuan praised. In this way, Kushirqin could leave the academy tomorrow and go home to discuss the trip to Sichuan with his parents. In fact, letting Kushirqin go to Sichuan was not Li Zishuan's plan. It was just added at the last minute. Kushirqin had the ability and the dream. As a Yamacho, Li Zishuan naturally had to give his student a stage to realize his dream. What was Li Zishuan's dream when he had just transmigrated? Li Zishuan would definitely answer that he wanted to be a carefree marquis and then rely on his wealth to live a life of luxury with his wife. But now, he was a marquis and a Yamacho of the academy. His dream was to help his student realize his dream. He wanted to be a dream godfather and let his student become the most outstanding person no matter where he went. He wanted to have students all over the world. When that time came, he would become the most powerful person in the world. Because by then, any student would be able to hold their own. The next morning, Li Zishuan arrived at Yanhuang College. Coincidentally, Kushirqin was waiting for him in front of Guanghua Building. It was time for the students to have their breakfast. Yamacho. When Kushirqin saw Li Zishuan walking towards him, he hurriedly went up and greeted him nervously. Li Zishuan smiled and said, hee hee. Why? Are you worried that you didn't pass the exam? Ku Shiqing nodded and said, although I checked my answers last night when I returned to the dormitory, I still feel a little nervous. After all, I really want to go to Sichuan. Li Zishuan patted Ku Shiqing's shoulder and laughed, haha. Don't worry. You scored 99 points this time. According to the rules of the academy, you have passed. I will give you special permission not to participate in the next few exams. But I can't give you the exam papers now. After all, the other students haven't taken the exam yet. You can go back and discuss with your parents about the trip to Sichuan. If your parents agree, you can ask someone to send a message to me and then go directly to Sichuan. As for the academy, I will give you some time off. When you return, you can go and study by yourself. Just like Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, who went to war with the army. As for Chief Gao, I will write a letter to him today. When you are there, he will take care of you. Ku Shiqing said gratefully, thank you, Yamacho. Then, I will take my leave. Yamacho, take care. Li Zishuan nodded and said, N. If you are going to Sichuan, you take care too. After the academy helped Ku Shiqing with his request for leave and handed his secret exam results to Yen Silu, Li Zishuan went down Yunshan and rowed towards the pier at the lower reaches of the Ba River. At the pier, 5 large merchant ships of the Feng family were ready to set off. Because they did not buy a lot of seeds in Guangdong, only a little more than 10,000 jin, Feng Zhihua only sent out 5 merchant ships. Marquis. Why are you here? Feng Zhihua, who was directing the loading of goods at the pier, inadvertently saw Li Zishuan riding over. He quickly went up and greeted him. Li Zishuan dismounted from his horse and said with a smile, Boss Feng has acted righteously this time and personally helped this marquis go to Guangdong to purchase the white stack flower seeds. This marquis has to send Boss Feng off no matter what. Feng Zhihua was flattered and said, thank you, Marquis, for sending me off. Haha. It's my pleasure, it's my pleasure. Li Zishuan waved his hand and took out a piece of paper and a painted letter. He handed it to Feng Zhihua and said, here. This is this marquis's order and this marquis's personal letter to Jun Wangyi. Thinking that sending someone to deliver the letter would not be as fast as sending it by sea, I will have to trouble Boss Feng to personally deliver this letter to Jun Wangyi. When the royal prince sees this letter, he will definitely make it convenient for you. The convenience he was talking about was not asking Li Shaogong to open a back door for Feng Zhihua. He, Li Zishuan, was not someone who liked special treatment. For this sea trade, he would not let Feng Zhihua pay any less of the taxes that should be paid in Guangdong. The reason why he still needed to write a letter was because he wanted to borrow the power of the Department of Commerce to get the small countries in Nanyang to ship more white stack flowers to Guangdong to sell. Feng Zhihua took the warrant and the letter with both hands and said, Marquis, don't worry. I will personally deliver this letter to the royal prince of Hejian. Coincidentally, at this time, all the goods on the dock had been loaded. A red sun jumped out of the horizon and shone on the surface of the Ba River, reflecting the clear and crystalline waves. Feng Zhihua cupped his fists and said, Marquis. The time has come, the fleet should set sail. This Feng will bid farewell here. This time, I will definitely bring back as many white stack flowers as possible for the Marquis. Marquis, may we meet again. Li Zishuan also cupped his fist and said, see you later. Feng Zhihua nodded and then turned to walk towards the big ship. Raise the anchor, raise the sails, set sail. A moment later, the sailors on the big ship shouted and the fleet of 5 big ships finally set sail towards the east. Chapter 1371. After watching the fleet leave, Li Zishuan went straight to the workshop. His family had bought over 200 caddies of cotton seeds from the Hu people yesterday. These few days, he had to start making arrangements for the servants in the residence to start growing the seeds. And growing the seeds required a type of machine, a nutrient bowl manufacturing machine. If the cotton seeds were directly scattered in the ground, a large portion of them would not germinate. The survival rate was extremely low. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was also a villager. He had experienced the entire process of growing cotton. He remembered that when his family was growing cotton, they had to first plant the cotton seeds in a nutrient bowl. After the seeds germinated, the seedlings would be transplanted into the ground. The so-called nutrition bowl was to load the loose, fertile soil that was easy to retain water and fertilizer, germ-free, and seedless into the machine for making nutrition bowls. Through the machine, cup-shaped nutrition bowls with a diameter of 11 centimeters and a height of 10 to 12 centimeters were manufactured. The cotton seeds were pressed into the nutrition bowls, and the nutrition bowls were covered with a thin film until they sprouted. After the cotton seeds germinated, they would be transplanted into the ground along with the nutrient bowl and the job would be done. The greatest benefit of this method was that it could greatly increase the survival rate of the cotton seeds. Compared to sowing directly, this nutrient bowl sowing method could save at least 3 times the amount of seeds. If the people of Lantian County were to use this nutrient bowl sowing method in the future, then the amount of cotton seeds they would need to plant per mu of land would not even be 1 caddy. In the modern era, the South used the nutrient bowl sowing method to plant cotton in 1 mu of land. It required about 0.7 caddies of seeds. In the North, the direct sowing method required about 3 to 6 caddies of seeds per mu of land. Therefore, the nutrient bowl sowing method had always been popular in the southern regions. However, there were also disadvantages. For example, it required a lot of manpower and resources. In addition, the nutrient bowl sowing seedlings and transplanting them could make the cotton seedlings stronger. Correspondingly, they could produce more cotton in the future. Therefore, not only did this method save on seeds, it also guaranteed a high yield. Moreover, the most important thing was that this method of growing cotton had not appeared in this era. Why was cotton only an expensive flower in the Tang dynasty for people to admire? Why was it not planted on a large scale? Because it was expensive. But why was it expensive? Other than the fact that there were very few people in the Central Plains who needed to import cotton, the most important reason was its low survival rate and low yield. Very few people were willing to plant it on a large scale. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the greater its value. Thus, this cotton could only be treated as a precious flower for people to admire. As for using it to make clothes, that would be too extravagant. Only a fool with a lot of money would do such a thing. Therefore, Li Zishuan planned to promote his nutrient bowl planting technology. First, he had to go to the workshop to build a nutrient bowl manufacturing machine. He planned to make a hand-pressed nutrient bowl manufacturing machine for cotton. At this time, Li Zishuan was thankful that he came from a rural family in his previous life. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about these things. It wasn't difficult to make this kind of handheld cotton nutrition bowl making machine. Its structure was similar to the pushrod honeycomb coal mold made by the workshop previously. That was used to shape coal blocks, while this one was used to shape fertile soil. Therefore, Li Zishuan came to the workshop and explained it to Faubert. Faubert immediately understood and promised that the hand-pressed cotton nutrition bowl machine would be ready and sent to Yunshan Mountain by noon. Only then did Li Zishuan return to Cloud Mountain in satisfaction. At the same time, dozens of Yamen runners ran out of Lantian County. Each one of them held a notice and ran to the villages in all directions. The people from the county Yamen came to put up notices? What's going on? The Yamen runners actually came to our Yu family manor to put up notices. It's really too strange. On the wall at the entrance of the Yu family manor, the commoners looked at the notice that had just been put up and gathered together to discuss it. In the past, if the Yamen needed to announce something to the commoners, they only needed to put up notices in key places in the city. It was very rare to see a notice directly sent to the village like today. It was no wonder that these villagers felt it was strange. However, it could also be seen that county magistrate he was very attentive to Li Zishuan's orders this time. Elementary Scholar Yu. Where is Elementary Scholar Yu? Quickly let Elementary Scholar Yu see what's written on the notice. He's coming, he's coming. Quickly make way, Elementary Scholar Yu is coming. Elementary Scholar Yu, quickly read it for us. What's written on the notice? Could it be that the county Yamen is going to increase our taxes again? Amidst the numerous calls, Yu Deheng, who had met Li Zixuan a few times before, walked out of the Yu family manor. Uncle Zhong, Marquis is in charge of Lantian County right now. The county yamen won't increase our taxes, so don't make wild guesses. Can you let me see what's written on the notice first? Yu Deheng comforted Zhong Lizheng and then looked at the notice on the wall. After a while, he was completely stunned. Elementary scholar Yu? Elementary scholar Yu? What's wrong with you? What's written on the notice? Could it be that I, old Zhong, guessed correctly? Zhong Lizheng saw that Yu Deheng's eyes were wide open as he stood there in a daze without saying a word. Instead, he looked very surprised. He hurriedly pulled on Yu Deheng's sleeve and said worriedly. That's right. Elementary scholar Yu. What's written on the notice? The commoners were also anxious and started to shout. Yu Deheng, who was in a state of shock, finally came to his senses. He swallowed his saliva and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. He said, the notice says that Marquis intends to promote the planting of white dye seeds within the borders of Lantian County. He has already asked someone to buy the seeds. From today onwards, as long as a farmer is willing to plant white dye seeds, you can immediately go to the county yamen to report. Before the seeds arrive, as long as a farmer is able to cultivate 1 mu of wasteland, they can go to the county yamen to receive a caddy of white dye seeds for free. Receive a caddy of white dye seeds for free? Elementary scholar you're not mistaken, right? That's right. Elementary scholar Yu. A caddy of white dye seeds is worth 7 or 8 strings of coins. Is Marquis really going to give it to us for free? Then wouldn't Marquis suffer a huge loss? Before Yu Deheng could finish speaking, the surrounding commoners immediately exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone, please let me finish reading. Yu Deheng hurriedly shouted to maintain order. When the surroundings quieted down again, he said loudly, this notice also says that when the farmers receive the free seeds of the white fold flower, they need to sign an agreement with the yamen. That is, when the white fold flower matures, they need to remove the seeds and hand them all over to the county yamen. Those who don't hand them over will be fined 10 strings of cash, including the principal and interest. As for the tidbits produced by the white fold, you can sell them directly or use them to make winter clothes. This way, you won't suffer from the cold during the winter. No matter what, the tidbits of the white fold belong to the farmers. The Marquis will not interfere with how you use them. As Yu Deheng's voice fell, everyone was shocked. After the shock, there was ecstasy. Marquis is actually giving out white dye seeds for free? And all the white dye seeds that are planted will belong to us? Marquis is really benevolent. If we can receive a caddy of seeds, we can at least earn 10 strings of coins. 10 strings of coins? Zhong Lizheng, is there that much? Hey! As long as the harvest isn't bad, it won't be a problem to earn 100 strings of coins. Haha. What are we waiting for? Quickly go to the county yamen to register. Last time, when Marquis promoted the greenhouse vegetables, our Yu family village didn't get to see the white dye seeds this time. No matter what, we can't miss it. That's right. That's right. Quickly go to the county yamen to register. If we're late, we might not get it. Go quickly. Go quickly. Suddenly, the group of people rushed out like a swarm of bees. They didn't even have time to put down the shovels, hoes, and other farming tools on their shoulders as they rushed directly in the direction of Lantian County. Hey, hey, hey! Wait for me! Yu Deheng called out twice and hurriedly followed. A similar situation also happened in the dozens of other farmsteads in Lantian County. These farmsteads were all in an uproar at the same time. They went to the county yamen to register and then reclaimed 1 mu of wasteland to get a caddy of white dye seeds for free. In the eyes of the farmers, wasn't this like picking up money? Moreover, they could pick up tens or even hundreds of strings of coins. How could the farmers not be tempted by this? This was especially true for the farmers who were incorporated into Li Zixuan's fiefdom later. When Li Zixuan promoted the greenhouse vegetables, they didn't belong to Li Zixuan's fiefdom. Naturally, they didn't enjoy the first wave of dividends. Now that the second wave of dividends was finally here, of course, they had to desperately grab hold of it. Of course, they weren't the only ones who wanted to grab hold of it. The farmers of the 8 farmsteads who had followed Li Zishuan in the beginning were even more enthusiastic. Because of the greenhouse vegetables incident last time, they firmly believed that following Li Zishuan would bring them benefits. As long as it was Li Zishuan's decision, they would unconditionally support it. They would definitely make a lot of money. Therefore, on all the roads and small paths in Lantian County, farmers could be seen running wildly everywhere. It was like ants returning to their nest. The black mass of ants came from all directions and rushed towards their nest, Lantian County. On the street in front of the Lantian County's Yamen entrance, 3 rows of tables had already been set up. One row of tables faced the street in the west, another row faced the street in the east, and another row faced the street in the south. The farmers who came from all directions could line up in 3 different directions to register. This way, they could save a lot of time. County Magistrate. They're here. They're here. The commoners are here. But why did they bring their shovels and hoes over? County Magistrate. He led a group of county officials and waited at the entrance of the county yamen. Suddenly, the county official became excited as he hurriedly asked County Magistrate he. But after seeing the equipment of the farmers, the official was dumbfounded. If someone who wasn't in the know saw this, they would think that these commoners were coming to the county yamen to rebel. County Magistrate. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Let the bailiffs register properly and prevent commoners from other counties from mixing in. This is Marquis's kindness to our county's commoners. We can't let people from other counties take advantage of this. Understand?" The official hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes." County Magistrate. While they were talking, dozens of farmers had already run over. Seeing the tables that had already been set up, the farmers understood the rules and lined up. There were 3 tables in each direction of the street. There were a total of 9 tables, which meant that they could line up in 9 lines. "Sir, I want to plant white stack flowers. I want to register." "What's your name? Which village are you from?" "My name is Lu Mang, from Liujia village." Good. I've already registered for you. Marquis will be able to buy the seeds back in half a month. Before that, you have to cultivate a mu of wasteland. It's best if it's a hillside that's facing the sun. That way, the harvest will be better. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Thank you for your reminder. Next. The quiet entrance of the county yamen suddenly became lively. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a boiling cauldron of voices. The commoners in Guangqing County who woke up early saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Hey! What are they doing? Why are they all gathered at the county yamen? It seems that they are all farmers from outside the county. Farmers? What are they doing here at the county yamen? I know. I just saw the notice at the county yamen. It said that Marquis intends to promote the planting of white stack flowers in Lantian County. Those who are willing to plant can register at the county yamen. As long as they can cultivate a mu of wasteland within the stipulated time, they will be able to get a gene of white stack flower seeds for free. What? A gene of white stack flower seeds for free? Is there such a good thing in this world? No, I want to register too. Bah. Boss Wang, what are you so happy about? Do you have any fields at home? Don't tell me you want to take the seeds and sell them for money. The notice said that after receiving the seeds, you have to sign an agreement with the county yamen. When the harvest time comes, the white stack flowers will belong to the commoners. However, all the seeds must be removed and handed over to the county yamen. If you don't hand it over, you will be fined 10 strings of coins. Boss Wang, if you receive it now, you will have to pay 10 strings of coins in the future. Oh. So that's how it is. Then this old man won't receive it. I'll leave the opportunity to these farmers. Tisk tsk. This time, the farmers outside the city are going to be rich. With a gene of seeds, the white stack flowers seeds can be sold for dozens of strings of coins. Sigh, what a pity. Who asked us to not be farmers? At this moment, these city dwellers began to envy the farmers. It was really strange. As time passed, the lines of farmers in the three directions grew longer and longer. The line in the south was about to reach the city gates. Tens of thousands of farmers outside the city suddenly flooded into Lantian County. This city that wasn't considered big suddenly became crowded. Those businessmen who came to Lantian County to do business or those who came to watch the football match saw this scene and began to inquire about what had happened. It didn't matter if they didn't ask, but once they did, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at the good welfare of the citizens of Lantian County. From time to time, Lisa Schwan would give red packets to the citizens. Furthermore, it was the kind of red packets that were worth hundreds of strings of coins. And the matter here quickly spread to the other counties. Chapter 1372. Have you heard? The Marquis of Yong and wants to give every farmer in Lantian County a caddy of white fold flower seeds for free. What? Why is Marquis giving so many white fold flower seeds to the farmers? Seeds. The Marquis said that the white stack flower catkins will belong to the farmers. The farmers can use them to make cotton-padded clothes or sell them for money. When the time comes, we just need to hand in the seeds. Oh my God. They're such a good thing. Can we get the flower seeds if we go? Tisk. In your dreams. We are from Xinfeng County. The Marquis of Yong and only gives them to the farmers in Lantian County. Lantian County. It's Lantian County again. Last year, Marquis only promoted the greenhouse vegetables in Lantian County. At that time, the farmers who planted the greenhouse vegetables earned hundreds of strings of coins. A few months ago, when Marquis was building the dam, he also prioritized the young adults in Lantian County. I heard that not only are there meat for every meal, but the wages are also high. Now, Marquis wants to plant white fold flower seeds to make winter clothes for the people of Lantian County. Why didn't His Majesty give Xinfeng County to the Marquis of Yong and as a fief? Sigh. Who said it wasn't? Last year, matchmaker Zhao recommended a kid from Lantian County to my daughter, but my wife didn't agree. Now, it's his turn to disagree. This prodigal woman. Haha. Old Wang, your wife has no taste. It's not that I want to criticize you, but this kind of woman needs to be taught a lesson. Yes. She needs to be taught a lesson. Haha. Serves you right for being unlucky. Look at my two daughters, they married to Lantian County at the beginning of the year. Now, they're living a good life. After the greenhouse vegetables and dam building incident, Lisa Schwan came up with another, benefiting the people policy, which caused a huge uproar among the people in the surrounding counties of Chang'an. Although there were no newspapers to promote it, the current momentum of public opinion was even more terrifying than being on the headlines of the newspapers. Not only the people in the surrounding counties of Chang'an City were discussing it, the people in Chang'an City were also discussing it. At this moment, all the citizens only had one thought in their minds, and that was to regret that they were not Lantian people in this life. If he was also a citizen of Lantian County, then wouldn't he be able to enjoy the benefits of Lisa Schwan's benefiting the people policy? In an instant, countless people had a strong yearning for Lantian County. Of course, the ladies of the prestigious families in Chang'an City finally understood who had bought all the white stack flowers in the West Market yesterday. The beauties couldn't help but sigh at Lisa Schwan's generosity. He actually used them as ornamental white flowers to make winter clothes for the people in his fief. What? Little Xian wanted the people in his fief to plant white stack flowers? What's the point of growing this thing? Do you want to watch? Cheng Yaojin had just finished the morning court when he heard the news. He stared at his second son, Cheng Chuliang, and asked. Cheng Chuliang's forehead was full of black lines. He said, "Father. Even if the Marquis of Yong and wanted to see white stack flowers, he wouldn't go so far as to let his subordinates plant them all over Lantian County, right? I heard that he wanted the commoners to make winter clothes out of white paper. Oh. Qing Yaojin nodded and suddenly laughed. Hey. This kid's idea is really strange. Using white paper to make clothes for the commoners. That's too extravagant. How many seeds did he say he wanted to buy? 10,000 caddies? TSK. 70 to 80,000 strings of coins, that's really generous. Qing Chuliang asked tentatively, Father. Then should we follow this time? Last year, when Li Zishuan promoted the planting of greenhouse vegetables in his fief, Old Cheng's and Old Qin's families also promoted it. Although there was a difference of half a month, their family's farmers earned a lot of money because of it. The Qing family also gained a good reputation for being benevolent. Now that Li Zishuan wanted to promote the planting of white stack flowers, should the Qing family follow? Qing Yaojin frowned and said, White stack flowers are not easy to grow. Since little Xian dares to promote it, he might have a better way to grow it. As for 70 to 80,000 strings of coins, TSK, the Qing family can't afford it. However, the Qing family only has 700 farmers, and a caddy of seeds per family is only 700 caddies. After pondering for a moment, Qing Yaojin gritted his teeth and said, Then we'll buy it. Chuliang, get Butler Liang to tell the barbarian merchants in Shi City to quickly find a way to get me 700 caddies of white stack flower seeds. Otherwise, I'll smash their shops. Li Zishuan needed a large amount of white stack flower seeds, so he could only find sea merchants. However, the Qing family only needed a few hundred caddies of seeds, so the barbarian merchants could find a way to get it themselves. In order to survive in Chang'an, these barbarian merchants would definitely find a way to get Old Qing so many seeds. Qing Chuliang quickly replied, Yes. Father. I'll go tell the butler now. Hey. Stop right there. Qing Yaojin suddenly said, Kid, you have to go back to the study and study. In a few months, Yanhuang College will be recruiting students. If you can't get in, I'll teach you a lesson. Qing Chuliang shrunk his neck and said bitterly, Yes. Father. What? Li Zishuan wants to plant white stack flowers on a large scale in Lantian County? Just after morning court, Li Er heard this piece of news, and it was even personally sent by Li Qingxian. Yes, Father. Not only have all the white stack flower seeds in Chang and city been bought by the Marquis of Yong, and, according to what I know, he even sent a merchant ship to Guangdong to buy white stack flower seeds from Nanyang sea merchants. According to the notice in Lantian County, he wants to buy at least 10,000 caddies of seeds. Li Qingxian bowed and said, 10,000 caddies? This kid is really extravagant. Li Er muttered and sighed. After a moment, he said to Li Qingxian, No matter what, this is a move that benefits the people. In so many years, this is the first time I've heard of someone planting so many white stack flowers to make clothes for the people. However, isn't this kid afraid that the harvest won't be good and there won't be any harvest? I've heard that it's hard for white stack flowers to survive. Li Qingxian revealed a worried expression and said, I'm also worried about this. Ever since white stack flowers were introduced into the Central Plains during the Qin and Han dynasties, it was only used as an ornamental flower because of its low survival rate. The Marquis of Yong and has good intentions in wanting to use white stack flowers to make clothes for the people, but I'm afraid that he won't even be able to recover the cost. After all, 70 to 80,000 strings of cash isn't a small sum. Li Er frowned and then said in relief, Haha. Qingxian, don't you know that kid's personality? He definitely won't do things that he isn't confident in. Last time, he was able to grow vegetables in the winter. This time, he can grow a large patch of white stack flowers in Lantian County. I don't find it strange at all. Li Qingxian's eyes lit up and said, Father is right. Perhaps the Marquis of Yong and has a better method of growing white stack flowers. Therefore, I would like to ask Father to allow me to leave the palace. I would like to go to Yunshan to investigate. If it's really as Father thinks, then the people of Tang Empire won't have to suffer from the cold in the winter. Li Er thought for a moment and waved his hand and said, N. Then you can go after lunch. Li Qingxian said happily, thank you, father. Marquis, Steward Fu sent someone to deliver a cart of farm tools. Pang Feiji came in to report when Li Zishuan had just finished his meal. N. It's done so quickly. Where are the things? Li Zishuan's eyes lit up as he quickly stood up and said. Marquis. It's just outside the door. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said. Han Yushi looked confused and said, Husband, what kind of farm tools made you so happy? Haha. New farm tools. Wife, you'll know when you follow your husband. Li Zishuan smiled and then pulled Han Yushi out of the house. Brother, wait for me. Lana wants to go too. Lana rushed out of the room and quickly followed. Outside the courtyard, Li Zishuan saw more than 10 hand-pressed nutrition bowls piled up in the open space in front of the door. They looked exactly like the slimmer version of the pusher used to make honeycomb briquettes. Husband? What's this thing used for? Why does it look so much like the one used to make honeycomb briquettes? Han Yushi looked at the hand-pressed nutrition bowls on the ground and suddenly asked curiously. Hee. Brother. How do you play with this? Li Zishuan was about to speak when Lana picked up a bowl as if she had gotten a new toy. Then, she looked at Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan shook his head and looked at Han Yushi. He smiled and said, Wife, aren't you curious about what this is used for? Let your husband demonstrate it to you. Feiji, have you prepared the soil that I asked you to prepare earlier? Pang Feiji pointed to a mound in the east and said, replying to Marquis. It's already prepared. It's over there. It's all dug from the vegetable fields at the foot of the mountain. It's very fertile. Hee. Looks like Changle and I came at the right time. Just in time for a good show. After Pang Feiji finished speaking, a young man's voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Who else could it be other than Li Qingxian? As for Changle, after hearing that Li Qingxian was coming to Cloud Mountain, she quickly asked Li Er for a chance to leave the palace and followed along. Greetings to your highness. Greetings to your highness. The servants and guards of the Li family had all seen Li Qingxian and Changle before, so they quickly bowed and greeted them. Li Zishuan, Han Yushi, and Lana also prepared to greet, but Li Qingxian waved his hand and said, no need to be so polite. Xiao Xian, you don't need to be so polite either. Then he excitedly walked in front of Li Zishuan and asked, Xiao Xian, these farming tools of yours should be related to the planting of the white stack flower, right? Since Li Zishuan did not allow them to greet, then Li Zishuan would not be so bored as to do something unnecessary. However, after hearing Li Qingxian's guess, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He then praised, Qingxian has good eyesight. You guessed right. This thing is indeed related to the planting of the white stack flower. Changle asked curiously, Brother Xiao Xian. What does this thing have to do with the white stack flower? Changle, look. Why does this thing look like it's used to make honeycomb briquettes? Li Zishuan laughed and said, haha. Let me demonstrate. Changle, you and Qingxian will know after seeing it. Chapter 1373. This thing is called a nutrient bowl. By stuffing fertile soil into it and pushing it out like I am doing, you will get cup-shaped mud cubes. These mud cubes are the nutrient bowls for the white stack flower seeds. If you press 2 seeds into the nutrient bowl, they will sprout in about 7 days. At the mound of soil next to the Yunshan residence, under the gaze of Li Qingxian, Changle, Han Yushi, and the others, Li Zishuan showed himself to explain. First, he poked the alms bowl with all his might into the mound of soil. After it was filled with soil, he stepped on the push rod, and the soil was pushed out in the shape of a cup. This was the nutrition bowl. Then, Li Zishuan took out 2 seeds and pressed them into the circular pit in the center of the nutrient bowl. The entire process was completed. Hee. This is fun. Brother, Lan, will help you. Seeing Li Zishuan easily make a cup-shaped mud cube, Lan Er's interest was immediately piqued. She excitedly rushed over to give it a try. Li Zishuan was speechless. You are just a little taller than the alms. How can you play with it? Go to the side and watch. Don't dirty your clothes. Lan pouted. Humph. I won't. Brother, you look down on me. Lan will make one for you to see. After saying that, the little girl imitated Li Zishuan's previous actions. She picked up the alms and poked it into the mound of dirt. Hee hee. This thing is indeed interesting. I will give it a try too. Perhaps the innocent Lan had awakened Li Qingxian's childish nature. This fellow also eagerly picked up the alms and walked towards the mound of dirt. Brother Crown Prince. Wait for me. Changle also wants to try. It was rare for Changle to come out, so she naturally wanted to play to her heart's content. She followed closely behind Li Qingxian with the alms and walked towards the mound of dirt with the alms. Your Highness, you can't. The leader of the Eastern Palace guards who followed Li Qingxian hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to stop him. Li Qingxian waved his hand and said, It's fine. I am just giving it a try. There is no danger. When the guard heard that, he did not continue to stop him. Brother Little Xian. Can you teach Changle one more time? Changle carried the alms bowl and walked to Li Zishuan's side, smiling sweetly. Looking at this bright and beautiful smile, how could Li Zishuan say no? He nodded helplessly and said, All right then. Qingxian, Changle, I'll demonstrate it to you again. First, push the alms bowl into the mound with all your strength. You must use all your strength, or else the soil won't be able to fill the alms bowl, and the nutrition bowl you push out will be incomplete. Bang bang bang. Li Zishuan, Changle, and Lan all followed Li Zishuan and poked the alms bowl into the mound. After a while, Li Zishuan continued, When you think it's about time, step on this push rod and push the dirt out. Yes, that's it. It might take some effort. Wow. I'm done. Brother Little Xian, take a look and see if this nutrition bowl is done correctly. Unexpectedly, Changle had finished it before Li Qingxian. The little girl held the freshly made nutrition bowl in her hands and came to Li Zishuan, asking excitedly. Very well done. The shape is very standard, and the soil is very sturdy. Li Zishuan nodded and praised. Hee hee. Thank you for your praise, Brother Little Xian. After receiving Li Zishuan's affirmation, Changle's beautiful little face instantly beamed like a flower. At this moment, Li Qingxian's first nutrition bowl was also completed. However, it was a failure with a bumpy bottom and an incomplete exterior. It was obvious that Li Qingxian did not use enough strength when filling the soil inside. Pfft. Qingxian, this is about the same level as Lan-er's. I think you have to find time to train, or else your body will only become weaker and weaker. Look at your physical strength now, it's not even as good as Changle's. Upon seeing this, Li Zishuan immediately teased. Li Qingxian immediately blushed and retorted, Little Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? I just didn't do it seriously just now. If you don't believe me, I'll make another one for you. As a man, he could not tolerate others saying that he was weak. In order to protect his dignity as a man, Li Qingxian resolutely began the second nutrition bowl's production. Bam, bam, bam. This time, Li Qingxian peeled with all his might. From the looks of it, he could not wait to crush the entire cloud mountain. With a clang, a flawless nutrition bowl was pushed out from the bowl-making device. Li Qingxian immediately said proudly, Hey! Little Xian. How was it? I told you that it was just a coincidence, right? After saying that, he could not help but secretly take 2 deep breaths. Speaking of which, he had been learning how to rule the country from Li Er all day long in the palace. He indeed lacked training. Li Zishuan saw through him but did not expose him. He did not refute him. Li Qingxian put down the bowl-making device and asked, Little Xian, you still haven't said why you want to plant the seeds in this nutrition bowl? This prince feels that it's more convenient to just directly bury the seeds in the ground. Hearing Li Qingxian's question, Changel also stopped what she was doing and shifted her gaze to Li Zixuan. Clearly, she had the same doubts as Li Qingxian. Li Zixuan muttered to himself for a moment and said, simply speaking, for the white dye seed to germinate, it needs sufficient nutrients, water and suitable temperature. If the seeds were directly buried in the ground, then there is a possibility that less than 1 in 10 will survive. This is because the nutrients in the ground might not be enough. Furthermore, the night is still a little cold. This is why the survival rate of the white dye seed is so low. Li Qingxian nodded his head as if he understood and then asked, Little Xian, the reason why this thing is called a nutrition bowl is because the nutrients in the soil are very sufficient, right? Li Zixuan nodded his head and praised, that's right. The nutrients in the nutrition bowl are indeed very sufficient. This is because the soil inside is the most fertile soil and can provide sufficient nutrients for the germination of the white dye seed. Secondly, once the seeds are planted, I will instruct people to put the seeds together with the nutrition bowl into the greenhouse. This way, it won't be frozen at night and the moisture in the soil won't evaporate too quickly. This way, not only will the survival rate of the seeds greatly increase, the germination time will also be greatly reduced. Once it germinates, it can be transplanted into the field along with the nutrition bowl. There were 2 advantages to using this method. First, it saved on seeds. This method only required less than a caddy of seeds to grow 1 mu of white stack seed. The other method, which was the most primitive method, required about 3 caddies of seeds to grow 1 mu of land. Second, it can increase the harvest. Because using this method, the seeds can absorb sufficient nutrients during the germination stage, so the buds will generally be thicker. In the end, for the same white dye seed, this method of growing white dye seed will increase the flower catkins by at least 30%. When Li Qingxian heard this, he widened his eyes in shock and said, before coming here, my imperial father guessed that Xiao Xian might have grasped an even more powerful planting method. I didn't expect it to be like this. According to Xiao Xian, this year's white dye seed harvest in Lantian County will definitely give everyone a huge surprise. Changel also nodded her head and said, Brother Xiao Xian, if your method is feasible, then it will completely solve the problem of the low survival rate of the white dye seed. In the future, the other provinces and counties in Great Tang can also follow this method. This way, the white dye seed will be popularized in Great Tang and become the 3rd most important crop after rice and wheat. When that time comes, the commoners really won't lack clothes to wear and won't suffer from the cold in winter. When she finished speaking, Changel's eyes sparkled as if she was looking at a hero. She looked at Li Zixuan with a face full of worship. Li Qingxian clapped his hands and said, that's right. Once there are more white dye seed, it will naturally not be as expensive as before. When that time comes, the commoners will be able to buy some white dye seed catkins to make cotton-padded clothes. Xiao Xian, if this method is successful, your merit will be immeasurable. Li Zixuan smiled faintly and said, whether it will succeed or not, we will only know after we try it. But the final effect will definitely not be too bad. After saying that, Li Zixuan distributed the alms bowl utensils that Faubert had sent over to the servants and guards to make the nutrition alms bowls. Of course, this labor was not free. The wages were added to their monthly allowance. Speaking of which, he now had 200 jin of white dye seed. If he planted all of them, he could plant at least 200 to 300 mu. Therefore, the servants and guards of the Li residence would be very busy this time. Xiao Xian, did you notice that Changel's physical strength is really much better than before? Li Zixuan called everyone into the house. Li Qingxian dragged Li Zixuan to the back. At this moment, he suddenly said sneakily. Li Zixuan looked carefully and saw that although Changel had personally made a few nutrition alms bowls, her complexion was still normal. Her face was not red, and her heart was not out of breath. Indeed, as Li Qingxian said, her physical strength was much better than before. He turned his head to look at Li Qingxian and joked, what? Qingxian, do you admit that your physical strength is not as good as Changel's? Generally, a weak body means a weak kidney. This kidney deficiency is not scary, but you have to pay attention to recuperation and exercise. Stop, stop, stop. Stop. Li Qingxian almost vomited blood. He hurriedly said, Xiao Xian, you are the one with a weak kidney. I'm talking to you about serious matters. Don't interrupt. Get to the point. Li Zishuan put away his smile and said seriously, Chang'e has my Taoist qi in her body now. Although she has not learned fighting moves, her physical strength is naturally much stronger than ordinary people. This is not surprising. A few months ago, Chang'e's qi disease flared up. Li Zishuan used his own qi to cure it. In addition, Chang'e usually practiced Tai Chi very seriously, so she had already cultivated qi. With Li Zishuan's help, she unexpectedly succeeded in drawing qi into her body. This was the main reason why her physical strength was much stronger than before. Li Qingxian suddenly understood, oh. So that's how it is. Xiao Xian, is internal qi really so miraculous? Li Zishuan glanced at him and said with a smile, miraculous or not, Qingxian, won't you know once you practice it? It can also cure your kidney deficiency. AI. Who has kidney deficiency? Who has kidney deficiency? Xiao Xian, stop right there. Li Qingxian said angrily. Chapter 1374. Li Qingxian and Chang'e stayed on Cloud Mountain for less than 2 hours before returning to the palace. After all, they could not leave the palace for too long. Li Zishuan called Pang Feiji over and said, Feiji, bring some men and call all the farmers in Lantian County over. When the time comes, bring them along and learn how to make the nutrition bowl. After they learn it, go back and teach it to the farmers in the village. After a while, the white fold seed flower will be planted. All the farmers who receive the seeds must use this method to plant the white fold seed flower. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said, yes. Marquis. After saying that, he brought a dozen personal guards and rode down Cloud Mountain. Not long after Pang Feiji left, a woman came to the courtyard of Cloud Mountain and said that she wanted to see Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan brought Han Yushi out to meet her. Only then did he know that this woman was Kushirqing's mother. She was here to send a message to Li Zishuan, saying that Kushirqing had already left for Bashu in the afternoon. Kushirqing's father, because he was worried, also followed along. Li Zishuan and Han Yushi comforted Kushirqing's mother, telling her that Kushirqing would be taken care of by Gao Shilian when he arrived there, so she did not have to worry. Kushirqing's mother stayed on Cloud Mountain for a while before leaving. Her back view looked very bleak. After all, her husband and son had gone far away, and might even encounter danger. Of course she was worried. Husband, you sent your students so far away, aren't you worried that they will encounter danger? Back in the house, Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan was stunned, then sighed and said, of course I'm worried, but what's the use of worrying? These children have to bear what they should bear. If they don't experience some things, they will never grow. Evening, Sweet Dew Hall. Li Zishuan really said that? Li Qingxian told Li Er everything he saw and heard on Cloud Mountain in the afternoon. Li Er could not hide his shock and asked Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian clasped his hands and said, absolutely true. Imperial Father, Li Zishuan personally said that if we use his nutrient bowl planting method, we can save at least 3 times the amount of seeds per mu, and the harvest can also increase by at least 30%. Hearing this, Li Er nodded his head. Although he did not show it on his face, his heart was in turmoil. If this method was really so magical, then that caddy of seeds would be able to harvest nearly 4 times the amount of white stack flower catkins. This wasn't a small improvement. It directly solved the key problem of the white stack flower's survival and low production. Let's let Li Zishuan give it a try first. If his method is successful, then the people of Great Tang will be able to afford to wear clothes made of white silk. This matter will end here. Qingxian, you don't need to worry about this. Yes. Father. Li Qingxian cupped his hands and said respectfully. At this moment, Zhao Song rushed in from outside the hall and bowed. Your Majesty. Something's wrong. Li Er's face turned solemn as he asked, "What's the matter?" Zhao Song replied, "Your Majesty, Tuli Khan has sent an envoy, requesting to surrender to Great Tang. The envoy has already been arranged to stay in the Honglu Temple's post house. They will pay respects to Your Majesty in the morning court tomorrow." What? Tuli sent an envoy to the court? Li Er's face suddenly changed. He asked in a deep voice, "What happened to the Turks? How dare Tuli openly rebel against Xieli and surrender to Great Tang?" Li Qingxian's face also became tense as he stared at Zhao Song without blinking. Zhao Song bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, according to the spies, at the beginning of this year, Xieli suddenly recruited soldiers from Tuli Khan. Due to Tuli Khan's failure in suppressing Shui Yantua, the Shi, and the Guis, he was imprisoned and whipped by Xieli Khan. Tuli Khan held a grudge, so he did not lend any soldiers to Xieli this time. When Xieli Khan heard the news, he was furious and directly sent troops to attack Tuli Khan. Tuli Khan's strength was not enough. Seeing that the royal court was in danger, he sent an envoy to Great Tang for help. Tuli's son, Ashina Heluo, is also in the envoy. Li Er's eyes flashed, and his expression gradually eased. He sighed softly and said, "The Turks are actually having internal strife? This is really a heaven-sent opportunity." Then, he looked at Zhao Song and ordered, "Tomorrow morning, let Tuli's envoy enter the court for an audience." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song responded, then said, "Your Majesty, today, a student from Yanhuang College left the capital and is heading to Bashu." Bashu? Li Er's heart skipped a beat, then he smiled and said, "This student is probably going to Bashu because of Li Zishuan's vanadium mine there, right? Don't worry about them. Li Zishuan's students are always able to surprise me. Last time, it was Meng Wenhao and Han Li. Let's see what kind of surprise this child can bring me this time." "Oh, right, immediately send someone to inform Li Zishuan to attend tomorrow's court." "Yes." Sigh. "Why do you think His Majesty wants me to attend court for no reason? TSK, doesn't he know that I live far away? I'll have to travel through the night again today." The next morning, before dawn, Li Zishuan was already dressed and washed up with Han Yushi's help. Although he wasn't sleepy, he had to leave before dawn. Li Zishuan couldn't help but grumble softly. Pfft. When Han Yushi heard that, she couldn't help but giggle. She helped Li Zishuan comb his hair and said with a smile, "Husband, other people have studied hard for decades in hopes of being able to enter the imperial court one day. But why do you look like you have a deep grudge when you hear that you have to attend morning court?" Li Zishuan pinched Han Yushi's fair fingers and said with a naughty smile, "What does the poem say?" "Oh, it's the harem of 3,000 beauties. From then on, the emperor won't attend morning court. As for your husband, he only needs you, my wife, so he's too lazy to attend morning court. How can those fame and fortune be more important than the wife in my arms? My wife, don't you think so?" Han Yushi's tender face turned red. She hurriedly shook off Li Zishuan's big hand and said angrily, "Husband, you're talking nonsense again. Don't move. Let me help you comb your hair quickly. Don't miss the time." Okay. I'll listen to my wife." Li Zishuan knew that Han Yushi couldn't resist teasing. After saying that, he was no longer naughty. At this time, Han Yushi suddenly said, "Husband, you should think of it this way. With your current rank and status, you should attend morning court every day. It's His Majesty who saw that you have multiple positions and that the Yunshan residence you live in is quite far from the imperial palace. That's why he specially allowed you to not attend morning court every day. So, you should be grateful to His Majesty." My wife's words make sense. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up and said with a smile, "If that's the case, then I have the motivation to attend morning court." Confucius was right. Behind every successful man, there's a good woman. Han Yushi patted Li Zishuan's back and said unhappily, "Husband, you're talking nonsense again. When did Confucius say that?" "Okay. Husband, your hair is done. Go and have some food." Otherwise, you'll definitely be hungry after standing in court for so long. Haha. My wife is so considerate. After coming out of the gentle home, Li Zixuan and Pang Feiji rode together and became a pair of brothers in distress. They held torches and rushed through the night. Oh, strictly speaking, this wasn't called the night road. Perhaps it should be called the dawn road, the last trace of darkness before dawn. Fortunately, the road from Yunshan to Chang'an had been paved with cement. Otherwise, no matter how good one's horsemanship was, they wouldn't dare to ride on the rugged mountain road like before. Otherwise, they would definitely fall into the ravines. After rushing for a while, they finally arrived at the east gate of Chang'an city before the city gates opened. The master and servant waited for less than a quarter of an hour outside the city gates before the city guards opened the gates. Li Zixuan and Pang Feiji hurriedly urged their horses to enter and then galloped towards the imperial palace. Yo! Xiao Xian, why are you here for morning court today? After entering the palace, they arrived at Taiji Hall. There were already many people gathered here, including Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong. Seeing Li Zixuan, this rare guest, Qing Yaojin walked over with a face full of surprise. He patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and laughed. Speaking of which, old Qing was able to come to court so early because of his bicycle. Qing Yaojin could be considered an expert in bicycles now. He could even ride a bicycle with one hand. Sometimes, he could even use both hands to leave the handlebars. What's more, when Qing Yaojin rode his bicycle, it was even more ferocious than when he rode a horse. Everyone was afraid of him. Actually, he was not the only one who rode a bicycle. Among the civil and military officials, those who were slightly wealthier had almost all bought bicycles. After all, bicycles were faster and more convenient than horse carriages. They could go wherever they wanted with just a pedal. Moreover, they did not have to feed the horses. It was worth mentioning that the palace was also keeping up with the times. They had specially built a parking lot outside the palace gates for the officials. When Li Zixuan found out about this, he felt a sense of accomplishment and was overjoyed for a long time. This was because he had brought a little change to this era. Good morning, Uncle Cheng. Li Zixuan greeted Qing Yaojin and replied, yesterday, His Majesty sent someone to Yunshan to inform me that I must attend today's court meeting. I dare not come. Oh. His Majesty sent someone to inform you? Qing Yaojin's eyes flashed and his expression became serious as he asked. Li Zixuan nodded and said, yes. Oh, right, Uncle Cheng, did something big happen in the court these 2 days? Is that why His Majesty asked me to come? Can you tell me what happened in the imperial court? Qing Yaojin hesitated and said, it's both a good and bad thing. Sigh, you'd better ask second brother Qin. Li Zixuan was baffled. He turned to look at Qin Xiong and asked, Uncle Qin, what happened? Why is Uncle Qing being so secretive? Qin Xiong sighed deeply and said, Shili Khan sent troops to attack Tuli. Tuli came as an envoy and asked Tang Empire to send troops to help. He is also willing to surrender to Tang Empire. Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard this. He was puzzled and said, then isn't this a good thing? Why does Uncle Cheng say that it's both a good and bad thing? Chapter 1375. Little Xian, this Tuli Khagan is the son of Shibi Khagan, known as the Little Khagan of the Eastern Turks. But his Khagan title is just a title, and his strength is not strong. The power has always been in the hands of his father and uncle. In the second year of Wuda, Shibi Khagan died of illness. The one who took the throne was not Tuli, but Tuli's uncle Silafoshi, Chuluo Khagan. In the fourth year of Wuda, Chuluo Khagan died, and Tuli's other uncle took the throne aggressively. He is the current Shili Khagan. Shili appointed Tuli as the Little Khagan, in charge of the Khitan, Swanni, and other departments. Because Tuli Khagan did not have a fixed tax on his subordinates resented him. Because of this, many tribes submitted to the Great Tang, such as Shui-Intua, Shi, and Swanni. Shili Khagan sent Tuli Khagan to suppress these tribes. Tuli Khagan was defeated, and his soldiers were scattered in disorder. It is said that Shili Kaghan was furious and imprisoned him, whipping him for a long time before releasing him. Tuli suffered such a great humiliation, so he naturally harbored a grudge against Shili. From then on, the uncle and nephew of the Eastern Turks entered a state of open strife and covert struggle. Tuli suddenly sent an envoy to the court to beg for peace. He must be unable to withstand Shili's offensive and wants the Great Tang to send troops to help him out of the siege. But in this situation, if my Great Tang were to rashly dispatch soldiers, it would be tantamount to declaring a full-scale war with Shili. The Eastern Turks are currently at the height of their national strength, possessing 1 million soldiers. If the Great Tang wanted to declare a full-scale war with them and win, how could it be so easy? We must make sufficient preparations before we can start this war. Otherwise, defeat is certain. But there is not much time left for the Great Tang. Today, Tuli sent an envoy to the court, proving that his forces can no longer withstand Shili Kaghan's attack. Being destroyed and annexed is only a matter of time. And the Great Tang cannot sit by and watch Tuli be annexed like this. Otherwise, Shili will become even stronger. So, it is difficult. Very difficult. Let's see what decision His Majesty will make today. In front of the Taiji Palace, Qin Xiong estimated that there was still some time before the court, so he told Li Zishuan about Tuli's envoy. Oh. I see. After hearing this, Li Zishuan finally had a rough understanding of the current situation of the Eastern Turks. To be honest, before this, he didn't even know who Tuli Khan was or which faction he belonged to. He only knew Shili Khan. There was nothing he could do about it. Who asked this guy to be so famous? Now that he heard Qin Xiong's explanation, he had a good grasp of the current situation. The Eastern Turks were in internal strife, but the Great Tang was still not ready to go to war with them. As for Tuli Khan, in front of Shili Khan, he was but a small grasshopper, unable to resist for long. Morning Court. All civil and military officials enter the court for an audience. At this moment, an old eunuch stood on the steps and shouted in a high-pitched voice. The civil and military officials at the foot of the steps immediately fell silent. They straightened their clothes, hugged their tablets, and walked up the steps toward Taiji Palace. Entering the Taiji Palace, after a round of greeting, a Turk stepped out from the crowd and bowed to Li Er. His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang, Shili Khan has disregarded my late Khan's feelings, disregarded the relationship between uncle and nephew, and openly sent troops to attack my father Khan. I beseech His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang to send troops to aid my father Khan. Ashina Ilhand will be staying in Cheng and as a hostage. Hearing this, the civil and military officials looked at each other in dismay. Li Er asked in a deep voice, "You are Tuli Khan's second son?" The Turk cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, this one is indeed my father's son. I have come to the Great Tang to request assistance and surrender. In order to express my father's sincerity, Ashina Heluo is willing to remain in Cheng, and as a hostage to express my father's sincerity in surrendering to the Great Tang." Sending a son into the court as a hostage. All the civil and military officials sucked in a mouthful of cold air, thinking that Tuli was really going all out this time. At the same time, this also meant that Tuli Khan had been forced into a corner by Shili. Otherwise, he wouldn't have staked everything and wholeheartedly submitted to the Great Tang. After a moment of silence in the hall, Li Er said, "Since I ascended the throne, I have ruled the country with benevolence and righteousness, and I have treated my friends well. Ashina Heluo, you don't have to mention the matter of a hostage again. My Great Tang doesn't need anyone as a hostage. This is really detrimental to my Huaxia's prestige. Furthermore, I have some friendship with Tuli in the past. How can I take advantage of this and take his son as a hostage?" Speaking of which, Ashina Heluo was also a straightforward person. How could he say, "I am here to be your hostage," in front of the emperor? Normally, this kind of thing was tacitly understood, and no one would directly say it. Old Li was the ruler of Huaxia, so how could he not care about his face? However, Li Er saying that he had some friendship with Tuli Khan was also true. In the 7th year of Wuda, the Turkic Great Khan Shili Khan and Tuli Khan gathered all their forces and invaded the Great Tang's borders. At that time, the Great Tang Emperor Li Yuan sent Li Er out to defend against the Turks on the 21st day of the 7th month. On the 12th day of the 8th month, the two sides clashed at Wulongban, which was known in history as the Battle of Wulongban. Li Shimin used the strategy of sowing discord, working together with Tuli Khan to drive a wedge between Shili Khan and Tuli Khan, and became sworn brothers with Tuli Khan, causing the Turks to retreat. It did not matter whether Li Er and Tuli's friendship was due to the situation, or whether it was feigning civility, or because of benefits, or whether it was sincere friendship, but in the end the two of them became sworn brothers. It was an indisputable fact. Although this kind of thing sounded inconceivable to other people. Hearing Li Er's words, Ashina Heluo was first stunned, and then he immediately wanted to refute. After all, when he left the Turks, his father had instructed him to do so. He had to complete the task his father had given him. Who knew that Li Er seemed to know what he was going to say next and spoke first. Ashina Heluo, you don't need to say anything more. We will not take you as a hostage. However, if you like the prosperity of Chang, and want to stay in Chang, and for a while, we naturally have no reason to refuse. Ashina Heluo's wooden brain finally reacted at this moment. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks to the Great Tang Emperor for taking me in. Ashina Heluo is willing to stay in Chang and for a while. I only hope that the Great Tang Emperor can send troops to rescue my father. When the time comes, my father will definitely remember your Majesty's kindness and lead his troops to surrender to the Great Tang Empire, joining the court and submitting to your Majesty." Li Er's eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, "In the past, the Turks had internal strife and relied on the power of the Sui dynasty to stabilize. However, Shili Khan did not know how to cherish the situation left behind by his ancestors. Instead, he relied on his own strength to indulge his own desires. He was licentious and tyrannical, and his uncle and nephew killed each other. This is truly against the laws of nature. However, sending troops to the Turks is a matter of great importance. We need to discuss it with the court officials before we can make a decision. Ashina Heluo, you have traveled a long way from the Turks and must be exhausted. Why don't you return to the inn and rest for a while? After we have discussed with the court officials, we will send someone to inform you." Hearing this, Ashina Heluo thought seriously before finally cupping his fists and saying, "Yes, Your Majesty." Ashina Heluo will take his leave. After that, he clenched his fists in front of his chest and bowed to Li Er. Then, he brought the two Turk emissaries and left the hall. After Ashina Heluo left, Li Er's eyes darkened as he looked at the court officials and asked, "Dear officials, do you think that our Tang Empire should send troops to aid Tuli?" Regarding Tuli's request for help, Li Er himself was both happy and fearful. He was happy that the internal strife of the Eastern Turks had caused the Tang Empire's northwest border to have a rare moment of peace. However, he was fearful that if Tuli was destroyed and Shili became the sole ruler, then it would be difficult for the Tang Empire to destroy the Turks in the future. The court officials were silent for a long time. Finally, Zhang Sun Wuji could not help but step out and say, "Your Majesty, this old official thinks that it is not suitable to send troops now. 2 years ago, our Tang Empire had just signed an agreement with Shili not to attack each other. Now, without Shili Khan's invasion, if we were to go back on our word and send troops, not only would it be a waste of manpower and resources, but it would also not be the army of a king." Hearing this, Li Er's face instantly fell. Indeed, the Wei River alliance back then was the biggest obstacle for him to send troops to the Turks. The Tang Empire, as a dynasty in the Central Plains and a country of etiquette, had to have a reason for doing things. They could not be like the Turks, who could fight whoever they wanted to fight. Even if they killed their brothers, no one would blame them. The Tang Empire was particular about sending troops with a reason. Most of the court officials would not allow Li Er to do something as treacherous as going against the agreement. Duke Zhao is right, it is indeed not suitable to send troops now. This old official agrees. This official agrees. After Zhang Sun Wuji said that, there were immediately voices of agreement in the court. Humph. Bullsh *T. Bullsh *T. What bullsh *t agreement? Let me, old Cheng, ask all of you, if Shili is free now and has sufficient provisions, do you think he will care about the agreement back then? Will he send troops to invade our Tang Empire? Although Qing Yaojin also knew that now was not the best time for the Tang Empire to send troops, but seeing so many officials talking about the Wei River Alliance back then, he could not help but stand up and scold. The Wei River Alliance was not only the shame of Li Er's life, it was also the shame of Qing Yaojin's life. Humph. Duke Lu, why are you spouting such vulgar words in the court? Furthermore, our Tang Empire is a country of etiquette and etiquette. When we go to war, we have a reason for sending troops. How can this be a game? Zhang Sun Wuji pulled a long face and reprimanded Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin immediately snorted and said, bullsh *t, sending troops with a reason. According to what you said, we can only wait for that brat Shili to bring troops to Chang and city before we can retaliate? Qing Jijia, don't be unreasonable in the imperial court. Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes were dark as he said coldly. Your Majesty, this old official thinks that although Duke Lu's words are vulgar, they are not without reason. At this moment, someone from the court officials' camp actually stood up and spoke for Qing Yaojin. It was Du Ruhui. Chapter 1376. Oh. Minister Du also thinks that I should send troops to attack Shili. Inside the Taiji Palace. Du Ruhui walked out of the crowd. Li Er's eyes lit up as he asked with a smile. Li Er knew better than anyone that the Tang Empire was not ready for a full-scale war with the Turks. But it was one thing to not be ready and another to not dare to fight. As long as the decision was made to fight, the entire Tang Empire would take action and prepare for war very quickly. Du Ruhui cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I think what High Duke Lu said is reasonable. The Tang Empire does not need to be honest with Shili because he will violate the treaty sooner or later. Now that the Turks are in chaos, it is the best time to attack. Moreover, attacking countries with civil strife has been the custom since ancient times. The Tang Empire cannot be timid because of the treaty and miss the opportunity. Fong Mao Du Duan lived up to his name. Du Ruhui had sharp eyes and directly asserted that the treaty was a piece of waste paper in the eyes of the Turks. As soon as Du Ruhui finished speaking, Qing Yaojin immediately said excitedly, Hee hee. Old Du, in the past, old Qing, didn't realize that you were also a tough nut to crack. I, old Qing, cherish you. Hee hee. Today, I, old Qing, would like to apologize to you for my blind eyes. When you get better, old Qing, would like to treat you to a drink. After saying that, he patted Du Ruhui's shoulder gently, looking very intimate, as if they were good brothers who had known each other for many years. Du Ruhui's mouth twitched slightly and then moved 2 steps to the side imperceptibly to keep a safe distance from Qing Yaojin. Then, he cupped his hands and said expressionlessly, High Duke Lu, I am just talking about the matter. It has nothing to do with personal friendship. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Hey. Good. 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 I conduct myself with dignity. Qing Yaojin was rebuffed. He could only rub his nose and laugh dryly before returning to his original position. This was just a small episode. At this time, seeing that Qing Yaojin was no longer making a fuss, Fang Xianling stepped out from the crowd and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, I think that Kemming's words are reasonable. Now that the Turks are in internal strife, it is a heaven-sent opportunity for the Tang Empire. When Shili's army was at the city gate, the reason why he signed the treaty with the Tang Empire was that he could not figure out the real situation of Chang and did not dare to attack the city rashly. He definitely did not want to be friends with the Tang Empire forever. The Turkic foreigners have been eyeing our central plains for many years. Once they are ready or our Great Tang falls into internal strife, they will definitely disregard the treaty and attack the Great Tang. Therefore, instead of waiting for Shili to attack us, it would be better to immediately organize our forces and attack Shili. Right now, our Great Tang has many soldiers and generals, we have sufficient provisions and fodder. After 3-4 months of serious preparation, we will definitely have the strength to fight Xieli. Otherwise, when the Tuli Kaghan is destroyed and Xieli's clan becomes the strongest, when my great Tang attacks Xieli again, who knows how many of our men will die? Li Er nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Kong Ingda stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I think this is inappropriate. The Great Tang is the highest country in the Celestial Empire, a country of etiquette and propriety. How can we commit such a treacherous act? Even if Xieli secretly harbors evil intentions, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack and doesn't violate the treaty, then we can't rashly attack. Otherwise, where is the prestige of the imperial court? Where is your Majesty's propriety? In the future, who will believe the promises of our great Tang?" Zhang Sun Wuji also clasped his hands and said, "Chancellor Kong is right. Since the great Tang is a country of gentlemen, it must have the demeanor of a gentleman. This time, if we attack first, although we can win the initiative, we will also be spurned by the world. At that time, the righteous army will become an unreasonable army, and the other neighboring countries will no longer believe in the promises of our great Tang. To the great Tang, the gains won't make up for the losses. Moreover, even if we don't attack the Turkic Kaghanate now, we can also secretly make preparations, recruit troops, and store up provisions. Once the Turkic Kaghanates break the treaty or do something that violates the treaty, it won't be too late for us to attack them then. Even if the Tuli Kaghan is destroyed and Xieli's clan becomes the strongest, we have sufficient preparations and may not lose to them." Buzz. I second the motion. The great Tang cannot lose its face. Your Majesty's propriety cannot be lost. The imperial court can secretly mobilize troops, but we definitely cannot take the initiative to break the treaty. Minister of Revenue Xiao Yu stepped forward and clasped his hands. I second the motion. After Kong Ingda and Zhang Sun Wuji finished speaking, the civil and military officials in the imperial court seemed to have woken up from a dream, and more officials voiced their agreement. Qing Yao Jin, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui seemed to be a little weak and helpless. This point had nothing to do with factional struggles. In the early days of the Tang dynasty, there were basically no factional struggles in the imperial court. The reason why these officials didn't agree with the imperial court sending troops wasn't because they wanted to stand on the same side as Zhang Sun Wuji, but because what Zhang Sun Wuji and Kong Ingda said made sense. A country's promise. If the great Tang went back on its word, it could gain a little advantage in the war against the Turks, but it would lose the country's prestige. This was something that couldn't be made up for. Li Zishuan, who was in the civil official camp, couldn't help but frown. Although he was also in the pro-war camp, he had to admit that what Zhang Sun Wuji and Kong Ingda said made sense. As a country in the Central Plains, they naturally had to pay attention to the country's prestige and couldn't go back on their words. Otherwise, if they lost their prestige and caused other countries to no longer believe in the Great Tang, this loss would be too great. After all, although the Great Tang was strong now, it wasn't strong enough to contend against all the countries in the world and didn't need any allies. How could Li Er, who was sitting high above, not see the current situation in the imperial court? He knew that the Great Tang couldn't send troops to reinforce Tuli in the current situation. He frowned and pondered for a long time. Just as he was about to announce that they wouldn't send troops, a guard ran in from outside and bowed with cupped fists. Reporting. Your Majesty, the envoy sent by the Khitan chieftain has arrived outside the palace. At the same time, the envoy sent by Khan Xieli has also arrived. The moment he finished speaking, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court were dumbfounded. What? The Khitans and Khan Xieli have both sent envoys? What are they trying to do? What is Xieli trying to do? A few minutes ago, Tuli's son and the envoy had just left the imperial palace. But now, the Khitan tribe under Tuli's jurisdiction and Tuli's sworn enemy, Khan Xieli, had both sent envoys. The morning court of the Great Tang had never been as lively as it was today. In truth, it wasn't just the officials who were dumbfounded. Li Er, who was sitting on the dragon throne, was also somewhat dumbfounded. Old Li closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he ordered, "Let the Khitan envoy come in and see us." Understood. The guard cupped his fists in acknowledgement and then turned to leave Taiji Palace. Not long after, the guard led 3 Turks into Taiji Palace. When the 3 saw Li Er, they respectfully bowed to him like a Han. The leader of the Khitan tribe spoke in a clear voice with a broken Han accent. Chimi Liangwu of the Khitan tribe pays respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang. Dispense with the formalities. Li Er waved his hand and asked directly, why has the Khitan tribal chief Pyre and the others come to the court? Chimi Liangwu bowed and said, replying to His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang, Chimi Liangwu is here on behalf of our tribal chief to express our loyalty to the Great Tang court. Our tribal chief has already led his tribe from Yunzhou into the Great Tang several days ago and is now rushing toward Chang'an. He hopes that your Majesty can take in the Khitan tribe. The entire Khitan tribe is willing to pledge their loyalty to your Majesty. After Khan Shieli, the Khitan tribe of the Eastern Turks was also going to submit to the Great Tang? Everyone in the main hall widened their eyes and exclaimed inwardly in disbelief. In one day, 2 major factions of the Eastern Turks were going to submit to the Great Tang. Was the Turks really divided to such an extent? Li Er did not let the joy get to his head. His eyes darkened as he barked, the Khitan tribe can be considered a fairly strong tribe among the Eastern Turks. Why is your Khitan tribal chief leading his tribe to submit to the Great Tang for no reason? Chimi Liangwu hurriedly said, replying to His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang, the Khitan tribe was originally under the jurisdiction of Khan Shieli, but this year, the conflict between Khan Shieli and Khan Shieli has been deepening day by day. Recently, they have even clashed with each other. Khan Shieli ordered my tribe to attack Khan Shieli, but my Khitan tribal chief was once greatly indebted to Khan Shibi, so how could I harm his descendant? Thus, my tribal chief did not accept the order, but to prevent Khan Shieli from sending his troops for revenge, he could only bring all his tribe to submit to the Great Tang. We implore your Majesty to take in the Khitan tribe. Buzz. Everyone in the imperial court was pleasantly surprised. The strength of the Khitan tribe was not ordinary. Their tribal chief had led his tribe to submit to the Great Tang, weakening the strength of the Eastern Turks and indirectly increasing the strength of the Great Tang. For such a good thing to happen, it could only be said that the heavens were protecting the Great Tang. So that's how it is. Understanding dawned on Li Er. After pondering for a moment, he sighed and said, your tribal chief can also be considered a righteous person. Since Shili cannot tolerate you, then as the Emperor of the Great Tang, I welcome you to submit to the Great Tang. I will immediately send troops and horses to receive the chief of your tribe. No one objected to Li Er's decision. After all, it would be a waste to reject a surrendered army that had delivered itself to their doorstep. Chimi Liangwu was overjoyed. Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang. Li Er nodded in satisfaction and said, all of you must be tired from the journey. Return to the post house to rest first. I will immediately send men to receive your tribal chief in a moment. Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang. Chimi Liangwu will take his leave. Chimi Liangwu bowed and then left the hall. Li Er narrowed his eyes and ordered, summon Shieli's envoy into the hall. Summon Shieli's envoy for an audience. Summon Shieli's envoy for an audience. The eunuchs passed on Li Er's decree one by one. Not long after, a burly Turkic man walked into the hall with 2 Turkic men of medium stature. Before that burly Turkic man could announce his identity, Li Er couldn't help but exclaim, "It's you?" Chapter 1377. Inside the Taiji Palace, seeing the burly man leading the Turkic envoys, not only did Li Er look surprised, but many of the officials in the palace also lowered their heads in discussion. "Your subject Ashina Simo greets your majesty." The burly man leading the Turkic envoys bowed to Li Er. The 2 Turks behind him raised their fists and bowed to the burly man, but they didn't say anything. They probably didn't know how to speak the Han language. "Your subject?" Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. When Ashina Simo walked into the main hall, he noticed the abnormalities of the surrounding officials. Now that he heard Ashina Simo calling himself a subject to Li Er, the doubt in his heart deepened. After all, Ashina Simo was an outsider. How could he call himself a subject to the Emperor of Great Tang? As he was on the side of the civil officials, he wasn't familiar with most of the people around him. He was familiar with Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji, but these three were already standing at the front talking to Li Er. Thus, he could only suppress the doubts in his heart and quietly watch the situation develop. Haha. Simo, there's no need to be so polite. Quickly rise. Li Er, who was sitting on the dragon throne, said amiably. His attitude was obviously different from when he met the Tuli and Khitan envoys. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ashina Simo straightened his body. Li Er asked, General Simo, is there a matter for you to meet me today? Your Majesty, a few days ago, the Great Khan discovered that the Khitan chieftain was bold and dared to lead his troops to defect from the Turks and defect to Great Tang. He specially ordered Ashina Simo to come to Chang and ask for the Khitan chieftain from Your Majesty. Ashina Simo bowed and replied. Li Er narrowed his eyes, and his voice immediately became cold. He said indifferently, the Khitan tribe has always been under Shili's jurisdiction. I have never seen him before. How can I hand him over to you? Ashina Simo said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, the envoy at the palace gate just now is from the Khitan tribe. The Khitan chieftain and his tribe are definitely rushing to Chang'an. At that time, Your Majesty only needs to send someone to capture him and hand him over to me. The Great Khan will definitely reward you handsomely. Li Er's face darkened, and he said in an unfriendly tone, impudent. Ashina Simo, are you ordering me? I wouldn't dare. Ashina Simo hurriedly bowed and said, Your Majesty, this subject is only here to bring back the Khitan tribe. I have no intention of offending you. But Your Majesty, you seem to have the intention of protecting the Khitan tribe. This subject will remind Your Majesty that you must not forget the treaty from back then. The Turks and the Great Tang have a friendly treaty of non-aggression against each other. Now that the Khitan tribe has defected to the Great Tang, if Your Majesty can hand them over to this subject and bring them back, the friendship between the Great Tang and the Turks will definitely last for countless generations. The Great Khan will also remember Your Majesty's benevolence and generously reward Your Majesty. How dare you? As soon as Ashina Simo's voice fell, Qing Yao Jin could no longer remain calm. The old man jumped out from behind and pointed at Ashina Simo's nose as he scolded. Bastard, how dare you criticize His Majesty? His Majesty treats you with courtesy today only because of the previous emperor's high regard for you and the past friendship. You actually don't know what's good for you, offending your superiors and threatening His Majesty? Humph. If you have the guts, then come out and have a good fight with me, old Sheng. Ashina Simo frowned and said, High Duke Lu, Ashina Simo did not threaten His Majesty. I only want to complete the mission given by the Great Khan and promote the eternal friendship between the Turks and the Great Tang. If I have offended you, I hope Your Majesty and High Duke Lu can forgive me. Qing Yao Jin glared at Oxai and said angrily, Humph. Don't use Khan Shili to pressure this old man. I, old Sheng, am not afraid of him. Enough. Ji Jia. Go down. Quarreling in the imperial court, what a scandal. Li Er, who was sitting high above, frowned and scolded. Yes. Unwillingly, Qing Yao Jin immediately stopped and retreated. Li Er looked at Ashina Simo and said in a deep voice, We indeed have a non-aggression treaty with Xieli. The Khitan tribe is in the Turks and we can't do anything about it. But now that they have surrendered to the Great Tang, they are our people. We will not hand our people over to other countries, much less to Xieli. So, Ashina Simo, you should go back. Ashina Simo still clasped his hands and said unwillingly, Your Majesty, if you can hand over the Khitan tribe to me, the Great Khan is willing to use Liang Shidu in exchange. Your Majesty, please reconsider. How can a mere Khitan tribe be compared to the eternal friendship between the Turks and the Great Tang? Liang Shidu. Everyone in the imperial court was first stunned, then they burst into an uproar. Many of the officials and generals were tempted by the news. Li Zishuan was also tempted, because he had heard of Liang Shidu before. Liang Shidu was originally a general in the Sui dynasty's Yingyang prefecture. At the end of the Sui dynasty, he was removed from his position and returned to his hometown. Later on, he took advantage of the chaos in the world to rebel and take control of the Shuafang. Later on, Liang Shidu officially declared himself emperor and submitted to the Turks. He was conferred the title of Magnanimous Vijay Khan and Son of Heaven. Later on, with the support of the Turks, Liang Shidu attacked the Great Tang several times, but he was defeated by the Great Tang army, and his power declined day by day. Especially after the Tang dynasty destroyed the other separatist factions, Liang Shidu was in even more danger. Thus, Liang Shidu decided to rely on the Turks, relying on them to prolong his feeble existence. Because the Eastern Turks were very strong at the start of the Tang dynasty, after the Tang dynasty destroyed most of the separatist factions, they decided to rest and recover their strength. When they could defeat the Eastern Turks, they would deal with Liang Shidu. Thus, Liang Shidu was able to survive under the protection of the Eastern Turks for more than a decade, and he was the longest-lasting separatist faction at the end of the Sui dynasty. Today, in order to capture the Khitan tribe members who had betrayed him, Shili was actually willing to use Liang Shidu in exchange. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed as he thought of a plan. Li Er, who was sitting on the seat of honor, was obviously shocked by Ashina Simo's words, but he quickly reacted and directly refused. It's not a big deal. Impossible. No matter what conditions Shili gives, I will not hand over the people who submitted to the Great Tang. The Great Tang is a country of nobles and will not do such despicable things. Thus, Ashina Simo, you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Li Er was not stupid. Although he also wanted to get rid of Liang Shidu, he would not use the Khitan tribe in exchange. Otherwise, who would dare to submit to the Great Tang in the future? Li Er would definitely not do such a thing that damaged the prestige of the country. When the officials heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, they all understood the current situation very well. Ashina Simo's eyes darkened, and after a moment, he unhappily clasped his hands and said, "Since that is the case, this official will take his leave. After returning, this official will report to the Great Khan. I hope that your Majesty will not regret today's decision." "Humph. I have never regretted it. Men, send Ashina Simo out of the palace." Li Er angrily snorted and said. If not for the fact that the two countries were at war and envoys were not killed, he would definitely have someone punish this rude fellow. Ashina Simo glanced at Li Er, and then led his followers out of the hall. The hall fell into silence once more. This was because the situation was getting more and more complicated. Li Er had rejected Ashina Simo's request. After returning, Shili Khan would definitely be furious. Everyone could foresee that an all-out war between the Great Tang and the Turks would soon come. "Your Majesty," Shili's request was rejected, and he will definitely be furious. This old official estimates that after he finishes dealing with Tuli Khan, he will definitely organize the army to take revenge for today. Thus, even if we do not take the initiative to send out troops, we still need to make preparations as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be difficult to stop the Turks' wolf cavalry. Great Tang's war god Li Jing stepped forward and bowed to Li Er. This official agrees with the medicine master's words. Since your Majesty has rejected Shili today, we must make preparations early. Whether to attack or defend, your Majesty, please make an early decision. Su Maogong of the past and Li Ji of the present also stepped forward and bowed. This official agrees. Your Majesty, please make an early decision. Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other officials also bowed. Li Er nodded, and then he said, "My beloved officials are extremely correct. Although the Great Tang and the Turks have an alliance, the Turks' ambitions are known to all. It is only a matter of time before they break the alliance. However, our Great Tang, as the Celestial Empire and a nation of gentlemen, cannot commit such a treacherous act. Thus, we have decided to postpone sending out troops. However, the generals of the various camps of the capital's 16 guards need to urge the soldiers to prepare for war and strengthen their training. The Ministry of Works, Ministry of Revenue, and Ministry of Works need to prepare weapons, armor, war horses, and provisions. Once the Turks violate the alliance, we will immediately send out troops to capture Shelley alive. In the face of a national crisis, all officials must do their best. This official obeys Your Majesty. The civil and military officials all bowed and accepted the order. Li Er nodded and was about to say, "If there is something to report, please report." If there is nothing, the court is dismissed. Unexpectedly, Li Zishuan stepped forward. "Your Majesty, this official has a plan to deal with the Turks." Li Zishuan, dressed in a purple robe, stood proudly at the bottom of the hall, looking as if he had a card up his sleeve. He was truly elegant and had an outstanding temperament. Many officials praised him in their hearts. The main thing was that this fellow had a good appearance. "Oh, Marquis Yong, what plan do you have? Quickly tell me." Li Er's eyes lit up as he asked expectantly. The reason he had called Li Zishuan to the morning court was mainly to let Li Zishuan participate in the affairs between the Great Tang and the Turks. After all, when they attacked the Turks in the future, he still wanted Li Zishuan to contribute his strength. He did not expect Li Zishuan to have his own opinion on the current situation between the Great Tang and the Turks. When Ashina Simo left the hall, Li Zishuan had already been brewing a plan in his heart. At this moment, he had a card up his sleeve. Hearing Li Er's words, he clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this official suggests that we immediately send troops to attack Liang Shidu to get rid of the last obstacle in the Great Tang." Hearing this, Li Er was slightly disappointed and said, "Send troops to Liang Shidu? What does this have to do with the Turks?" Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, this time, the Turks sent an envoy to exchange Liang Shidu for the Khitan division. It is clear that the Turks are in a state of chaos and are unable to protect Liang Shidu. Why don't we take this opportunity to take him down?" Back then, Liang Shidu gathered troops to occupy the Liang Shidu and established a country on his own, causing the Liang Shidu land to become a natural barrier between the Great Tang and the Turks. This time, if we send troops to the Liang Shidu land, he will definitely ask for help from Shelley. Shelley cannot bear to lose this barrier and will definitely send troops to help. Once Shelley sends troops to help Liang Shidu and fight with the Great Tang army, he will have violated the alliance agreement from back then. This will undoubtedly give Your Majesty a reason to send troops to the Turks. Since he violated the alliance agreement first, why can't we take the initiative to attack the Turks? Therefore, the symbolic meaning of this battle is far greater than its practical meaning. It is not as simple as obtaining territory. Because during this battle, once the Eastern Turks rescue Liang Shidu, it will directly give our Great Tang a reason to attack the Turks. If Shelley sees through our plan and does not rescue Liang Shidu, it is also fine. Being able to get rid of the separatist forces that have occupied the Liang Shidu land for many years will also be beneficial to maintaining the stability of our Great Tang's rear. Coincidentally, we can also train our troops in advance for sending troops to the Turks in the future. Therefore, once this plan is out, no matter how Shelley responds, we will be in an invincible position. In the hall, Li Zishuan spoke with fervor and assurance. A perfect plan to deal with Shelley Khan was narrated from his mouth. The more the civil and military officials listened, the brighter their eyes were. Li Er was also pleasantly surprised and nodded repeatedly. When Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Er could not help but pat the table and exclaim, "Good! Good! Good plan! Dear officials, do you think that the Marquis of Yong'an's plan is feasible?" Qing Yao Jin immediately walked forward and said with a smile, "Hee hee. Your Majesty, this old official thinks that the Marquis of Yong'an's plan is very feasible. Liang Shidu, that old man has occupied the Liang Shidu land for so many years, he should have scrammed out of our Great Tang long ago. If Your Majesty fights, I, Qing Jijia, am willing to lead troops to take Liang Shidu's head." Speaking of which, as long as there was a battle, this old fellow would be excited. Previously, he did not even have enough fun fighting Guangqing County. Now that he was going to fight Liang Shidu, he was even more excited. Furthermore, he also felt that the plan proposed by Li Zishuan was very reliable. Qin Xiong also walked forward and clasped his fist, "Your Majesty, this old official thinks that the Marquis of Yong'an's plan is feasible. Even if we cannot force out the Turks' reinforcements, we can still reclaim the Liang Shidu land and completely unify the Central Plains. Li Jing also spoke at this time. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong'an's plan is brilliant. To us, we can attack or retreat, but to Xieli, it is a dilemma. This official also thinks that this plan is feasible. This official concurs. Li Zishuan's plan would not allow the Great Tang to bear the infamy of treachery, and it would also allow the Great Tang to take the initiative in the confrontation with the Turks. It satisfied both the desire of the peace-loving faction and the demands of the war-loving faction. Which of the officials dared to disagree? Those who did not agree could only be spies who were in cahoots with the Turks. Thus, when Great Tang's military god expressed his opinion, it instantly had a decisive effect. The civil and military officials all expressed their agreement. Li Erlong was overjoyed and said, "Good. Since that is the case, then it is decided." Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, Xiao Yu, Yan Lide, Li Jing, Li Ji, Qing Jijia, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, Duan Jishuan, stay behind to discuss the matter of sending troops with me. As for the rest of the officials, if you have something to report, if not, you are dismissed. Chapter 1378. After the morning court session ended, the officials left the Taiji Palace. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Li Jing, Li Zishuan, and the other core officials came to the Ganlu Palace to discuss with Li Er about attacking Liang Shidu. After all, this involved the specific battle plan. If it was directly announced to the public in the court, what if someone accidentally leaked it out? Thus, to be safe, Li Er would only gather his trusted officials for these meetings that involved specific military plans. This way, he could ensure that the plan would not be leaked out and also increase the efficiency of the meeting. Since we have decided to attack Liang Shidu, how do you think we should do it? Within the Ganlu Palace. Li Er looked at the trusted officials in the hall and asked aloud. Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, during the Wuda era, Liang Shidu had invaded our Tang dynasty many times and was defeated by our army. Many of his subordinates have already surrendered to our Tang dynasty. Furthermore, the 18 rebellious kings have all been wiped out. Today, Liang Shidu is unable to join forces with the rebellious kings and is weak. Internally, the Turks have political problems and it is hard for him to withdraw. Thus, I feel that Liang Shidu is no longer a threat. Why don't we send someone to ask him to surrender?" Xiao Chua nodded and echoed, "What Duke Xiao said is right. Now that Master Liang's fate is exhausted, he can't make any waves. If we can take him down without losing a single soldier, it would be for the best." Li Er nodded but did not say anything. Li Ji spoke, "Your Majesty, I feel that this plan is not appropriate. In the court session, according to Marquis Yong'an's plan, the best result would be to force Liang Shidu to ask for help from Xieli and lure him to break the alliance. If we do as Duke Xiao said and send a messenger to persuade Liang Shidu to surrender, what if that person really surrenders? Wouldn't Xieli not be able to react in time?" Du Ruhui clasped his hands and said, "General Li is right, but that's only one of the reasons. More importantly, Liang Shidu is a vicious person. Ever since the Sui dynasty, he has been seizing power from the Yu County. He's been at odds with our Great Tang for more than a decade now. If he really wanted to surrender, he wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, sending an emissary to persuade them to surrender is really a waste of time and effort." Li Zishuan nodded. Suddenly, he noticed Li Zishuan who was lowering his head to count ants. His heart stirred as he asked, "Marquis of Yong'an, you were the one who came up with this plan. Do you have any brilliant ideas about attacking Liang Shidu?" Li Zishuan could not help but curse in his heart. He thought to himself, "Why are you calling me when the two big shots are arguing so fiercely? What do you want me to say?" Agreeing with one side would definitely cause the other side to be unhappy. However, since Li Zishuan called him out, Li Zishuan had no choice but to put on a straight face. "Replying to your Majesty, this subject has no wise opinion, only a foolish one. In this subject's opinion, the opinions of Duke Xiao, General Li, and Master Du do not conflict with each other. We can bring our army to persuade them to surrender. For example, before the army besieges the city, we can send an emissary into the city to persuade Liang Shidu to surrender to Great Tang. Of course, Master Du also said that with Liang Shidu's character, he would definitely not surrender. At that time, when the emissary comes out, the army will surround the city and force Liang Shidu to seek help. This is called using peaceful means before resorting to force. This way, they would not offend either side. Li Zishuan added in his heart. In the royal court, only those who did not offend others would be able to live longer. After being an official for so long, Li Zishuan felt that his emotional intelligence seemed to have increased. Good. What a good, using peaceful means before resorting to force. However, in this old man's opinion, why don't we call this killing the heart? Zhang Sun Wuji chuckled. Ha! This is good. To deal with that old scoundrel Yang Shidu, we should kill the heart. Qing Yao Jin agreed with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded and finally said, good. We will do as Marquis of Yong'an says. Order Chai Xiao and Xue Wanjun to lead 50,000 right guards and 30,000 Xia province soldiers to besiege Liang Shidu. We must take down the city. I will send 2 Taichung temple officials to follow the army. Before the army besieges the city, we will let them enter the city to ask for their surrender. After they return without any success, we will attack. Chai Xiao and Xue Wanjun stepped forward and clasped their fists. We accept the decree. These 2 people were fierce men. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, Chai Xiao fought many battles with the Eastern Turks and Tuyuhun, and he fought them beautifully. In the first year of Jingguan, Chai Xiao, who had many achievements in battle, was promoted to the position of right guard general. Furthermore, this fellow had married Li Yuan's daughter, Princess Ping Yang, and could be considered as Li Zishuan's brother-in-law. Now that old Li had promoted Chai Xiao as a general, it was very likely that he wanted to give his brother-in-law some military merits. After all, the battle to destroy Liang Shidu was one of the easier battles. Xue Wanjun was Xue Wan's older brother. Back then, the 2 brothers were very important under Luo Yi and gave Do Jinda a lot of problems. Later, they were shaved bald by Lu Heikua, but that could only be blamed on Xue Wanjun's incompetence. Seeing that Li Er only sent Chai Xiao and Xue Wanjun, Qing Yao Jin and Yuqi Jingda instantly became anxious. Old Qing immediately stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this old subject also requests to fight. Yuqi Jingda was unwilling to fall behind and also clasped his fists. Your Majesty, this old subject also requests to fight. Last time, this old subject missed the Battle of Guan City. This time, this battle is against Liang Shidu. This old subject can't miss it no matter what. Li Er thought about it and finally nodded. That's good. Send Jingda as the chief supervisor to destroy Liang Shidu, Chai Xiao as the general of the left, and Xue Wanjun as the general of the right. Within 3 days, organize the troops and horses and head to the north. Yuqi Jingda was overjoyed and quickly clasped his fists. This old subject thanks your majesty. Chai Xiao and Xue Wanjun inexplicably gained a superior, but Yuqi Jingda's qualifications were there, so they couldn't say much. They could only bow and say, this subject obeys the decree. But this way, Qing Yao Jin was completely displeased. Old Qing said unwillingly, Your Majesty, there's still this old subject. Li Er said unhappily, Liang Shidu's fate is already exhausted. Jingda, Chai Xiao, and Xue Wanjun are enough. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Could it be that you want Zhen to send all of the Great Tang's generals over? Withdraw. To be honest, the current Li Er really didn't put Liang Shidu in his eyes. According to his initial thoughts, he only wanted to send Chai Xiao and Xue Wanjun, these 2 generals. Adding Yuqi Jingda behind them was already the limit. If Qing Yao Jin was also added, then Old Li could only say to Liang Shidu, You're not worthy. Qing Yao Jin was deflated and didn't dare to resist, silently withdrawing. Li Er continued, the Ministry of Revenue needs to quickly mobilize the army's provisions. The Ministry of Works needs to prepare the army's weapons and armor. Beloved official Xiao, beloved official Yan, I'll have to trouble you these 2 days. Xiao Yu and Yan lied hurriedly bowed and said, Your Majesty is too kind. This is our duty. Li Er nodded and said, since that's the case, then all of you can go back and prepare immediately. Everyone bowed and said, this subject will take his leave. Marquis Yong, and you stay behind. Old Li suddenly added, causing Li Zishuan, who had already taken a step forward, to helplessly withdraw his foot. Yes. Your Majesty. Qing Yaojin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder, then cast a sympathetic look over and left in front of Li Zishuan. You brat, do you know why Zhen asked you to stay behind alone? After all the important officials left, Li Er stood up and walked to the bottom of the hall, looking at Li Zishuan and asking with a smile. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, could it be that your Majesty wants to let this subject send a student to bring a telegraph machine, a celestial lamp, and a telescope to follow the army like last time when they attacked Guan City? Li Er shook his head and said, of course not. Liang Shidu is just a grasshopper after autumn, why would we need to use a divine artifact to destroy him? Besides, I don't want to let the Turks know about the telegraph machine, the celestial lamp, and the telescope so early. It's not bad to give Xieli a surprise when the final battle comes in the future. Li Zishuan instantly understood. It turned out that Old Li was looking down on Liang Shidu, and he even wanted to give Xieli a killing move. Then why did your Majesty ask this subject to stay behind? Li Zishuan really couldn't guess, so he asked. Li Er stared into his eyes and said, let me ask you, how much iron can your iron smelting factory make in a day? And that steel smelting factory, how much steel can it make in a day? Li Zishuan's heart moved, hesitated for a moment, then answered, Your Majesty, if this subject's iron smelting factory goes all out, it can make about 2,000 jin of iron a day. As for the steel smelting factory, it can also make about 2,000 jin of steel a day. Speaking of which, his daily production of 2,000 jin was actually not high, it was only a few hundred tons a year. One must know that according to the original history, in the middle of the Tang dynasty, the annual production of steel could reach 5,000 tons. The Song dynasty was even more ruthless, the annual production of steel could reach 70,000 tons. Therefore, his annual production of a few hundred tons was not high, the main reason was that the scale of the iron smelting factory and steel smelting factory was a little small. But then again, his iron smelting factory and steel smelting factory could already be considered the highest production in the Tang dynasty. 2,000 jin a day? Li Er's expression changed slightly, and he let out 2 light breaths. He said to Li Zishuan, you must have seen the situation in the imperial court today. The war between the Tang dynasty and the Turks is not far away. Although the Turks have made a decision now, their strength is still not to be underestimated. It is said that Xieli has more than 1 million soldiers under his command, and all the Turks are soldiers. Moreover, they live in the grasslands all year round, and most of them are brave and good at fighting. Therefore, this war with the Turks will definitely not be easy to fight. As the saying goes, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Before the war, I intend to transfer the elite soldiers of the 100 Cavalry to expand the Black Armored Army, and also upgrade the armor and equipment for the Black Armored Army. The steel used for this will be provided by your workshop, how about it? Hearing this, Li Zishuan bowed without any hesitation and said, this subject is duty-bound. Seeing Li Zishuan agree so readily, Li Er was surprised and said, Ha! You have always been a person who does not move without benefits. Today, I have not promised you any benefits, so why did you agree so readily? Li Zishuan said seriously, Your Majesty must be joking. The country is facing a great enemy, not to mention offering some steel. As long as the enemy can be annihilated, even if you want this subject to give up all my assets, this subject is willing. Although this subject is usually stubborn and mischievous, in the face of such major issues, I can still distinguish between right and wrong. Li Zishuan was not stupid. He knew better than anyone else that only when the country was stable could he live a carefree life in the Tang dynasty. Li Er's eyes were filled with admiration. He smiled and said, Good. Good lad. I did not misjudge you. You will probably be able to mine the vanadium mine in the Shu land soon. When the time comes, I hope that you can refine a batch of the vanadium steel that you mentioned earlier to make armor and swords for the Black Armored Army. I want to make the black armored army, the sharp sword of the Tang dynasty, even sharper, and pierce Shili's heart. Chapter 1379. 2 in 1 chapter. Oh. That's right. Yesterday, I heard from Qingxian that you have a new method of growing white stack flowers. It can save on seeds and also increase the harvest. Is this true? In the Ganla Palace, after giving orders on the war, Li Er talked to Li Zishuan about farming. Recently, Lantian County had been bustling with activity to grow white stack flowers. Hearing this, Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this method was something that my master spent a great deal of effort researching. It is indeed exceptional, but as for how good it is and how good it is, it still needs to be tested. If your Majesty wants to promote growing white stack flowers throughout the Great Tang, why don't you wait until next year or the year after? At that time, you might not even need to buy white stack flower seeds from the small Nanyang countries. You can just find me." Having his plan exposed, Li Er was slightly embarrassed. Immediately, his expression returned to normal. He smiled and said, "Oh? This means that you are quite confident in your method? That's good. My imperial plantation can also open up some wasteland. In a moment, I will have Qingxian send people to Guangdong to buy some white stack flower seeds. When the time comes, I will copy your method and plant white stack flowers in the imperial plantation." Since Li Zishuan was so confident, Li Er decided to believe in Li Zishuan and make a risky investment. When the time came, the white stack flowers he received could be used to make winter clothes for the imperial concubines and princes and princesses. Speaking of which, it was quite sad. Although he was the emperor, when he had just ascended the throne, the national treasury had been emptied. He and Empress Zhongsun were used to living frugally. Many of the people with large wealth wore winter clothes made of white stack flowers, but none of his imperial concubines and princesses had ever worn them. He knew Li Zishuan's character very well. Anything that could make Li Zishuan so confident was basically a sure thing. Therefore, he planned to take advantage of Li Zishuan's east wind to make a small fortune. When Li Zishuan heard Li Er's words, he couldn't help but feel sad for Empress Zhongsun, Li Qingxian, and Changle. Who said the royal family was happy? Looking at all of them being detained by old Li to the point that they couldn't even afford to wear cotton-padded jackets, they were truly a disgrace to the great Tang Empire. If your Majesty has such intentions, then I will immediately write a letter and have my men bring back more seeds. When the time comes, I will directly distribute them to your Highness." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er nodded and said, That's for the best." However, the following conversation between the two of them was a little unbearable to the ears. "But your Majesty, why don't you give me the money needed to buy the white fold flower seeds first?" "Scram! Bastard! Do you think I will go back on my word?" After scramming out of the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Zishuan was silently criticizing old Li for being unkind and wanting to cheat him of the seed money when he bumped into 3 people. "Hey! Xiao Xian! Why did you stay in the palace for so long? If you still didn't come out, old Cheng would have gone in to get you." Cheng Yaojin slapped Li Zishuan's shoulder and said in a muffled voice. Li Zishuan said in surprise, "Why haven't you all left yet? I thought you all had gone back." The people waiting for Li Zishuan at the palace gate were Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Niu Jinda, the 3 old generals closest to him. "Hey! The 3 of us have nothing to do when we go back, unlike Yuchi Laohe who has to go to the military camp to deploy troops. Let's go. Let's talk as we walk," Cheng Yaojin said sourly. Then, he smiled and said, "Speaking of which, Xiao Xian. Recently, there has been an uproar in Lantian County about receiving free white fold flower seeds. We old fellows have all heard about it. We also heard that you taught the farmers a new way to plant the white fold flower. You can't hide it from us." Li Zishuan asked in confusion, "Why? Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, Uncle Niu, are you also planning to plant the white fold flower in your fief?" Qin Xiong smiled and nodded. "We heard that Xiao Xian has a way to increase the survival rate and production of the white fold flower. We old fellows also want to join in. Actually, it was mainly because the greenhouse vegetables last time had let them taste the sweetness. This time, knowing that Li Zishuan wanted to plant the white fold flower on a large scale in his fief, Qin Xiong, Qing Yao Jin, and Niu Jinda also wanted to let their farmers follow in Li Zishuan's footsteps and make a small fortune. Speaking of which, they were all born in war. Usually, they did not have as many good ideas as Li Zishuan to make the farmers' lives better. Therefore, they could only follow whatever Li Zishuan did. Basically, it was as if Li Zishuan was indirectly helping them take care of the farms. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Since the three uncles have this idea, then when I go back, I will send people to teach the new way to plant the white fold flower to the three uncles' farmers. At the same time, I will also send some new farming tools over. Moreover, to tell you the truth, His Majesty also mentioned this matter to me just now." In the end, His Majesty decided to plant the white fold flower in the imperial plantation. When everyone heard that even Li Zishuan wanted to use Li Zishuan's method to plant the white fold flower in the imperial plantation, they could not help but be filled with confidence in Li Zishuan's method. Niu Jinda smiled and said, "Then this time, we will have to bask in your glory again." Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Uncle Niu, please don't say that. All of you have taken good care of this nephew on a daily basis. What does this small matter count as?" "Oh, right, since the uncles also plan to plant the white fold flower, then I will get people to buy more seeds from Guangdong." "Hey! Xiao Xian. No need, no need. The number of farmers in our families can't compare to yours, and we don't need much seeds. I have already asked the Hu merchants in Shi City to think of a way to get them." "Xiao Xian, you don't have to worry," Qing Yao Jin hurriedly said. A hint of awkwardness appeared on Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda's faces. Then, they took 2 steps to the side at the same time, creating some distance between them and Qing Yao Jin. Li Zishuan asked doubtfully, "Uncle Cheng, I have already sent people to buy all the seeds from the Hu merchants in Shi City. Where else can you go to buy more?" Qing Yao Jin chuckled and said, "Hee hee. Those Hu merchants naturally have their own methods. I have already told them that if they do not hand over 1,800 jin of seeds within half a month, I will go and smash their shops. They can go to the Abbasid Caliphate to transport more seeds, or they can send ships to Guangdong to buy from the Nanyang merchants. In any case, I, Qing Yao Jin, only need to pay for the seeds. Furthermore, the Hu merchants in Shi City have all agreed. How about it? Xiao Xian? Isn't my method better than yours?" "Good. Cough cough, Uncle Cheng's method is indeed good." Li Zishuan was instantly speechless. He could not help but observe 2 seconds of silence for those Hu merchants in Shi City. They were truly unlucky to have met this old hoodlum, Qing Yao Jin. Abbasid Caliphate and Great Tang were separated by 1,000 li. If those Hu merchants did not want their shops to be smashed by Qing Yao Jin, they would most likely have to travel through the sea to find their enemies in the business world, the Nanyang merchants, to buy seeds. Truly lamentable. After leaving the palace and passing through the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda, because they were taking different paths, returned home. Qing Yao Jin, on the other hand, was still able to follow Li Zishuan for a while longer. At this moment, Li Zishuan recalled the doubts he had in the royal court today. Thus, he asked, "Uncle Cheng, what is the background of that envoy Shili sent, Ashina Simo? It seems like many officials in the royal court are familiar with him, and he even addressed himself as a subject to His Majesty. What is going on?" Qing Yao Jin was stunned. After pausing for a moment, he sighed and said, "Ashina Simo ah. This person is actually also a man. He was originally an Eastern Turkic noble, the son of Ashina Tuliash. In the 19th year of founding Emperor, Chimin Khagan of the Turks fled to the Sui dynasty. The tribes of Mabe supported Ashina Simo as the Eastern Turkic Khagan. After the internal affairs of the Turks stabilized, Chimin Khagan returned to the Eastern Turkic Khagan, and Ashina Simo took the initiative to give up the position of Khagan. However, as Ashina Simo looked more like a Hu and not a Turk, Chuluo Khagan suspected that he was not from the Ashina race. Simo had been through the 2 generations of Chuluo Kaghan and Shili Kaghan, and he was often a jinbi. However, in the end, he was unable to manage the military and set up a jinbi. In the first year of Wuda, Ashina Simo had been an envoy to Great Tang many times. Currently, many old officials in the royal court were familiar with him. In the 8th month of the 7th year of Wuda, Shili Kaghan and Tuli Kaghan led their troops to invade Tang. The current emperor led his troops to defend against the Turks and explained the pros and cons to them. Thus, Shili Kaghan sent Simo and Tuli Kaghan to meet the emperor and ask for peace. The emperor agreed to their request. In the 8th month of the same year, Ashina Simo came to Chang'an to meet the emperor of that time, who is the current emperor emeritus. The emperor emeritus summoned him to the front of the imperial bed and praised his sincerity and gave him the title of Hashuan Commandery Prince. Thus, in today's morning court session, Ashina Simo called himself an official, which is reasonable. After hearing this, Li Zishuan nodded his head in realization. He then sighed and said, I didn't expect Ashina Simo to have such a deep relationship with Great Tang. Furthermore, from what Uncle Ching said, he can be considered a righteous man. What Li Zishuan did not know was that according to the original development of history, in the 4th year of Zhongguan, after the Tang army destroyed the Eastern Turks, Ashina Simo and Shili Kaghan were both captured by the Tang army. Later on, Li Er recognized Simo's loyalty and appointed him as the right Marquis General and Governor of Huazhou. Thus, Ashina Simo became one of the few Turks in the history of Great Tang. After bidding farewell to Qing Yaojin, Li Zishuan brought Pang Feiji and rushed toward Mount Yun. Along the way, Li Zishuan could not help but sigh in his heart as he looked at the commoners who were struggling to make a living, the merchants who were hawking their wares, and the children who were playing around in the streets. The war between Great Tang and the Turks was about to arrive. The current peace would probably be gone soon, right? The Turkic Khaganate had over 1 million soldiers. The information he had obtained from Li Er had given Li Zishuan a huge amount of pressure. Millions of soldiers might not be much to modern people, but in the ancient times where there were few people, they were basically an invincible existence. One had to know that the total population of the Great Tang was only about 20 million. Not to mention that the Turks lived on the grasslands and on horseback all year round. The physical strength of their soldiers was more or less better than that of the Great Tang. This war was really going to be a fierce one. Although in the original history, the Great Tang had completely defeated the Turks, there were no absolutes in the world. Facing such a strong Turk, if there was a slight mistake, the Great Tang had the possibility of being overturned. Furthermore, the current Great Tang had already deviated from the original historical path in many areas. Who could guarantee that they would be able to win again? Once the Great Tang was defeated, everything he had in this world would be destroyed. Li Zishuan would definitely not allow this to happen. Marquis? Marquis? Li Zishuan, who was meditating, suddenly heard Pang Feiji's shout. He could not help but frown and ask, what's the matter? Pang Feiji asked carefully, Marquis, is there going to be a war again? Li Zishuan did not want to hide it from him, so he nodded and said, N. How did you know? Pang Feiji replied, in the morning, I saw 3 groups of foreign envoys in front of the palace gate. They all seemed to be Turks, so I guessed that something must have happened at the borders of the Great Tang. Li Zishuan let out a faint sigh and said, you guessed right. Our peaceful days are almost coming to an end right away. Let's go back to Yunshan. Hiya. Yes. Marquis. Pang Feiji looked worriedly at Li Zishuan's back, then hurriedly urged his horse to chase after him. As he ran, he asked, Marquis, did His Majesty send you to lead the army to war this time? Not this time. But it might not be the next time. If Marquis goes to war, I will definitely follow by Marquis's side. The imperial court wanted to send troops to attack Liangshidu, and the right guard camp in Chang and city was constantly being mobilized. The officials of the 6 ministries were also extremely busy, and the various government offices were still brightly lit even in the middle of the night. The war had just ended not long ago, and the people of Chang and city once again smelled the scent of war. Thinking back to the day when the Turk envoys appeared in Chang and city, the people could not help but talk about it. Was the crisis of the Turks 2 years ago about to happen again? Were the Turks going to break the treaty and attack the Great Tang again? In an instant, many people in the city were in a state of panic. However, this situation did not last long. The day before the army set off, the imperial court suddenly posted notices in the city, announcing that Liang Shidu had occupied the northern side for many years and did not practice benevolence, causing the people to suffer. The emperor could not bear to see the people suffer and decided to summon Liang Shidu to surrender. If Liang Shidu was not willing to surrender, the Great Tang would attack the northern side. After knowing that the imperial court was not going to war with the Turks, the people of Chang and city heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they began to sing praises for Li Er's compassion for the people. From this, it could be seen that the Turks were not only a huge mountain in Li Er's heart, but also an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of the people of the Great Tang. Chapter 1380. Husband, the army of the imperial court is about to set out on an expedition today. Are you not going to send them off outside Chang'an? The next morning, Han Yushi asked Li Zishuan, who had just finished practicing his swordsmanship. After returning from the morning court, Li Zishuan had told her that the imperial court was planning to move against Liang Shidu. Thus, Han Yushi had learned of this news much earlier than the people of Chang'an. A trifling Liang Shidu is nothing more than a clown. He won't be able to cause any waves. This expedition has nothing to do with your husband, so your husband won't be joining in on the fun. Li Zishuan wiped his sweat as he indifferently said. Then will husband participate in the next expedition? Han Yushi dazedly glanced at Li Zishuan and asked this question for no reason. Although Li Zishuan had not said much to her, her woman's sixth sense told her that the next expedition would involve Li Zishuan. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's hand movements suddenly paused. After a moment, he met Han Yushi's eyes and said with extreme seriousness, "If I were alone in this life, then even if the Great Tang was no match for the Turks, I would just go overseas. But in this life, I have my parents, my little sister, and you, my wife. Thus, I have the responsibility to protect all of you and the Great Tang. When the time comes, if His Majesty summons me, your husband will go and fight, and I will definitely win. My wife, you don't need to worry." Han Yushi frowned, and her beautiful eyes were about to tear up. She said softly with some stubbornness, "My husband has great ambitions and cares about the world. I will naturally not stop you. On the battlefield, swords have no eyes, but what I can do is that if my husband lives, I will accompany you for life. If my husband dies, I will be a widow for life." As their eyes met, the entire courtyard, the entire world, seemed to come to a standstill. He only had eyes for her, and she only had eyes for him. Haha. Silly girl, what are you talking about? How could your husband die on the battlefield? Wife, your husband promises you that I will accompany you until you grow old, and I will definitely live one more day than you. I won't let you be sad and become a widow. Li Zishuan gently caressed Han Yushi's cheeks and smiled. Husband, you must keep your word. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan with sparkling eyes and said. Of course. Chang'an City. At 7 in the morning, Yuqi Jingda, Chai Shao, and Shui Wanjun brought 50,000 right Wu-wei soldiers and Li Er's imperial edict out of the south gate of Chang'an. The army was majestic, and their footsteps were orderly. The citizens who had woken up early lined the streets to send them off, praying in their hearts that the army would return victorious this time. 2 days ago, Li Er's reply to Tuli Khan's son, Ashina Helagu, was that the imperial court would send troops to the north, using Liang Shidu to pin down Xieli's army, thus reducing the pressure that Tuli Khan was facing. Ashina Helagu believed it. Naturally he was moved to tears by Li Er. On the other side, the imperial court's army received the Khitan troops in Bingzhou yesterday. In a few days, the Khitan chief would arrive in Chang'an to meet Li Er. Since then, the wishes of 2 out of the 3 emissaries had been fulfilled. The remaining emissary, Ashina Simo, was already on his way back to the Turks. In the morning, Li Zishuan made a trip to the academy. Today was Saturday, and all the teachers in the academy had to take part in the confidential exam. As the person who set the questions and made the Yanhuang College confidential regulations, he naturally did not need to take part in the exam. He was here in the morning to invigilate the exam. As for the students of the academy, they had already finished the first confidential exam yesterday afternoon. There was a total of 1 hour of exam time, so Li Zixuan quickly carried a stack of exam papers and walked out of the academy. For the sake of fairness, the exam papers of the teachers of the academy had to be personally marked by him, the Yamacho. Not long after he returned to the study, Pang Feiji came in and reported, "Marquis, the young master of the Jing family wishes to meet you." He even brought a carriage of gifts. After saying that, he looked a little uneasy. Last time, the elder brother on the mountain back gave Li Zixuan a gift in a carriage. In the end, what was in the carriage was not a gift, but a living person. Oh. Jing Qianjun? Let him in. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows. He guessed that there must be new developments in the tea plantation and fairy tea in Jiangnan, so he nodded to Pang Feiji. Yes. Marquis. Pang Feiji took the order and left. After a while, Jing Qianjun was brought to the main hall. Li Zixuan also came out of the study. Jing Qianjun hurriedly bowed and said, "Qianjun greets Marquis." No need to be so polite. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Qianjun, why are you looking for me today?" Jing Qianjun saluted and said, "Marquis, my father used your method to stir-fry the first batch of fairy tea in Jiangnan and ordered the servants to transport it here by water. There is a total of 50 kilograms. They are all in the carriage outside. Marquis, please take a look, 50 kilograms. Li Zixuan was slightly shocked. He thought to himself that Jing Yinhong had gotten so many dried tea leaves in such a short time. In Jiangnan, only the Jing family had this ability. It seemed that he had found the right partner. Feiji, go and get a box. I want to see the color. After thinking for a while, Li Zixuan ordered. He not only wanted speed, but also quality. Yes. Marquis. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and left. After a while, he returned with a box of tea leaves. The tea box was made of high-quality white porcelain. It was snow-white and had a very good texture. Li Zixuan opened the tea box and saw that it was filled with flat, smooth, sharp, tender, and heavy tea leaves. Li Zixuan couldn't help but nod his head and say, Not bad. Not bad. These tea stir-fryers are very skilled. It seems that Height's Lord Zheng has put in a lot of effort. Jing Qianjun said with a smile, "Thank you for your praise, Marquis. If my father knew that these tea leaves could be appreciated by Marquis, he would be very happy." Li Zixuan said with a smile, "I have seen and remembered Height's Lord Zheng's efforts. As for these tea leaves, leave half for me. As for the rest, you can divide it according to the proportion of your shares in the tea garden. The next time the tea garden produces tea leaves, the Zheng family will keep your share and send the rest to Chang'an." He held 60% of the shares in the tea garden. Logically speaking, he should be able to get 60 jin of the 100 jin of tea leaves. However, he did not want to be so ruthless. Moreover, he did not lack the money for the 10 jin of tea leaves. So, he decided to give it to Jing Qianjun as a favor. When Jing Yinhong left Chang'an, he had told Jing Qianjun about the immortal tea garden in detail. He was very clear about the twists and turns. Hearing this, he was very grateful and said, "Thank you, Marquis." Li Zixuan waved his hand. A large part of the 50 jin of tea leaves he wanted was to be sent to the palace. Recently, the palace had been in a shortage of tea leaves. When the concubines in the harem heard that drinking immortal tea could slow down their aging, they all wanted to sleep with the teapot every day. They tried to find ways to ask Li Er for some immortal tea. Li Er was very annoyed. If he did not send some tea leaves, old Li would probably come personally to snatch them. Therefore, there was no shortage of tea leaves in the palace. Li Zixuan planned to send 15 kilograms of tea leaves to the palace first. As for the remaining 20 kilograms, he would keep some for himself, give some to the academy, and give some to the old generals in Chang and who had a good relationship with him. If there was any left, he would directly give it to shopkeeper Lu of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, so that the lucky customers in Chang and could also enjoy the taste of immortal tea. Oh right. Marquis. Because of the urgency of the time, the tea garden could only send this much tea leaves. There will be more and more in the future. So, I was thinking that during the football league in Chang and the gathering of businessmen from all states and counties, we can promote our immortal tea. First, we can make a name for ourselves. Then, we won't have to worry about the sales in the future. Jing Qianjun hesitated for a moment and then cupped his hands to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and asked, "How do you plan to promote the immortal tea?" Recently, he was more concerned about the situation in the north and the people's livelihood and farming in Lantian County. As for business, he did not want to be too distracted. When Jing Qianjun heard Li Zishuan's question, he immediately became spirited and said, "Marquis, this is what I think. The Wind Thunder team of the Jing family has not been defeated since the start of the competition in March. Only a few days ago, they tied with the ferocious tiger team of the king of Jiangxia. Now, they are in the limelight. I plan to customize a batch of clothes for the Wind Thunder team with the words, 'Immortal Tea,' embroidered on them. It can more or less create some momentum for the immortal tea. Marquis, what do you think?" Li Zishuan thought to himself, isn't this similar to the sponsors of modern football teams? It's really not easy for Jing Qianjun to think of this. Well. Very good. I didn't expect you to be so business-minded. Li Zishuan nodded and praised him. Then, he said, using the team to promote the immortal tea is indeed a feasible way. In this way, if the Wind Thunder team can become a League One team, all the shareholders of the Immortal Tea Garden can take out 3,000 strings of money every year to keep the words, "Immortal Tea," on the team uniform of the Wind Thunder team. If the Wind Thunder team can break into the top 3 of the League One, the Immortal Tea Garden can give 5,000 strings of money every year. If the Wind Thunder team can win the championship of the League One, the Immortal Tea Garden can give 8,000 strings of money every year. In short, the better the team's performance, the more money they can get in the end. Zheng Qinjuan's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "It can be done like this?" If what Marquis said is true, then the Wind Thunder team can be regarded as valuable. When I first saw the news in the newspaper that Marquis was going to hold a league tournament, I immediately had the idea of forming a team. At that time, my father thought that I was not doing my job properly. Now, if Marquis is really willing to let the Yanhuang Tea Garden fund the team with money, then my father will never say that I formed a team for fun. Li Zishuan saw that this child had a good temperament, so he wanted to give him some advice. So, he nodded and said, "The existence of a team requires the local merchants to fund it. The team can make a name for the merchants, and the merchants can provide the team with money. Everyone takes what they need. This is the normal way for a team to operate for a long time. Correspondingly, if the team wants to get more funding, it must have good results. If you want to have good results, you must spend a lot of money to train or poach some players with good skills. In this way, people will be willing to pay more money to fund you. Now, I'm using the Immortal Tea Garden to fund the Wind Thunder team to set an example for all the teams and merchants. I want to tell them that a team with good results should get more benefits while gaining glory. You are worth the price. Not only the Wind Thunder team, but also the ferocious tigers of the king of Jiangxia or other teams eventually win the championship. I will let the tea garden fund them with 8,000 strings of cash in exchange for their future. In the next year, I will promote the immortal tea. This is the relationship between the merchants and the team. Qianjun, do you understand?" Jing Qianjun suddenly understood and said, "I understand. I understand. Thank you, Marquis, for your advice. After listening to Marquis's words today, I understand that there is so much knowledge in it. Marquis, don't worry. In the future, I will make the Wind Thunder team one of the best teams in the Tang Empire and promote the immortal tea." Haha. Good ambition. I wish you success in advance. Today, the diners who spend 10 strings of cash in the restaurant will have the opportunity to taste a cup of immortal tea for free. First come, first served, limited to 20 servings. The next day, the same notice board appeared in the lobby of the Drunken Immortal restaurant in Chang'an City and Lantian County, which aroused a lot of discussion among the diners. Immortal tea? What kind of tea is that? Could it be a new tea product launched by the Drunken Immortal restaurant? It should be. Before, there was the Immortal Drunken Immortal, and now there is the Immortal tea. I wonder if this Immortal tea can be as amazing as the Immortal Drunken Immortal. Alas! I hate drinking tea the most in my life. It seems that this Immortal tea is not meant to be with me. Even if you are, you can't afford to drink it. You have to spend 10 strings of cash in order to drink a cup of it. Who can afford so much money in one meal? Yes. Yes. Hey. Shopkeeper, give me a liter of the Immortal Drunken Immortal, a pot of tenderness, a plate of gnawed chicken, a serving of meatballs, and a serving of braised pork. Let's eat here. It should be 10 strings of cash, right? When the crowd was looking around, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes came in and said loudly. All the diners looked sideways. When they saw the man's face, many of them exclaimed, Isn't that Boss Chow? Why is he eating at the Drunken Immortal restaurant today? Ah. I remember now. This Immortal tea is the latest tea from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, and it is a tribute tea from the palace. It is extremely rare outside. I didn't expect to see it in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Tribute tea? This Immortal tea is a tribute tea? Brother Dongfang, are you serious? Of course it's true. Look, this Boss Chow obviously came to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to taste the Immortal tea. Alas. I won't talk to you anymore, waiter. Quick, give me 2 liters of the Immortal Drunken Immortal to take away. Remember to give me a cup of Immortal tea. Hey. Shopkeeper, give me 2 liters of the Immortal Drunken Immortal too. Once the name of the tribute tea spread, many wealthy merchants began to fight for the 20 slots for the Immortal tea. Chapter 1381. All right. Master Chow, the Immortal tea you wanted is here. Inside the Drunken Immortal Inn, the waiter brought out a cup of clear tea. The aroma of the tea filled the air, and all the diners in the hall were stunned. Why is this Immortal tea so fragrant? I've never smelled such fragrant tea before. Hiss. That tea was clear and bright, not turbid. It's amazing. As expected of the Immortal tea. It's different from those ordinary tea leaves in the world. TSK. If it smells so fragrant, it must be even more fragrant when it's drunk. No wonder this Immortal tea could become the Imperial Tribute tea. The Drunken Immortal Inn is amazing. They can even get their hands on the tribute tea. Ha! Isn't that obvious? This Drunken Immortal Inn is owned by the Marquis of Yong'an. It's just that you have to spend 10 times before you can. Sigh. I wonder when this Immortal tea will be sold separately. It should be soon. Now that the Drunken Immortal Inn can take out a batch of Immortal tea for the diners to taste, it means that it's not far from officially selling Immortal tea. The 20 servings of Immortal tea had already been sold out. Chang'an City never lacked rich people. Moreover, they didn't lose out because the Immortal tea didn't require any additional fees. They could taste the Immortal tea by buying 2 liters of Immortal tea. As for the 2 liters of Immortal tea, they definitely couldn't finish it here, so they could only bring it back. As for the diners who didn't get a spot, they looked on enviously as the rich people tasted the Immortal tea. Hey! Boss Lin, you're here today too. Looks like we're thinking the same thing. It wasn't Chow Wendong's first time drinking Immortal tea, but he still drank it very carefully and reluctantly. At this moment, he saw the back of the diner at the next table who seemed familiar. After taking a closer look, who else could it be other than Lin Wenyuan? He smiled. Yo! It's Boss Chow. Lin Wenyuan turned around and was shocked at first. Then, he smiled and said, Haha. I can't help it. It wasn't easy to get some Immortal tea from Marquis yesterday. I don't know where my friends got the news from, but they wanted me to give them some. Sigh. There were some favors that couldn't be ignored, so he had no choice but to give it to her. In the end, I didn't get much, so I might as well come to the drunken immortal and to drink some immortal tea. In the first batch of tea leaves, Li Zishuan took 50 caddies. Of the remaining 50 caddies, the Jing family took 37 caddies, which was close to 3/4 of the tea leaves. As for the first batch of members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, each of them only received 1 or 2 caddies. Adding on some favors, there was not much left, not to mention selling it. Therefore, when they heard that the immortal intoxication and had immortal tea to try, they all eagerly came over to drink it. Taking advantage of the fact that the commoners still didn't know about the deliciousness of the immortal tea, they still had the upper hand. Chao Wendong nodded in agreement and said, "Sigh. Brother Lin is right. Every bit of immortal tea I can get is good. With the little stock I have at home, it's probably not enough for me to drink for half a month." Sigh. Isn't that Brother Liao and Brother Zhang? Look, they're here too. In the first batch of diners to taste the immortal tea, other than Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan and the other members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, there were also some other rich people in Cheng'an City and Lantian County. But without exception, those who tasted the immortal tea were full of praise for it. The texture was smooth, and the taste was slightly bitter. But with a careful taste, one could feel the rich tea fragrance, and even a hint of sweetness. The elegant sweetness moistened the throat, making one unable to rinse their mouth for 3 days. This kind of immortal tea quickly spread throughout the entire Cheng'an City, and even the big and small counties around Cheng'an. The immortal tea was praised as a tea that only immortals could drink. Nobles, gentry, and tycoons were all scrambling for the immortal tea, sending people to search for the source of the immortal tea. There were even people who were willing to pay 10 strings of coins for a tael of immortal tea. The level of craziness was simply breathtaking. Of course, compared to going to the black market to buy, more people chose to drink the tea at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Many people secretly made up their minds to send their servants to the Drunken Immortal restaurant tomorrow to compete for the quota of immortal tea. The immortal tea brought a great sensation to the people of Cheng'an City. Li Zishuan's celestial bane had also been seducing the hearts of the young men and women in the world. When Celestial Bane was first published, its sensational effect was not as great as that of Mortal Man. This was because readers discovered that Celestial Bane was not like Mortal Man, which was a pure immortal cultivation novel. There were not as many fighting scenes as Mortal Man, and the world in Celestial Bane was not as grand as the world of Mortal Man. The plot only revolved around Grass Temple Village, Blue Cloud Sect, Sound of Heaven Temple, Fenxiang Valley, Ghost King Sect, 10,000 Poisons Sect, Hahuan Sect, and Longevity Hall. It was far inferior to that of Mortal Man. Moreover, compared to the hot-blooded pace of leveling up, slaying monsters, leveling up, slaying monsters in Mortal World, people discovered that although there were fighting plots in Celestial Bane, it was mostly about love and hatred. Readers who were passionate about leveling up and slaying monsters had abandoned the book midway. However, only a small portion of people abandoned the book. Moreover, compared to those who abandoned the book, there were more people who turned into fans, because of the excessive love descriptions in Celestial Bane. This was because the ladies of the boudoir did not like to read novels about fighting and killing like Mortal Man. They liked romantic novels like Celestial Bane. After all, Celestial Bane was a romance novel in the guise of xianxia. As the plot progressed, the stubborn, simple, and persistent Zhang Xiaofan, the righteous and talented Lin Jingyu, the cold and proud Lu Sueki, and the brave Bai Yao who dared to love, hate, and pursue love courageously, these characters, regardless of whether they were the main character or the supporting characters, left a deep impression in the minds of the readers. It was then that the readers realized that although Celestial Bane's worldview was small, the characters were much more vivid. At the very least, they were much more vivid than the characters in Mortal Bane. Every character in Celestial Bane had their own stories. They were unforgettable, as though they were real. Many readers who did not like Celestial Bane at the beginning slowly began to like the story. Celestial Bane had been open for more than half a month. Due to Li Zishuan's fast update speed, the plot had progressed by about a third. The main character, Zhang Xiaofan, had just followed Lu Sueki to Kongsang Mountain to investigate the abnormalities of the demonic sect. During the investigation, he and Sueki fell into the abyss of dead souls. During the crisis, the two of them did not leave each other and developed feelings for each other. Later, they were separated by Blackwater Mystical Snake. Later, Zhang Xiaofan fell into the Blood Drop Cave. In the cave, he met the daughter of the demonic sect's Ghost King sect master, Bai Yao, and inadvertently learned the demonic sect's heavenly book. Yesterday, Tang Dynasty Daily updated that the righteous faction stopped the demonic sect from capturing Kuei alive. During that time, Zhang Xiaofan was forced to use both the Azure Cloud sect's Tai Chi Xianqing Dao and the Divine Sound Temple's Brahma Prajna to save Hidi. Although he saved Hidi, he was criticized by the righteous faction because they suspected him of secretly learning the Divine Sound Temple's secret art and using the most evil weapon, Bloodthirsty Orb. Today's update was about the Azure Cloud sect's interrogation of Zhang Xiaofan. Before the interrogation, Bai Yao quietly came to Bamboo Peak to visit Zhang Xiaofan. In the bamboo forest, Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Yao confided in each other and hugged each other tightly. Bai Yao asked Zhang Xiaofan about what he saw at Full Moon Well. Zhang Xiaofan promised to tell Bai Yao after the interrogation. After that, the three major sects masters interrogated Zhang Xiaofan. However, because Zhang Xiaofan promised Puji, he would rather die than say where he learned the Brahma Prajna. When everyone wanted to punish Zhang Xiaofan who held the evil weapon, the usually quiet Lu Sueki risked her life to plead for mercy for Zhang Xiaofan. She even used her life as a guarantee. After that, Lin Jingyu could not help but plead for mercy. Hidi, Qi Hao, Xing Shushu, and other disciples who were close to Zhang Xiaofan also used their lives as a guarantee. Zhang Xiaofan was deeply moved. But at this time, Taoist Song Song secretly colluded with the demonic sect and plotted to take revenge on Reverend Dao Xian. The demonic sect took the opportunity to attack Azure Cloud Mountain. Gulp. Reading till here, all the readers clenched their toes. Due to the weekend off, Sun Zifen who was reading novels at home was no exception. And because there was the word mortal in the middle of his name, Sun Zifen had always been paying close attention to Leather Knight's new book, Celestial Bane. Others felt that Celestial Bane was not as exciting as mortal. He never felt that way. Since the release of Celestial Bane, he had been reading it all the way until now. Jade Clear Hall instantly fell into silence. The righteous sects looked at each other. At this moment, anyone could see that the demonic sect had a huge advantage. Although Azure Cloud Gate still had many elders and masters, reading till here, Sun Zifen could not help but curse, fuck. This son of a bitch Taoist Song Song is too damn despicable. It's over. This time the righteous sects should all be finished, right? After cursing for a while, Sun Zifen nervously continued reading. Due to the cooperation between the demonic sect and Taoist Song Song, Azure Cloud Gate suffered heavy casualties. In order to salvage the situation, the heavily injured Taoist master Dao Xian took out Zhu Xian's sword and used Zhu Xian's sword formation, causing the demonic sect to flee in defeat. The murderous aura in the hall had not dissipated. Everyone once again interrogated Sha Danan. Unexpectedly, Tian Yin Temple's Fa Xiang spoke of a horrifying past. Who would have thought that the fatherly Puji was the murderer that Sha Danan had been searching for years to kill the entire village? Sha Danan received an unprecedented blow. He could no longer believe in the so-called righteous sections. At this moment, Bai Yao appeared. She wanted to take away Sha Danan who was persecuted by the righteous sections. And Sha Danan also regarded Bai Yao as the only person he could trust. Bai Yao. At this crucial moment, I still have to rely on my Bai Yao. Take away Sha Danan and live a shameless life from now on. Sun Zifen had completely immersed himself in Sha Danan's role. Now that Bai Yao finally made a move, he happily muttered. But before he finished, he stopped abruptly. Because at this moment, the situation changed. The defeated demonic sect turned back. They wanted to kill Azure Cloud Gate. Taoist Master Dao Xian used Zhu Xian's sword formation for the second time. In the end, because he was worried that Sha Danan would be used by the demonic sect and bring disaster to the world, he used Zhu Xian's sword to slash at Sha Danan. Zhu Xian's sword's most classic, most shocking, most tear-jerking plot finally appeared. At this moment, above the horizon, the sky was filled with chi swords like mountains and seas. Zhu Xian's sword formation has already started attacking the demonic sect. Taoist Master Dao Xian used all his spiritual power. In an instant, all the colorful chi swords in the sky shone brightly. Especially the main sword of the formation, it suddenly grew by half. With a loud bang, it shook the heaven and earth. Like an ancient god in rage, it rushed down and attacked Sha Danan. At this moment, Sun Zifan's body was really tense. His eyes were wide open in anger. He already had no time to scold Taoist Master Dao Xian, because he urgently wanted to know if Sha Danan could block this attack. Sha Danan is about to become a ghost under the sword, smashed into pieces. Suddenly, the world quieted down. Even the earth-shattering momentum of the sword formation of immortals held its breath for a moment. That once familiar, gentle and white hand appeared beside Sha Danan. There was a faint, crisp sound of a bell, pushing him to the side. As if a voice that had been sleeping for thousands of years, quietly sounded. For the beloved, softly chanting, "E'en spirits of the 9 underworlds, gods and demons of the heavens, with my blood and body, as a sacrifice. 3 lives and 7 lifetimes, forever falling into Yama. Only for love, even if I die, I will not regret." Seeing this, Sun Zifan had already predicted the following plot. Suddenly, his heart was filled with grief. He could not help but cry out, "Bai Yao! Bai Yao! Don't! My Bai Yao!" At this moment, his sorrowful roar was like he was possessed by Sha Danan. He was in a state of madness. A dignified 7 feet man, at this moment he could not help but burst into tears. A man does not easily shed tears. Only when the heart has not been broken. If even he was like this, there was no need to talk about those sentimental young ladies of the boudoir. 3 lives and 7 lifetimes, forever falling into Yama. Only for love, even if I die, I will not regret. Woo woo, Bai Yao is dead. Bai Yao is dead. Woo woo. Ah. My Bai Yao. Give me back my Bai Yao. Today in Chang'an City, everywhere could be heard the cries of women, and the angry roars and roars of young men. Passers-by who did not know what was going on were all dumbfounded. They did not know what happened in the city today. 3 lives and 7 lifetimes, forever falling into Yama. Only for love, even if I die, I will not regret. This Bai Yao is really brave. Fang Fian, the courtesan of 100 Flowers Tower, was muttering to herself while holding a newspaper. Unknowingly, 2 lines of clear tears had slipped out from the corners of her eyes. Woo woo. How did Bai Yao die? How could she die? Why did this leather knight write Bai Yao to death? It's too abominable. Woo woo. Imperial City, Changle Palace. Changle was sitting in the attic and happened to see the plot where Bai Yao blocked the sword with her body. She immediately burst into tears. Bai Yao was her idol. She had always liked Bai Yao's character of daring to love and hate. But now, Bai Yao was buried under the celestial slaying sword. Changle's heart seemed to be broken as well. Give me back my Bai Yao. Give me back my Bai Yao. At the same time, some radical fans spontaneously organized themselves and roared crazily as they headed toward the eastern city of Chang'an. Along the way, countless young people joined them. There were even many women in the group. Angry, they wanted to go to the editorial department of Datong Daily in Lantian County to seek an explanation for their goddess. Chapter 1382. In Zhu Xian, Bai Yao blocked the sword with her body and died under the Zhu Xian sword formation. The sensational effect was still fermenting. In the palace, Li Er, who had just arrived at the Li Zheng Hall in Shiyuan, saw Empress Jiangxuan's eyes were red. He couldn't help but ask, "Guanyin, what's wrong? Why was she crying all of a sudden?" Did some blind servant make you angry? Nothing. Nothing. I'm fine. Empress Jongsun quickly wiped the corners of her eyes and said. Li Er asked curiously, nothing? Hey. Today is really strange. Chang'e, Consort Yang, Consort Yin, Consort Wei, and Guanyin, you all cried like raindrops and your eyes were red, but you all said nothing. But if you're fine, why are you crying? This makes me really puzzled. Guanyin, tell me the truth. What happened to you all? Seeing that Li Er insisted on getting to the bottom of things, Empress Jongsun couldn't help but reveal a trace of embarrassment on her face. In any case, she was the mother of several children, but now she was still shedding tears because of the love, sorrow, and separation in these novels. If this were to be known, how embarrassing would that be? In the end, she couldn't withstand Li Er's aggressive gaze and said softly, Your Majesty, it's really just a small matter. I just read a novel in Datong Daily today and saw a sad part, so I couldn't help but cry. The other sisters in Chang'e must have cried because of this reason, right? Hearing this, Li Er was a little confused. Novel? What novel can have such a great attraction? It actually made all of you cry? Empress Jongsun was even more embarrassed. She said with a distressed face, Your Majesty has the world's affairs in mind, so don't care about these trivial matters. It's just a novel for people to pass the time. It can't be taken seriously. Li Er saw Empress Jongsun's distressed face and didn't ask any more. He shook his head and said, If that's the case, then I won't ask. But Guanyin, you're not in good health, so you have to maintain a good mood. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I understand. Empress Jongsun smiled faintly. Zhao Song, do you know the name of the novel that the Empress just mentioned? Coming out of the West Court, Li Er walked with his hands behind his back and asked as he walked. Zhao Song hesitated for a moment, then bowed and replied, Your Majesty, if I'm not wrong, the Empress should be talking about Celestial Bane, which is being serialized in Datong Daily. Many nobles and nobles in the palace are reading this novel. Oh, this novel was written by Leather Knight. Speaking, Zhao's, and TSS. Not only did he know, Li Er also knew. Old Li's face darkened when he heard that, and he immediately said in annoyance, This stinking brat only likes to cause trouble for us. Li's S. Li S could only, Li's, S's, Li's, by air. By air my air. Unlike Li Er, who knew Leather Knight's identity, the ordinary people who did not know the inside story could only gather and surround the Datong Daily's editorial department. Back when Li Zixuan serialized his first novel, Mortal, he wittily used a pen name instead of his real name. Other than to prevent the officials from impeaching him for writing novels that would bring shame to the imperial court, the main reason was that he was afraid that one day, readers would block his door or send him razor blades. Looking at it today, his decision back then was really smart. Otherwise, even if he was a marquis, the readers who were enraged by Baier's death would have rushed to the Yunshan villa to surround him. It was easy for people to lose their minds in anger. Baier was the dream lover of many readers. Now that she had ended her life in such a way, how could the readers bear it? It was almost the same hatred as killing one's wife, right? Therefore, the number of readers who went to surround the workshop was getting bigger and bigger. This scene was somewhat familiar. In March, many readers also went to surround the workshop to urge Leather Knight to release his novel as soon as possible. However, the number of readers today was much bigger than last time. When the mighty group arrived at Lantian County, there were almost 4,000 to 5,000 people. It was really scary. Godfather Ma. Godfather Ma. Not good. More readers are coming to block our workshop. And there are more than last time. Datong Daily's editorial department. Song Xiaoxi ran into the room in a panic and said anxiously. Today was Sunday in Yanhuang College, so Ma Zhou had been in the editorial department since morning. After hearing Song Xiaoxi's report, Ma Zhou was suddenly confused and asked, Readers are surrounding the workshop again? What's the reason this time? Because he had to teach students in the college, Ma Zhou would usually arrange the affairs of the editorial department a week in advance. For example, he did not need to handle the section of Bragging World every day. Naturally, there would be editors who would ask for manuscripts from the authors and arrange the updates for each novel. However, Celestial Bane was an exception. The manuscripts of Celestial Bane were given by Ma Zhou to the editors under him every once in a while. Each time he gave it, it would last for almost a week. Godfather Ma, I don't know. I can only hear them shouting from afar, give me back my Bayer. Give me back my Bayer. I don't know anything else. Song Xiaoxi said with a bitter face. At this moment, a middle-aged scholar in the editorial department stood up and said, Steward Ma, I'm guessing that they're here for Celestial Bane. Today, Celestial Bane just happened to be updated to Chapter 84, Blood Curse. During the Great War of Immortals and Demons, Bayer used the Infatuation Curse to block a blow from the Celestial Bane ancient sword and sacrificed her life to save Zhang Xiaofan. This middle-aged scholar was called Fan Xiaohui. He was one of the first batch of scholars to join Datong Daily's editorial department. Now, he had become an official editor in the editorial department and was in charge of the section of Bragging World. Ma Zhou's expression changed when he heard that. He stood up like lightning and said, What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Retreat. Everyone in the editorial department, retreat. Let's end work early today. Work that isn't done can be done at night. Everyone, come back and continue working tonight. Of course, he had read the manuscript of Celestial Bane in advance, so when Fan Xiaohui said that, he immediately understood what was going on. At this moment, Ma Zhou was really complaining in his heart. Why did he have to shoulder Li Zishuan's sins? It was easy to fool the readers last time when they urged him to write, but this time, the female lead was ridden to death and the angry readers came knocking on his door. He could not shoulder the blame for Li Zishuan. Someone would die. Ma. Steward Ma. Are we really retreating? Fan Xiaohui had been in the editorial department for a long time, but it was the first time she saw Ma Zhou so flustered. She could not help but feel confused. Retreat. Of course, we have to retreat. If you don't retreat, I'll retreat first. Whoever is slow will bear the consequences. As Ma Zhou spoke, he put on his coat and walked out of the door without looking back. Everyone in the room looked at each other, but in the next moment, everyone moved. In just a few seconds, the entire editorial department was empty. Cough. It was not empty. There was still Song Xiaoxi who had not recovered from his shock. Master Ma, you're retreating just like that? Song Xiaoxi took a long time to react. Then, his face changed and he said in a panic, No. No. I have to tell Steward Fu and let him think of a countermeasure. Nothing must happen to the workshop. After saying that, Song Xiaoxi ran away like a wisp of smoke. Give me back my Baiyao. Give me back my Baiyao. Let the Leather Knight come out and die. Yes. Hand over the Leather Knight. After everyone in the Datong Daily editorial department left, less than half an hour later, the mighty group of readers finally arrived in front of the workshop. Why are there Imperial troops around the workshop? The readers of Celestial Bane finally noticed the abnormality. They stopped shouting slogans and began to whisper among themselves. At this moment, the workshop's door was tightly shut. In front of the door, there were 400 to 500 Imperial guards in armor and holding lances. They were staring at the angry readers with vigilant faces. A tall, middle-aged general with a stern face walked out and shouted loudly, That's right, we're in the middle of the night. The workshop of Curious Interest Pavilion is an important place of the Imperial Court. I have been ordered by His Majesty to guard this place with my men. No one is allowed to cause trouble here. Please leave at once. The group of Imperial guards had been secretly guarding the workshop. Now that the situation was urgent, there were 4,000 to 5,000 people blocking the workshop. Faubert was worried that the readers would attack the workshop, so he had to ask the Imperial guards near the workshop to step in. Hiss. They are not ordinary Imperial Guards. They are the Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen. Finally, the readers who had seen the world noticed something from the armor and equipment of the soldiers in front of the workshop. They could not help but exclaim. What? The Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen? Why are the Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen here? Could it be that His Majesty knows that we are here to cause trouble, so he specially sent them here? Hearing that the opposing army was the Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen, many of the readers of Celestial Bane who came to block the workshop's door retreated. Bah! Second young Master Tian, what are you talking about? We are not here to cause trouble. We are here to ask for an explanation from the editorial department. Who told Leather Knight to write our lovely Baiao to death? In any group, there were cowards and boorish people. At the back of the group, a slightly plump young man in luxurious clothes with a grey cloth wrapped around his head suddenly shouted. If Li Zishuan was there, he would definitely fly over and beat the plump young man up. That was because the plump young man was none other than Sun Zifan. Most of the people who came to cause trouble were young students from various universities in Chang and City, as well as some fearless young masters from rich families. However, there were no students from Yanhuang College. Although the people from Yanhuang College did not know that Leather Knight was Li Zishuan, they knew that the Chitsu Pavilion Workshop and the editorial department of Datong Daily were both owned by Li Zishuan. Therefore, even though they hated Bai Yao's death, as Li Zishuan's students, they did not dare to cause trouble here. However, Sun Zifan was an exception. He had completely immersed himself in the role of Zhang Xiaofan. Naturally, he liked Bai Yao very much. Now that Bai Yao was ridden to death, he did not care about anything else. Seeing that someone was leading a group to cause trouble in the editorial department, he quickly disguised himself and followed them. In his mind, Bai Yao was ridden to death by the cruel Leather Knight. Even if he had to betray his master and destroy his ancestors, he had to get an explanation for Bai Yao. It would be best if he could force Leather Knight to revive Bai Yao. That's right. We are not here to cause trouble today. We are here to get an explanation for Bai Yao's death. Yes. Let the editorial department of Datong Daily and Leather Knight come out and give us an explanation. Sun Zifan's words gave the people who came to cause trouble a high-sounding excuse. Therefore, more and more readers began to shout. General Lu, what should we do? A soldier saw that the group of readers in front of him did not want to leave, so he was a little annoyed. The general furrowed his brows, then yelled, "Listen up, people on the other side. The editorial department of Tang Dynasty Daily has already left for work. The Pai Xiajue you're looking for, I don't know who he is, but he's definitely not here. If you don't leave, I will send all of you to the Supreme Court for the crime of offending the workshop." What? The editorial department of Datong Daily has already finished work? Hearing this, many people were a little discouraged. After all, they were only here to cause trouble for the editorial department, not the workshop. Sun Zifan curled his lips, then pinched his throat and shouted, "Who are you lying to? It's not even 5 in the afternoon. How could the editorial department have finished work so early?" General Lu's gaze froze. He wanted to find the source of the voice, but there were too many people in front of him. He could not tell who was deliberately causing trouble. Yes. It's not even 5 in the afternoon. The editorial department can't have finished work so early. You're lying. Yes. You're lying. The rest of the people reacted and shouted. General Lu's face turned cold and said, "Humph. If I say that the editorial department has finished work, then they have finished work. If you don't believe me, you can choose 10 people as representatives and go in to take a look." Okay. Let's choose. Hearing this, the readers immediately agreed, and Sun Zifan, who was in the crowd, suddenly became low-key at this moment, because he was afraid of being recommended by others. After a while, 10 readers walked out of the crowd and entered the workshop under the lead of a military guard. After a quarter of an hour, they walked out dispiritedly. Judging from their expressions, they had returned empty-handed. How was it? I ask you, is there anyone else in the editorial department? General Lu asked loudly. No. The 10 readers shook their heads in defeat. They did not find anyone in the editorial department. The readers opposite them were in an uproar. General Liu took advantage of the situation and shouted, "Since there's no one in the editorial department of Datong Daily, then you should go back quickly. Don't disturb the security of the workshop. Otherwise, when His Majesty blames you, no one can afford to take the blame." Everyone looked at each other, and in the end, they could only scatter like birds. "Let's go. Let's go. There's no one in the editorial department. What else can we do? Let's go then." "Humph. I won't read Celestial Bane in the future." "Yes. Boycott Celestial Bane. If I read it again in the future, I'll be a dog." "Bah. If Leather Knight doesn't revive Bai Yao, I won't read any of his novels in the future." "That's right. That's right. If he doesn't revive Bai Yao, I won't read his books in the future." The angry readers left the workshop unwillingly. Then, everyone's anger was transferred to Leather Knight. Chapter 1383. "I say, Marquis. This Ma has long advised you to change this plot, but you insisted on not doing so. Now that you've angered so many readers, the sales of our bragging world will definitely plummet in the future." In the Cloud Mountain Resort, Ma Zhou, who had luckily escaped, immediately came to complain to Li Zixuan. In fact, as early as 15 minutes ago, Li Zixuan had already received the news that the editorial department was being surrounded. Now that he saw a big man like Ma Zhou complaining pitifully, he found it funny. "Brother Ma. This kind of crucial plot is often the result of a slight change. How can it be changed at will? Moreover, the later plot revolves around Zhang Xiaofan finding a way to resurrect Bai Yao. As for the readers boycotting Celestial Bane and Leather Knight, you don't have to take it to heart. I believe that they'll slowly understand me and persevere in reading it." Ma Zhou was speechless. He thought to himself, "Like hell I'll believe you. You've already tricked the readers into coming to the editorial department to block the door, and you still expect them to forgive you? You must be dreaming." However, the first half of Li Zixuan's words piqued Ma Zhou's interest. He quickly asked, "Resurrect Bai Yao?" "Marquis, according to what you said, Bai Yao can be resurrected in the future?" "If that's the case, then that's great. Those readers will definitely understand us. To tell you the truth, Marquis, when this Ma saw Bai Yao use the infatuation curse to block the attack of the celestial extermination sword and risk her life to save Zhang Xiaofan, I almost couldn't hold back my tears. Other things aside, Celestial Bane is indeed unparalleled in terms of emotional rendering. Mortal man can't be compared to it." In the end, Ma Zhou couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Today, he came to look for Li Zixuan for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to complain. Secondly, he wanted to ask for the next part of the script. Because his stockpile of scripts happened to be gone, he did not know what the next part of the plot was. According to the original plot, Bai Yao's soul should have been destroyed when she used the love curse. However, He Huanling took a part of her soul for her. So, the rest of the plot was Sha Danan running around to revive Bai Yao. Li Zixuan smiled. He didn't admit or deny it. He went back to his study and took out a stack of documents. "I can't tell you whether Bai Yao has been resurrected or not. It's a secret. These are the manuscripts for the last 80 chapters. Brother Ma, you can take a look at them yourself." Hearing Li Zixuan's words, Ma Zhou suddenly had an ominous premonition. He didn't immediately take the document. Instead, he asked, "Marquis, don't tell me you gave everyone hope and then made them despair?" He now felt that these manuscripts were a bit troublesome. Perhaps Li Zixuan was going to trick him again. Li Zixuan was silent. After a while, he sighed and said, "Is the result really that important? Sometimes, the process is far more unforgettable than the result. Whether it's hope or despair, only after reading it can one understand the joys and sorrows of it." Hearing this, Ma Zhou was silent. After a while, he took the manuscripts from Li Zixuan's hands and said, I hope that when the time comes, the readers will be able to understand." Finished speaking, Ma Zhou cupped his hands and took his leave. Marquis, the Crown Prince, Princess Changle, and His Imperial Highness, the Prince of Wei, have all ascended Mount Yun and are rushing over. Not long after Ma Zhou left, Pang Feiji came in to report. Hearing this, Li Zixuan held his forehead and said, "Damn. They've all come to settle accounts with me." Back then, Li Tai had helped him copy the manuscripts for A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Naturally, he knew the true identity of the Leather Knight. Correspondingly, Li Qingxian and Changle had also known long ago. Although they complained, they still had to go out and welcome him. They had to give the Crown Prince face. Not long after, Li Zixuan welcomed Li Qingxian and the others outside the residence. After exchanging greetings, everyone entered the room. Changle impatiently asked, "Brother Xiaoxian, why did you write Bai Yao to death? Will she come back to life in the future?" Her words carried 70% anxiety and a trace of blame. Obviously, she loved Bai Yao's character very much. "That's right. Yamacho. Look at how cute Bai Yao is. Why did you write her to death? If others were to find out that you're Pai Xiaoku, do you think your cloudy mountain resort will be surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside?" The little fatty, Li Tai, also slapped his thigh and shouted. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Tai with a faint smile. "If others knew my identity, then it must have been you who leaked it. I won't look for anyone else but you. You brat, just wait to be taught a lesson by me." Li Tai's face fell. He instantly became unhappy. "Why? Yamacho, this is unfair. I'm not the only one who knows that the Leather Knight is you. The Crown Prince, Changle, my father, and Mr. Ma all know. Why must I be the one who leaked the news?" Li Zixuan ignored the little fatty. Instead, he looked at Changle and answered the previous question. "Changle, Bai Yao is only a character in a novel. Why do you have to take it seriously and hurt your mind?" Changle anxiously said, "Brother Xiaoxian, in Changle's heart, Bai Yao is not a fictional character. She's a real person. If you write her to death like this, Changle will feel terrible." Li Qingxian interrupted, "Xiaoxian, you don't know. Today's latest chapter of Celestial Bane not only made Changle cry, but also my mother and Ku's mother. They were all sad after reading it. The next time you enter the palace to see my father, you have to be careful. He should also know that Celestial Bane was written by you." Li Zixuan heard this and suddenly had the urge to curse. He only wrote a novel. How did he offend the emperor? His Majesty is wise and mighty. He definitely won't punish me for such a small matter. Li Zixuan looked at Li Qingxian and muttered gloomily. Then, he said to Changle, "Changle, in the novel, Zhang Xiaofan was in a desperate situation. If Bai Yao didn't save him, then the one who died would be Zhang Xiaofan. What do you think I should choose?" Changle's face suddenly turned bitter and said, "But, can't someone not die? Let Zhang Xiaofan, Bai Yao, and Lu Sueki all live happily together. Isn't that good?" Li Zixuan was speechless. Changle wanted Zhang Xiaofan to start a harem. After thinking, he said, "Sometimes tragedy is a kind of touching, and also a kind of beauty. What's important is not the ending, but the process. Some characters are destined to have a sad ending as soon as they appear. You also said that Bai Yao is not like a fictional person. She is a real life, so her ending is not something that we writers can control. Xiao Feng's death was inevitable. Even Jin Yong himself could not change his ending, because this hero who valued friendship and righteousness had been brought back to life and had his own consciousness. He was a living person, and his birth was destined to be a tragedy. Jin Yong could only let Xiao Feng walk towards his death step by step. Xiao Feng's death was inevitable. Even Jin Yong himself could not change his fate, because this hero who valued friendship and righteousness had been brought back to life and had his own consciousness. Another example was the legend of the Sword and Fairy, especially the legend of the Sword and Fairy, which caused a huge sensation in his previous life. Some people said that there was no Xianxia after the legend of the Sword and Fairy. Although the legend of the Sword and Fairy ended in a tragedy, Zhao Ling, Li Xiaoyao, Lin Yueru, Tang Yu, Anu, and the Wine Sword Immortal, these characters with distinct personalities would always live in everyone's heart. The soul-stirring love and the ultimate sacrifice to save the world made people have mixed feelings every time they recalled it. Although tragedies could hurt the heart, tragedies could be even more unforgettable. Okay. Hearing this, Chang'e was silent for a long time. It was rare that she did not continue to argue. She looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Brother Xiaoxian, will Baiyao be resurrected in the future? I remember that she has the Hehuan jade on her." It was rare for this little girl to be so attentive. She even noticed this. Hearing this, Li Zishuan replied, "Chang'e, you can read the rest of the plot carefully. If I tell you now, won't it be boring for you when you read it?" Chang'e was silent. She nodded and did not say anything else. Fatty Li Tai smiled and said, "Yamacho, when I came here, I saw an acquaintance among the readers who went to the workshop to cause trouble. Guess who it is?" Li Zishuan curiously asked, "Who is it? Could it be a student of our college?" "Hey! Yamacho, you guessed it right. It's a student of Yanhuang College, Sun Zifan." "Hee hee." Li Tai laughed gloatingly. Li Zishuan was annoyed and said, "Humph. This brat dares to betray his master. I'll teach him a lesson when I go to the college tomorrow." Hong Yi. Hong Yi. Something happened. Something happened. In the student dormitory of Yanhuang College, Hua Hongyi was writing at his desk. Liao Feichen suddenly pushed the door open and shouted as he walked in. "What's wrong? Feichen? What could have happened?" Hua Hongyi looked up at Liao Feichen and asked curiously. Liao Feichen quickly replied, "Something big happened." "Hongyi, stop writing. Listen to me first. Something big happened at the foot of the mountain." The readers of Celestial Bane collectively rioted and surrounded the editorial department. Hua Hongyi was startled and said, "Oh. They're angry because of Baiyao's death, right?" Liao Feichen asked curiously, "Eh? Hongyi, you've also read the latest chapter of Celestial Bane?" "Of course. Celestial Bane is a good book. I can't compare to it." Hua Hongyi sighed and said with emotion. Liao Feichen thought for a while and suddenly laughed. "You can't compare to it in the past, but that doesn't mean you can't compare to it in the future. Hongyi, your novel concept is very attractive. The current results are much better than mine and Tianhua's." Today, the readers of Celestial Bane collectively rioted and said that they want to boycott Celestial Bane. "Hongyi, your dream of Great Qin has a chance. Maybe it can reach the top in one fell swoop." Since the start of Dream of Great Qin, Li Zishuan, in his real-life identity and Leather Knight identity, tipped 1,000 strings of coins each, causing quite a stir. Many people began to pay attention to this book at the first moment. Later, more and more people were attracted by this pseudo-time travel storyline. The protagonist of this book was actually very similar to Li Zishuan. Or rather, he was a complete copy of Li Zishuan in the Qin dynasty. The protagonist's predecessor was a student at Yanhuang College. He knew martial arts and engineering. After the protagonist dreamt of the Qin dynasty, he wanted to use martial arts and engineering knowledge to change the Qin dynasty and prevent the Qin dynasty from walking down the path of destruction. Now, the plot had progressed to the point where the protagonist invented the curved plow. This kind of novel plot made people feel very happy. When the news of Li Zishuan's knighthood because of the bent yuan plow spread throughout the world, it was unknown how many people were envious and wished that they could replace him. After all, to be able to jump from a commoner to a baron, this kind of thing had the color of a legend. Many people secretly thought that if they had the engineering knowledge in Li Zishuan's mind, wouldn't they also be able to be knighthoods? It was rare that there was a novel that used this plot. It could be considered to have fulfilled the wishes of those envious people. Many people gradually fell in love with this novel and put themselves in the shoes of the protagonist. When they saw that it was enjoyable, they naturally wouldn't be stingy with tipping. Now, on the daily bestseller list of Bragging World, Dream of the Qin Dynasty was already firmly in second place. However, there was still a big gap between this second place and the first place, Celestial Bane. Fei-chen, you can't say that. After hearing Liao Fei-chen's words, Hua Hongyi couldn't help but shake his head and said, the words of those readers can't be taken seriously. Don't listen to them now saying that they want to boycott Celestial Bane. I can guarantee that when they buy Bragging World tomorrow, the first book they read will definitely be Celestial Bane. Because although Bai Yao died, it doesn't mean that she can't be resurrected. She has the Hehuan bell on her. Not only do they want to read the plot later, but I also want to read it. When Liao Fei-chen heard that, he was instantly speechless. He thought to himself, this is a typical case of the eunuch being anxious while the emperor is not. I worked so hard to help you plan, but you directly defected to the enemy. Seeing Liao Fei-chen's disappointed expression, Hua Hongyi smiled broadly and said, hee hee. Fei-chen, you don't have to be so dejected. Today, so many fans went to the editorial department to cause trouble because of Bai Yao's death. This also shows the success of Celestial Bane's characterization. Sometimes, we have to admit the excellence of others so that we can improve. Although Dream of Great Qin is creative, I know that it can't compare to Celestial Bane. Besides, Leather Knight was my benefactor in the past. Gloating over his misfortune isn't what a gentleman should do. Even if I wanted to defeat him, I should have fought him head-on. Even if those pronunciations really want to boycott him, I'm still his defeated opponent. There's nothing to be happy about. However, I believe that if Dream of Great Qin is polished properly, it still has a chance to surpass Celestial Bane. Hua Hongyi's frank words made Liao Fei-chen feel a little ashamed. He waved his hand and said, forget it. I won't worry about you and him anymore. I have to go write my manuscript. After saying that, he climbed onto his bed and went to get a pen and paper. Chapter 1384. Hua Hongyi's prediction was right. On the second day, when Big Words, World of Martial Arts went on sale, as usual, many people came to the newsstand to line up to buy it. Brother Meng? Didn't you say yesterday that you won't read Celestial Bane anymore? Why are you buying Big Words, World of Martial Arts now? I bought Big Words, World of Martial Arts to watch Dream of Great Qin, not Celestial Bane. Brother Yang, didn't you say that you won't read Celestial Bane anymore? Then why are you here today? I'm talking about Leather Knight. If he doesn't revive Bai Yao, I won't read Celestial Bane anymore. So I have to see if he can revive Bai Yao. Such shameless people were everywhere, and their reasons and excuses were varied. However, no matter what they said, their physical reactions were surprisingly honest. The readers immediately flipped to Celestial Bane's page and began to read today's update seriously. Chapter 85, 10 Years. Today's update ignited a glimmer of hope in many readers. After the Great War of the Immortals and Devils, Zhang Xiaofan joined the Devil Sect's Ghost King sect and was given the name Ghostly by the Ghost King. In the following 10 years, Ghostly ran around to revive Bai Yao and obtained the second volume of the Heavenly Book from the Ghost King. He cultivated Buddhism, Taoism, and Devil Sect at the same time, and his cultivation base improved rapidly. He fought for the Ghost King and killed countless people. In the Devil Sect, he was known as the Blood Young Master, along with the Poison Young Master Qin Wuyan and the Ingenious Young Master Jean Pinger. This is great. Bai Yao's soul was captured by the Joyous Bell, and her physical body is lying on the Frost Jade bed. There's still a chance of revival. That's great. As long as there's a chance. She'll definitely be revived in the end. I guess Pai Xiaoku must have seen our wrath yesterday. Haha. No matter what, it's fine as long as Bai Yao can be revived. That's right. I've decided to continue supporting Celestial Bane. Let's tip him first. Let Leather Knight see our sincerity. Yes. I'm going to tip them. The reader's attitude toward Celestial Bane underwent a complete reversal the next day. That was because today's plot brought them a glimmer of hope. As long as there was hope, there was hope. The readers who said yesterday that they would never read Celestial Bane again were now on the move. They came to the newsstand one after another to tip Celestial Bane. The speed of this reversal made the passers-by even more flabbergasted. Humph. Sun Zifen? Where did you go yesterday? Yun Shan, at the entrance of Yanhuang College. Sun Zifen, who had just come to school, was caught red-handed by Li Zishuan. Sun Zifen said guiltily, Shan. Yamacho, I didn't do anything yesterday. He's sleeping at home. Is that so? Why did I hear that someone went to the workshop yesterday and caused trouble with others? Li Zishuan said calmly. Sun Zifen's eyes widened. He did not know if Li Zishuan was deliberately tricking him or if he really got the news. Regardless, he was determined not to take the blame. Therefore, he quickly waved his hand and said, Yamacho, I'm innocent. How would I dare to cause trouble at the workshop? Who doesn't know that the workshop is your property? I really slept at home yesterday. My dad can testify. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Sigh. I have to write a letter to my dad to collude with him. Sun Zifen added in his heart. Li Zishuan stared at Sun Zifen for a while until the latter felt a little scared. He then smiled and said, all right. You didn't go, so be it. I won't ask Sun Tingwei. Go to class. If you don't do well in the midterm exam, I'll personally talk to Sun Tingwei. After all, Sun Tingwei was the top scholar. How can his son's results be bad? Sun Zifen shuddered. What a devil. This is obviously using public office to avenge private grudges. He really wanted to ask Li Zishuan, are you the devil? Yamacho, this midterm exam is just a small exam. Don't you think it's a little inappropriate for you to make such a big trip? Sun Zifen said with a bitter face. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said casually, what's inappropriate about this? As a Yamacho, isn't it normal to care about the students' results? Coincidentally, Sun Tingwei and I haven't had a drink together in a long time. All right. Why don't you go to class? After that, Li Zishuan pretended to kick Sun Zifen's butt. Sun Zifen was so scared that he did not dare to talk anymore and quickly ran away. Humph. This little bastard. Li Zishuan looked at Sun Zifen's back and scolded him. Then he turned to Mo Zhong and said, Mo Zhong, after school ends at noon, go to class 3 and call Hua Hongyi to my office. Tell him that I have something to talk to him about. Mo Zhong had never heard of this student's name before. But since Li Zishuan pointed him to the class, it was easy to find him. He quickly bowed and said, yes. Yamacho. Li Zishuan nodded and then walked towards Guanghua building. Yamacho, you're looking for me? After the 4 classes in the morning, Mo Zhong took Hua Hongyi to Li Zishuan's office. This was the first time he had come here. Looking at the luxurious decorations inside and the man he had always looked up to, Hua Hongyi cupped his hands and said respectfully. Yes. You're here. Come in and have a seat. Li Zishuan raised his head and then greeted him very casually. Seeing that Li Zishuan was about to get up to pour water, Mo Zhong took the initiative to pour 2 cups of tea. Then he said goodbye to Li Zishuan and left. Half of his buttocks rested on the soft sofa. Smelling the faint fragrance of the immortal tea, Hua Hongyi was not in the mood to enjoy it at the moment. His heart was hanging in the air. Mountain leader, I wonder what instructions do you have for me? After hesitating for a moment, Hua Hongyi took the initiative to break the silence and asked. Li Zishuan smiled and said, don't be so nervous. I didn't ask you to come here for anything important. The main thing is that I came across a story a while ago. I asked you to come here today to tell you. Tell a story? Even though Hua Hongyi's brain usually worked faster than others, at this moment, he still couldn't wrap his head around it. After a while, he finally recovered and then cupped his hands and said, Yamacho, please tell me. I'm all ears. Although he didn't understand Li Zishuan's intention, he was sure that Li Zishuan didn't have nothing better to do and deliberately used him to pass the time. Li Zishuan nodded and began to speak slowly. The name of this story is The Myth. A few years ago, there was a student in Chang'an's imperial college called Yi Xiaochuan. This person was quite intelligent. Not only was he good at the construction of mechanisms, but he also liked to study antiques. One day, Yi Xiaochuan bumped into two fire tomb robbers fighting beside a tomb. By chance, he accidentally opened a mysterious treasure box from the Qin dynasty. Together with a chef, Gao Yao, who was passing by, they inexplicably returned to the Qin dynasty more than 800 years ago. Hua Hongyi's eyes widened when he heard this special story's opening. Why did this sound so similar to his book, Dream of the Great Qin? Could it be that Yamacho knew that he was the author of Dream of the Great Qin, Hua Hongli? Soon, Hua Hongyi didn't have the time to think about these things because he was completely immersed in Li Zixuan's story. That's right, the story that Li Zixuan wanted to tell Hua Hongyi was the plot of the television series The Myth, in his previous life. However, he had deleted the modern plot in The Myth. Both transmigrated to the Qin dynasty, but Hua Hongyi's Dream of the Great Qin could borrow from The Myth in many ways. In terms of the current era, Hua Hongyi's creativity was definitely commendable for being able to write Dream of the Great Qin. At the very least, he could be considered the founder of this era's transmigration genre. However, Hua Hongyi was still lacking in the level of the story's brilliance and the control of the characters' emotions in the novel. Therefore, Li Zixuan told Hua Hongyi about a television series that he liked in his previous life, The Myth. He wanted to let Hua Hongyi draw inspiration from it and push Dream of the Great Qin to a new height. A new height comparable to Celestial Bane. He wanted to create a novel that was the highest god. The reason why he did this was mainly because after writing Celestial Bane, he didn't plan to continue writing. Back then, he personally wrote novels in the Datong Daily mainly because he wanted to bring the online novels of his previous life to the Tang dynasty in the form of newspapers. He wanted to bring the novel culture to a new height. That way, he would have another form of entertainment in this boring era. The appearance of Dream of the Great Qin made Li Zixuan want to retire. That was because his original goal had been achieved. There were already people who took the initiative to innovate in novels. Then, he could honorably retire to the second line. Firstly, he didn't lack the money he earned from writing novels. Secondly, he had more and more things to do later on, so he didn't have the time to write novels. When he was bored, he would rather read novels. However, Dream of the Great Qin wasn't brilliant enough. Hua Hongyi's current ability to control the plot wasn't enough for him to be promoted to the highest god status. Therefore, he wanted to give him special treatment. Hua Hongyi was creative and willing to work hard. Therefore, Li Zixuan was willing to train him. The story was told from midday to sunset. If Mo Zhong didn't personally ask for a leave of absence for Hua Hongyi from the head teacher of Class 3, the teachers of Class 3 would probably be looking everywhere for Hua Hongyi. At this time, their bodies emitted a blue light. Their hair instantly turned white and they became exhausted. The blue light was summoned by the stars and left their bodies. From then on, they could no longer live forever. Luola wanted to rescue Gao Yao from the heavenly palace, but Gao Yao refused. The buoyancy of the stars disappeared. The heavenly palace collapsed, and everyone was buried in the heavenly palace. As Li Zixuan finished the last part of the plot, Hua Hongyi, the big man, was already in tears. Dream of the Great Qin is well written. However, if you can mix this story in, I'm sure your Dream of the Great Qin will be fuller and more exciting. Write well and play to your strengths. I have high hopes for you. Li Zixuan stood up and patted Hua Hongyi's shoulder. Then, he left with his hands behind his back. He had to give Hua Hongyi some time to digest the story. Yamacho, Hua Hongyi was shocked. Only then did he realize that Li Zixuan already knew that he was the author of Dream of the Great Qin. He also understood Li Zixuan's intention. Therefore, he quickly stood up and wanted to thank Li Zixuan. However, Li Zixuan had already left. Thank you, Yamacho. Hua Hongyi bowed deeply in the direction that Li Zixuan disappeared. Then, he quickly wiped his tears and left. He had to quickly go back and record this exciting story that he heard this afternoon. Chapter 1385. Dream of Dechin stopped updating. The original author, Hua Gongli, said that he had recently received guidance from an expert and had an epiphany. He needed to replan the plot, so he stopped updating for 5 days. He also promised that the plot would be even more exciting after the next update. This made the Dechin fans feel sad, but at the same time, they were looking forward to it. At Yanhuang College, all the teachers passed the first confidential exam last week. All of them scored above 90 points. After all, Li Zishuan had told them beforehand that if they failed even one of the 4 exams, they would be immediately suspended. Therefore, every confidential exam directly affected whether or not they could continue teaching at the college. None of the teachers did not take the confidential exam seriously. Furthermore, in the future, the hiring of teachers in Yanhuang Academy would be accompanied by a confidential examination after the interview and written examination. Only after passing all of these could the teacher be officially hired. It was not that Li Zishuan was trying to stir up trouble. It was just that the people of this era did not have much awareness of confidentiality. In comparison, since the students had 4 chances, they only needed to pass once. Therefore, in the first secret exam, only 400 people passed. There were still 200 people who failed. Regarding this, Li Zishuan didn't say anything. In any case, by the 4th exam, if there were still people who didn't pass once, then he would really have to chase them away. It was worth mentioning that his father-in-law, Han Tianhu, heard that Lantian County was going to plant white dye seeds on a large scale and wanted to follow suit. He wrote a letter to ask for Li Zishuan's opinion. Li Zishuan discussed with his wife and decided that when the seeds were shipped back, he would sponsor his father-in-law with a batch of seeds and farming tools. In any case, it was only a matter of 1 or 2,000 strings of money, so Li Zishuan did not take it to heart. However, the recent Lantian County's wasteland reclamation campaign had attracted Li Zishuan's great interest. In this era, the population was sparse. The entire Tang dynasty only had a population of 20 million, so one could imagine how much land had not been developed. In fact, the imperial court had always been supportive of the people reclaiming land. In order to encourage the people to reclaim land, some states and counties even stipulated that the land that was reclaimed would belong to whoever reclaimed it. There were also certain preferential taxes. As for Lantian County, the conditions given were even more favorable. Not only did the land reclaimed by the commoners belong to them, as long as the area of the land was larger than 1 mu, they would be able to obtain a caddy of white fold flower seeds for free. Therefore, ever since Li Zishuan announced this decree, the enthusiasm of the people of Lantian County to open up wastelands suddenly rose. In just a few days, the county had opened up more than 10,000 mu of wastelands. Many people had opened up more than 1 mu of wastelands because they heard from the village chief that Li Zishuan had invented a new method of planting white dye seeds that could save seeds. 1 mu of land did not even need a caddy of seeds. Therefore, many farmers directly opened up 2 mu of wastelands to plant white dye seeds. Now that everything was ready, all that was left was the seeds. On the 22nd day of the 4th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan, Yanhuang College's Thursday, the Great Tang Imperial Court had sent out 50,000 Zhuo Wuwei troops and 30,000 Xia Province soldiers. They had finally crossed Xia Province and arrived in the vicinity of Shuafang. The so-called Shuafang was the area northwest of Hetao and Hotao in Inner Mongolia. It was roughly west of Ordos and southwest of Bayanur. Shuafang was more than 700 li away from Chang'an. Yuqi Jingda led 50,000 troops and rushed for more than 10 days. At this moment, he was standing on a hillside and using the telescope on his neck to look at the city of Shuafang several li away. He ordered the 3 armies to set up camp here. Order Shen Fa and Zhong Chang, the 2 Taichung temple officials, to bring the imperial edict to Shuafang city and summon Liang Shidu to surrender. He had shamelessly asked Li Er for permission to use this telescope before he left. He was the only one in the entire army. Li Er had strictly ordered him that in an emergency, even if he had to destroy the telescope, he could not let it fall into the hands of the Turks. Understood. The messenger hurriedly cupped his hands in acknowledgement and went to pass down the order. Chai Shao, who was standing to the side, looked at the telescope in Yuqi Jingda's hand and said with some envy, "Brother Jingda, can this Chai also take a look? Yuchi Jingda immediately put away the telescope and said, no, no. It wasn't easy for this old man to get this thing from His Majesty. His Majesty also said that this old man should take good care of it. If anything goes wrong, I reckon that a beating from the military would be a light punishment. Li Zishuan had indeed produced many handheld binoculars for the Great Tang military, but they had all been sealed up by Li Air and strictly controlled. Each one had a serial number, and there was a detailed record of who it was given to or lent to. This was because Old Li believed that this thing was a national treasure and could not be leaked. Chai Shao said unhappily, it's just letting this Chai take a look. What could go wrong? Brother Jingda, you're not such a stingy person. Quickly let this brother take a look. At most, when we return to Chang'an, this Chai will invite Brother Jingda to drink wine at the Drunken Immortal House. Yuchi Jingda said in amusement, hee hee. Rare, rare. But Brother Sikhang, if you invite this old man to drink wine, will Princess Ping Yang agree? Other than his identity as a great general, Chai Shao also had another identity, and that was the current emperor's son-in-law. Originally, being the emperor's son-in-law of the Great Tang was a very difficult occupation. Because the Tang dynasty's customs were more open, especially as a princess, her status was even more revered. Perhaps it was because feminism was too strong, many princesses had bad conduct. For example, although Tang Gaozu's princess Yongjia was married to Dofengjia, she had an affair with Yang Yuji. Tang Taizong's princess Hapu was married to Fang Yayai, but she had an affair with monk Bianji. Therefore, many good men would rather not marry for their entire lives than be the emperor's son-in-law. Unless it was someone who wanted to muddle through life, as long as there was a bit of ambition and wanted to accomplish something, they would keep a respectful distance from the emperor's son-in-law of the Tang dynasty. Chai Shao was even more tragic. Not only was his wife a princess, she was also the famous Princess Ping Yang, Li Xiaoning. During the last years of the Sui dynasty, she was also someone who had led the army and fought in battles. How could an ordinary delicate princess compare to her? Therefore, Yuchi Jingda's words were deliberately teasing Chai Shao. Humph. Brother Jingda, what do you mean by this? It's just a meal of wine anyway. Would Sanyang not comply with me? Quickly bring it out for me to see. Chai Shao snorted angrily in dissatisfaction, then snatched the binoculars from Yuchi Jingda's hands. Instantly, he clicked his tongue in wonder. Wow! This toy is really useful. Even from so far away, I can see how many guards are at the city gate. It's really too magical. Yuchi Jingda smiled and didn't argue with Chai Shao because the binoculars were taken away. At this time, two middle-aged officials wearing light red official robes came to Yuchi Jingda's side and cupped their hands. General Yuchi, then we will go to Shuafang City. Yuchi Jingda nodded and said solemnly, this time, the two of you only need to read His Majesty's Imperial Edict to Liang Sherdou. Whether he surrenders or not isn't important. After reading the Imperial Edict, immediately leave the city. Don't stay in the city. Hearing this, the two Taichung temple officials, Shen Fa and Zhong Chang, couldn't help but look at each other. Since ancient times, who would persuade someone to surrender like this? Directly reading the Imperial Edict and then running away without any persuasion or giving the other party any time to hesitate. This persuasion to surrender was too insincere, wasn't it? We obey the head chief's orders. Although they didn't understand, Yuchi Jingda was now the head of the three armies and the head chief supervisor to destroy Liang Sherdou. The two Taichung temple officials still cupped their hands and accepted the order. Yuchi Jingda nodded and said, then go. Yes, sir. The two of them took a few soldiers and left to carry out the order. Brother Jingda. This Shuafang city security is lax and looks like it's normal. Could it be that Liang Sherdou hasn't received the news that His Majesty wants to send troops to encircle and annihilate him? Chai Shao held the binoculars and saw that Shuafang city's gates were wide open. Pedestrians and merchants were going in and out, and there was only a group of soldiers guarding the gates. It didn't look like a battle was about to break out. Duke Xiao, can you lend me the binoculars to take a look? Shui Wanjun said at this moment. Here. Here you go. Chai Shao nodded and reluctantly handed the binoculars to Shui Wanjun. Yuqi Jingda said, ever since Liang Shidou was repeatedly defeated by our Great Tang, he no longer dared to fight with the Great Tang and has been holed up in Shuafang City. We're leading troops to encircle and annihilate Shuafang City, so it's normal that he doesn't know about it. However, as long as our tens of thousands of men make any strange movements, he'll definitely sense it and immediately lock down the city gates. Shui Wanjun said, then, according to the head chief's words, sneak attacks are not advisable and we can only attack head-on? Yuqi Jingda's gaze darkened, and he thought for a moment before replying, Shuafang City's walls are tall and sturdy, so attacking head-on will be difficult. Moreover, according to what I know, Shuafang City isn't a monolithic block, and there are many people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. Last time, the Imperial Court's army surrounded and attacked Guan City, and they used the strategy of dividing the city from the inside and attacking from the outside. This time, we might be able to use the same tactic. However, everything will have to wait until the two Taichung Temple officials come out of the city, reporting. Your Majesty, two Tang Empire officials have arrived outside the city. They say that His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tang Empire, has an imperial edict for you. Shuafang City, Liang Kingdom's palace. It was the morning court session of the Liang Kingdom. A soldier quickly ran into the main hall of the palace and reported loudly to Liang Shidou, who was seated high above. In the 3rd month of the 13th year of the Dai dynasty, Liang Shidou sent troops to attack and occupy Diaoyin, Honghua, Yan'an, and other prefectures. He became the emperor, and the country's name was Liang. He prayed to the heavens in the south of the city, and when he buried a jade in the ground, he obtained the seal, which was Fu Rui, and established the era's name as Yonglong. Therefore, this fellow had been the emperor for a full 11 years, and he could be considered to have had his fill of being the emperor. As soon as that soldier finished speaking, the officials in the Liang Kingdom's imperial court instantly burst into an uproar. What? Tang Empire officials came with an imperial edict? What should we do now? Is the Tang Empire going to attack our Daliang again? Bam! When Liang Shidou saw the panicked officials in the hall, he couldn't help but slap the table and shout, silence, all of you. Just two Tang Empire officials and you're already panicking. Where is your decency? Didn't he, Li Shimin, send 100,000 troops? What are you afraid of? Don't forget, we have Great Khan Shili backing us up behind the state of Liang. Your Majesty is wise. Hearing that, the officials calmed down. Liang Shidou looked at that soldier and said, go and invite those two Tang Empire officials in. I want to see what tricks Li Shimin has up his sleeves. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, the two Taichung Temple officials, Shen Fa and Zhong Chang, walked into the Liang Kingdom's palace with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. Then, they looked at Liang Shidou and said directly, Liang Shidou, His Majesty has an imperial edict for you. Hurry up and receive it. How dare you? How dare you not bow when you see His Majesty? And you even called His Majesty by his name. How disgraceful. As soon as he finished speaking, an old eunuch below Liang Shidou walked out and shouted. Shen Fa snorted and said fearlessly, what His Majesty? Liang Shidou didn't get permission from His Majesty to proclaim himself as emperor. As Han people, you work for the Turks. What right do you have to make me bow? You men! Take down these two arrogant bastards. The eunuch was furious and quickly shouted. Zhong Chang stepped forward and said, Humph. As the saying goes, envoys are not killed when two countries are at war. Liang Shidou, you're a hero of a region. Do you want to be ridiculed by the world? Stop. At this time, Liang Shidou, who was sitting on the dragon throne, finally spoke. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Shen Fa and Zhong Chang and said in a deep voice, that's enough. You didn't come here just to show off, right? If you have something to say it quickly. Don't test my patience. Shen Fa and Zhong Chang looked at each other. Then, Shen Fa opened the imperial edict and said in a clear voice, the Tang Emperor decrees that Shidu, the Tang Emperor, stole from my province. The Turks helped. Now that the rebellious kings have been suppressed, the Khitans and Turks have also surrendered to me, leaving only you to occupy the northern side. If you surrender, I will give you the title of king. If you refuse to come to your senses, I will kill you. If the officials of the Liang kingdom want to surrender, I will also give you the title of king. I hope that you can see the situation clearly and abandon the darkness to the light. Do not resist stubbornly and bury yourselves. This is the emperor's decree. Old Li's imperial edict was ruthless. He directly said that Liang Shidu was a thief and even persuaded his officials to abandon the darkness to the light in front of Liang Shidu. At this moment, Liang Shidu was so angry that his nose was crooked. At this moment, the officials in the main hall were somewhat flustered and began to discuss in low voices. Bastard! How dare Li Shimin bully me? Liang Shidu slammed the table and said angrily, I swear here that I will not surrender to the Tang Empire. If Li Shimin wants to attack the northern side, then let him send his army. I will be waiting for him at the Shuafeng city. Men, send these two people out of the city. Never let them enter the city again. Shen Fa said loudly, Liang Shidu, don't be stubborn. His Majesty is wise and can command 1,000,000 troops to flatten the Shuafeng city at any time. Humph. Arrogant. If Li Shimin really has the ability, then let him attack the city. Men. Chase the two of them out. Liang Shidu's expression changed as he roared angrily. Humph. Liang Shidu, you will regret it. Shen Fa flung his sleeves and pulled Zhong Cheng out of the hall. Chapter 1386. Your Majesty, what the Tang emissary said is not without reason. Previously, there were 18 rebellious princes helping our great Liang, but now that the Tang Empire has unified the Central Plains, if we do not surrender, we will be attacked by the Tang Empire's army sooner or later. Xian Desheng, shut up. As soon as the two Taichung Temple officials left, a middle-aged official stood out from the main hall of the Liang Imperial Palace and clasped his hands. However, before he could finish speaking, Liang Shidu interrupted him with a loud shout, Since the founding of my great Liang country, the country has been peaceful and the people have lived in peace and contentment. Right now, the Li Tang has only sent 2 civil officials, and you're already scared out of your wits? At such a critical moment, Xian Desheng, you dare to cause chaos in the people's hearts. You must be a spy sent by the Tang Empire. Men, throw Xian Desheng into the prison and behead him on a date. Yes. As soon as Liang Shidu finished speaking, 2 guards immediately came up and took the middle-aged official away. Your Majesty, you must not. Assistant Minister Xian is only thinking of Your Majesty's safety. Your Majesty, please show mercy and spare his life. Seeing that Liang Shidu was about to kill an official so rashly, how could the officials in the hall sit by and do nothing? A tall and sturdy general immediately stepped forward to plead for leniency. Yes. Your Majesty. Although Assistant Minister Xian's words are a bit out of line, his crime does not warrant death. Please retract your order and forgive Assistant Minister Xian. As the saying goes, the fox grieves for the rabbit. Originally, seeing that the Tang Emperor had the intention to attack the Liang Empire, the officials' hearts were already wavering. Now that Liang Shidu wanted to kill an official, the other officials in the hall naturally could not accept it. If Xian Desheng was killed today, would they be killed tomorrow as well? Thus, everyone began to plead. Liang Shidu's eyes flashed, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, Xian Desheng, since all my beloved officials are pleading for you, then I will spare your life for now. However, you can avoid death, but you cannot escape punishment. From today onwards, Xian Desheng will be stripped of his position as Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. As for the rest, if they continue to boost the morale of others and destroy the prestige of our great Liang like Xian Desheng, I will not spare them. Xian Desheng's face was ashen as he cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. The rest of the ministers felt a chill in their hearts, and they hurriedly cupped their hands and said, We obey the decree. Liang Shidu was still a little uneasy. Although Xian Desheng's words made him very angry, he had to admit that what Xian Deshang said was true. Now that the Central Plains had been unified, his Daliang kingdom, as the last thorn in the Tang dynasty's territory, was obviously unable to hold the fort alone. At this time, the most important thing was to unify the minds of his subordinates and not let their hearts waver. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at all the ministers in the hall. Although the Tang Empire is strong, our Daliang is defending the city, and we can ask the Turks for help at any time. If the Tang army wants to take down Shuafang City so easily, it is nothing more than a fool's dream. Right now, the most important thing is for us, sovereign and subject, to be of one mind. While reinforcing the defenses of the city, we are also actively stockpiling food. Even if we are besieged by the Tang army, we will be able to hold out until the Turkic army comes to our rescue. I advise some people not to have any thoughts of seeking refuge with the Tang army. Li Shimin hates our Liang to the bone. Even if you seek refuge with the Tang Empire, you will not have a good ending. Thus, there is only one path left for you, and that is to follow me and protect the Daliang kingdom. Only this way can you enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. Liang Shidu's warning and tempting words drifted through the hall. When the ministers in the hall heard this, they all had different thoughts, but on the surface, they were all sincerely convinced and cupped their hands and said, "We swear to live and die with the Daliang kingdom." Liang Shidu laughed heartily and said, "Good. But today, after those two Tang officials return, Li Shimin will definitely be unwilling, and may even send troops to attack Daliang. For the sake of today, you all need to reinforce the defenses of Shuafang City as soon as possible. Rolling logs, crossbows, kerosene, and other defensive items must be prepared as soon as possible. All officials must work together to build Shuafang City into a steel fortress that no one can break through. If Li Shimin dares to send troops over, then his people will not be able to return. We obey the decree." In the forest 3 li south of Shuafang City, the imperial court's army was hiding and waiting for orders. As there were many signs that Liang Shidu had not discovered the arrival of the imperial court's army, Yuqi Jingda ordered the army to hide and act according to the situation. In order to not be discovered, the army definitely could not start a fire to cook. They could only eat some dry rations and drink some water to fill their hunger. Report. Head steward, the 2 envoys who went to Shuafang City have returned to the main camp. Within the central tent, Yuqi Jingda sat at the head of the table, and the other main generals were on his left and right. At this moment, a messenger ran in to report. "Oh. Quick. Invite them in." Yuqi Jingda hurriedly ordered when he heard this. "Yes." The messenger left, and not long later, 2 Taichung temple officials walked in and bowed, "Greetings, head steward." Yuqi Jingda nodded and directly asked, "What did Liang Shidu say when the 2 officials went to Shuafang City? Did he surrender or not?" Shen Fa cupped his hands and replied, "Head steward, Liang Shidu is stubborn. In front of me, he swore that he would never surrender. He also said that if His Majesty was not satisfied, he could just send troops to attack the city." Humph. Arrogant. This guy is just relying on the protection of the Turks, but he dares to intimidate His Majesty and look down on His Majesty. When the Ol Chai attacks the north, I will definitely take his head. Hearing this, Chai Shao snorted coldly and said angrily. Yuqi Jingda pressed his hand down and said, "Sikhang, there is no need to be angry. I already expected that Liang Shidu would not surrender. 2 years ago, Xiexi's troops were able to reach Chang, and because of Liang Shidu leading the way. He knows that His Majesty hates him to the core, so he will not surrender. Letting the 2 Taichung temple officials go to summon the surrender is to show His Majesty's benevolence to the world, and also to divide the hearts of the people of Liang. Deputy Shen, this general asks you, how did the civil and military officials of Liang react after hearing the imperial edict to surrender? The Turks had always been a great threat to the Tang dynasty. Their cavalry was too mobile, coming and going like the wind. However, in reality, it was not so easy for them nomads to come to the Central Plains. The Central Plains had big cities, many villages, and complicated roads. It was easy to get lost. Perhaps Xieshi originally came to attack Chang'an, but ended up going the wrong way and went to Taiyuan. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Therefore, every time they came to rob, they would find a way to find a few Central Plains people to be their guides, living compasses. It was not only worry-free but also laborious. Shuafang City's Liang Shidu was a famous guide, the ancestor of the tour guide world. He especially liked to lead the way for the Turks and even help them come up with ideas. It was not an exaggeration to call him Tang Dynasty's #1 guide. In the 9th year of Wuda, Li Er had just ascended the throne when Xie Khan led an army of more than 100,000 to crash the scene, making old Li almost unable to get out of the situation. This face-slapping operation was related to Liang Shidu. The Wei River alliance was the shame of Li Er and all the Tang dynasty officials. Therefore, the entire imperial court hated Liang Shidu to the core and wanted nothing more than to capture him and tear him into pieces. Shen Fa recalled, at that time, after I finished reading the imperial edict, many of the officials in the hall began to discuss in low voices. They seemed a little moved or fearful. Yuqi Jingda nodded and laughed. It seems that although Liang Shidu is stubborn, the other Liang officials are not willing to be defeated and die with him. In this way, we have a chance to divide the officials in Shuafang City and have them cooperate with us from the inside. Xue Wanjun cupped his fists and said, "Head chief is wise. In this way, we can also reduce our casualties and fully guard against the Turk sneak attack. Head chief, I have a plan. I wonder if it will work." At this moment, a general sitting on the right side of the hall stood up and bowed. Yuqi Jingda nodded and said, "Governor Liu has been in charge of Summer Province for many years. You must know the situation in Shuafang City better than we do. If you have a brilliant idea, feel free to say it." It turned out that this person was Summer Province's Governor Lu Min. This time, Summer Province's 30,000 soldiers were under his command. Lu Min cupped his fists and said, "I wouldn't dare to speak of a brilliant idea. I feel that since Liang Shidu still doesn't know that our army is lying in ambush outside Shuafang City, we can first send some spies into the city to act as spies from the inside. Then, we can send out a few teams of cavalry to trample on the crops outside Shuafang City to disturb the hearts of the people in the city. Without the supply of food from outside the city, the people in the city will definitely panic. At that time, not only will the people flee outside the city, Liang Shidu's officials might also take the chance to escape. At that time, when we send out troops to besiege the city, Liang Shidu will definitely seal the 4 city gates and not come out. Our spies can then spread the news of Liang Shidu's cruelty to the people in the city and promote the benevolence and righteousness of the current emperor, encouraging the people in the city and those generals who have the intention to rebel against Liang Shidu to help us take the city. With cooperation from the inside and outside, won't it be easy for us to take down Shuafang City?" Yuqi Jingda laughed loudly and said, "Good. Governor Lu's plan is excellent. Shuafang City's walls are sturdy. If we want to take it head-on, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. Cooperating from the inside and outside is the best plan. Governor Lu has lived in Summer Province for a long time, so you must know Liang Shidu's evil deeds like the back of your hand. You will send spies into the city. When the time comes, let them use Liang Shidu's crimes to encourage the people in the city to help us take down the city." From the beginning, Yuqi Jingda had never thought of taking the city head-on because Li Er had only given him 80,000 soldiers. If he wanted to take down Shuafang City with this amount of people, it was undoubtedly wishful thinking. Therefore, he had always had the idea of cooperating from the inside and outside to take down the city. It was just that he hadn't formed a complete plan like Lu Min's. Lu Min hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Yes. Head chief." Yuqi Jingda then looked at Xue Wanjun and said with a serious face, "General Xue, you will lead 1,000 light cavalry. After Lu Min's spies have infiltrated the city, you will lead the cavalry at night to trample on the crops outside the city. Be careful, you must not harm the innocent people." Xue Wanjun stood up and cupped his fists. This general understands. After instructing Xue Wanjun, Yuqi Jingda continued, "Sikhang, I order you to lead 30,000 elites and lie in ambush on the east side of Shuafang City. Once Shili sends reinforcements to Liang Shidu, they will definitely pass by the east side of the city. You will wait at ease and annihilate them with all your might. Chai Xiao said seriously, this general understands. Yuqi Jingda said loudly, Liang Shidu has been stealing from Shuafang for many years. In this battle, not only will we lure the Turks to send out their troops, we will also take down Shuafang in one fell swoop and pull out this poisonous thorn that is deeply rooted in the north of our great Tang. Yes. All the generals in the tent roared in agreement. Jiannan Province, Peng Province, in the Chang tribe near the Lan family volcano. The Chang people were an ancient tribe. Their history could be traced back to the time of the Yellow Emperor. Back then, the Yellow Emperor's tribe had a great battle with the Yan Emperor's tribe. After the defeat, the Yan Emperor led his tribe and merged with the Yellow Emperor's tribe to form the Huaxia, Han Chinese. Later on, a small number of Han Chinese migrated to the west and merged with the local natives, forming the Tibetan, Chang, and other ancient tribes. Most of the Chang people had lived in the land of Sichuan for generations. After thousands of years of reproduction, they had already split into hundreds of tribes of various sizes. Usually, they would help each other and live a peaceful life. The Chang tribe near the Lan family volcano was the largest Chang tribe within a radius of 100 miles, with tens of thousands of people. The leader of the tribe was Qiao Feng. His ancestor, Qiao Zhou, was a high-ranking official in the Shu kingdom during the Three Kingdoms period. During the Northern and Southern dynasties period, the Qiao family was considered one of the top families in the Shu kingdom. Later on, with the unification of the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Central Plains dynasty's military penetration into the land of Shu became stronger and stronger. Thus, the power of the Chang family was weakened to a certain extent. At this moment, the Chang family's courtyard was filled with all kinds of people. Most of them were Chang people. There were only a few Han Chinese. Ku Shiqing, a student of Yanhuang College, and Gao Shilian, the chief secretary of the Yi Protectorate, were among them. Ku family's Dalong, you were able to enter the Imperial College a few years ago. You have indeed brought honor to the Chang tribe in this area. He he. When you pass the Imperial examination, even if your tribe's old Liang doesn't hold a banquet to celebrate, this old man will definitely hold 100 tables for you to celebrate. In the courtyard, a hale and hearty old man with white hair looked at Ku Shiqing and said with a kind smile. Ku Shiqing quickly clasped his hands and said, Thank you for your kindness, Grandpa Chang. However, Grandpa Liang has already told me that as long as I pass the Imperial examination or enter the Imperial court, he will definitely hold a banquet for me to celebrate. If Grandpa Chang doesn't mind, please come and have a drink. Hey! You child! What's there to mind? You're a member of our Chang tribe. This old man is more than happy to see you succeed. Why would I mind? When the time comes, this old man will definitely go and have a good drink. I'll drink all the good wine that old Liang has hidden away. Qiao Feng laughed heartily. At this moment, the person sitting next to Ku Shiqing looked at him and scolded, Humph. Our great clan chief Chang is getting more and more shameless as he gets older. I see that you've hidden away a lot of good wine these past few years. Qiao Feng stroked his beard and smiled. He he. Shiqing is from your tribe. When the time comes, it should be your turn to treat him to a drink. Hey, if you can't afford it, just say the word and this old man will do it for you. Who can't afford it? When the time comes, let's see if you won't be drunk. Clan Chief Liang said unhappily. Even if he lost, he couldn't lose. He didn't want to be such a petty person. All right. Grandpa Liang, Grandpa Chang, thank you for your kindness. If that day really comes, Shiqing will treat you to a drink of immortal drunkenness. Today, this junior has come here to discuss some matters with Grandpa Ji.